Look at us on a Saturday. Hope y'all are all doing well. It's going to be a quick little stream catching up on the Cardi B trial. It has taken place this week. We were supposed to do this last night. However, the schedule got a little derailed, if you know what I'm saying. Anywho, I'm really thrilled to be able to do this on a Saturday. We're not normally streaming on weekends, but this is a quick Saturday stream. We're going to catch up on all 11 witnesses, one including Cardi B. 3 days of the trial so far. Hopefully, it ends next week. I anticipate it being a quick one, but we're going to jump in and see what is going on. That being said, let us jump on in and see what is happening with Miss Cardi B and her civil case. It looks like this is for $24 million. Emani, the woman that is suing her over an alleged fight, a 2 centimeter cut that caused her to have plastic surgery. We're going to learn all about it. Now, the other thing about this case is that I don't think a lot of people knew it was going to happen. Like, not at all. It just kind of just ended up on our feed. But the other thing that I want to pay attention to is Cardi B was the best witness of the year. I mean, I've been saying that all week. Like I caught a glimpse of it, but now I want to see it from beginning to end. So we're going to have a quick little marathon, right? We're going to go through all 11 witnesses, a little bit higher speed so we can get through it faster. But if you don't have time, the other thing we're going to do is chop this into a nice, beautiful 20-minute synopsis for those that are on the go. That being said, let us jump on in. A lot of it is them kind of just waiting around in court, right? So it shouldn't take us too long to get through. Turning our audio booster on. Yeah, long time was a little bit of a mess this week. It looks like this might be an opening statement here. No sound, of course, with this opening.
And this is a very important proceeding for her, but she is sick, and so I apologize for that. This is the last time, the last opportunity I'll have to speak to you directly until all the evidence is in. This is my chance to tell you what I believe the evidence will be. Now, what I say and what counsel has said today are like promises. We're predicting, we're promising you what we're going to show. And at the end of the trial, I want you to remember the promises, because at the end of the trial, I'm going to ask you who kept their promises and who didn't. Now, obviously, both sides can't tell
Good to
their
see
side of the story at the
everybody.
same time. That would be chaos. So in our system, the person who filed the lawsuit gets to go first. You've heard many times today that it's very important that you keep an open mind, that you hear both sides of the story before, both sides of the evidence, both sides' documents, before you make a decision or come to any conclusions. It is only way, the only way, to be fair to both sides, that you hear all of the evidence and not just jump to conclusions. Now, this is what we expect the evidence will show. First, Cardi is a loving mother to 3 young children and a devoted daughter and sister in a tight-knit family. She came from a very humble beginning. She is a successful recording artist now, but she was born in poverty in New York City's Washington Heights. She worked very hard to get where she is. In 2015, she joined the cast of a reality show called Love and Hip Hop New York, and from there, she all of a sudden got all these followers, and that ended up with her becoming a Grammy award-winning and critically acclaimed recording artist. Now, second, the evidence will show that in late February 2018, Cardi was about 4 months pregnant with her first child, excuse me. It was early in her pregnancy. She came out to Los Angeles for work, basically, related to the NBA event. And she asked a friend, or she asked someone to recommend a gynecologist. She wanted to just check. And so she made an appointment, or an appointment was made for her, to see a gynecologist at a medical building in Beverly Hills. They took special steps to make sure this was private. The appointment was on a Saturday afternoon. The doctor, the gynecologist, had arranged for his staff to leave early. Her normal security person did not join her because what could happen? She was going into he stayed in the car, she was going into a doctor's office, so what could possibly happen? And what happened was Plaintiff. Yeah, the evidence will show that Plaintiff had her phone to her ear when the elevator opened as Cardi was trying to make her way to her doctor's office. She was a patient. And the Plaintiff stated...
Look who popped in. Look who popped in. Your stream sponsor, Zoe. I've been on this mug for a few minutes. Zoe's like, hold on, let me stop in and show my sister some support. Zoe, thank you so much. I can't wait. I've been wanting to run this back from the beginning, the very beginning, to see where we are today. It's so good to see you, sis. I hope you are having a wonderful Saturday. And if y'all could do me a favor as we pop in, type Zoe's name in the chat. Show our stream sponsor some love. Thank you so much, Zoe.
Out loud. Wow, that was Cardi B. Cardi turned around and saw the Plaintiff holding up her phone, filming or photographing her. And Cardi said, why are you doing that? Why do you think you can photograph me? Just steps away from my doctor's office, and the evidence will show that Plaintiff's response was a belligerent because I can. Now, you will hear evidence that Plaintiff continued to follow Cardi as Cardi tried to get to her doctor's office. Evidence that Plaintiff continued to yell at Cardi. That when people from the doctor's office came out and told Plaintiff to stop, saying, you're a security guard, what are you doing? That Plaintiff continued. And when someone intervened and got between them, Plaintiff started taking swings at Cardi B. As Cardi B backed up and backed up, Cardi B was, facing someone, with all respect, who testified and admitted that she was 240, 250 pounds, wearing black military boots, hovering over Cardi, yelling and screaming at her and taking swings at her, trying to get to her beyond the person who was trying to intervene, trying to calm things down. Now, I don't take any pleasure in saying this, but there will be evidence that it was Plaintiff who yelled, I will fuck your shit up. That's when someone intervened and dragged Plaintiff to an elevator and said, you have to leave. You have to leave. You will hear Cardi's testimony that she both feared for her unborn baby. This was her first.
This is Cardi's lawyer doing his opening statement.
Pregnancy, and a very large woman was advancing towards her, and she was utterly confused that a security guard would be her attacker. Importantly, Plaintiff has repeatedly changed her story over the last 7 years. You will hear evidence that, under oath, she stated in what is called discovery, Cardi beat her about the head and body. Under oath, she said that. You will hear evidence that Plaintiff stated, Cardi scratched Plaintiff's nose. You will hear evidence that the story then changed, that Cardi instead scratched Plaintiff's cheek, and you will hear evidence that Plaintiff also said Cardi never touched her. That is the evidence that you will hear. And to put it mildly, we expect the evidence will establish that Plaintiff is not telling the truth. Now, there's been this allegation that that Cardi got Plaintiff fired. But we expect...
Your Honor, we'll discuss this issue. Assisting Plaintiff was withdrawn.
I apologize.
The claim was withdrawn.
Oh. Well, that's nice. I didn't know that. So there is no employment claim? Okay. You've been very patient. The case just got smaller, but we still have a lot of evidence to put on, and I thank you for your patience.
Whoa. This is a cash grab. I hope y'all got your popcorn. So here's what just happened. So Cardi B's lawyer, right? She's sitting with her legal team right now. They are walking through the allegations and they're like, hey, this is a cash grab. The stuff that the plaintiff, Emani, in this case is saying is not true. Cardi never attacked her. In fact, she tried to attack Cardi B, right? There was never any skin-to-skin contact. There was never any punches thrown. There was never any physical touching, okay, at all, right? That is Cardi B's side of it. What did we just learn from the opening statement? That's how you could tell this whole case is a shit show. That one of the claims that Emani made has been retracted. And even Cardi's team is like, hold on, what? You're retracting one of the claims? So this is already starting off bad.
Patience, and thank you for keeping an open mind and waiting until you hear both sides. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, we're going to begin with the presentation of evidence at this point in time. Does plaintiff have a witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls, plaintiff calls Emani Ellis to stand.
All right, here we go.
Thank you.
We're going to start with Emani, the security officer that Cardi B said was built differently. All right. We're going to hear from the security officer first. And just to get us through it faster, guys, I'm going to put it on 1.25 speed. We're going to hear from Emani herself. What is Emani's rendition of this story? I cannot wait. I literally have tea in my hand.
Please raise your right hand. Please solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Emani Ellis. Last name is Ellis.
Your first name, please.
Emani, yes, Emani.
Perfect. Thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch this up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Ellis. For the record, how old are you?
32.
And on the date of February 24th, 2018, what were you doing?
I was at work on duty as a security guard.
Where were you?
The address of the building was 8920 Wilshire Boulevard.
And for how long had you been working as a security guard as of 2018?
For 4 years.
And what did it take to become a licensed security guard?
You have to get fingerprinted and it's sent to the state of California for approval.
And do you have any criminal record?
No.
Could you become a security guard if you have a criminal record?
No.
Have you ever assaulted and battered anybody in your lifetime?
No.
Were you using your telephone to take photographs of the defendant when you saw her exit the elevator?
No.
So if you could just tell us in your own words, when you got to the 5th floor, you were doing your rounds, and you saw Cardi B, what did you say?
I said something along the lines of, that looks like Cardi B, or wow, that's Cardi B.
Were you talking to anybody at that time?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
Were you entering the elevator?
I was, yes.
Did you actually go inside the elevator?
I did, yes.
And did Cardi B exit the elevator?
She did, yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
After she heard me say her name, she turned back around and the first thing out of her mouth was, excuse my language, was, why the fuck are you telling people that you see me? At this time, I tried to calm her down and assure her that I didn't tell anyone that I seen her, and she was extremely upset.
And what did she tell you after that?
Then, excuse my language again, but she said, yes, the fuck you did, and then she put her finger in my face.
When she put her finger in your face, did she have long fingers?
She did.
And approximately how long were her fingernails on the date when she put them in your face?
About 2 to 3 inches long.
When you have seen different pictures and videos of Cardi B, you notice that she has long fingernails in those videos and photographs.
Yes.
When you saw her today, did you notice that her fingernails were very short?
Yes.
Does she usually wear them that short? Objections. Begin.
It's also Black Foundation sustained.
Have you seen, we'll strike that. For how long, were you a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
I was.
What kind of fan were you?
I enjoyed her music. I was interested in going to a concert. I didn't have any problem with her.
Did you ever go to see her in concert?
I had tickets to go to see her, but I never went after this incident.
And when were you supposed to go see her in concert?
I'm not sure of the date. It was sometime in 2018.
And you're very close with your grandmother, Diane Schmidt, is that correct?
Correct.
How old is your grandmother?
She's 79.
Does she have information about this incident? Objection. Assistant Clerk, Black Foundation. Did you show your grandmother the
scar on your left cheek after February 24th of 2018?
Over.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Did you show the cut on your left cheek after February 24th of 2018 to your grandmother, Diane Schmidt?
Yes.
And what year were you born?
1992.
And how many brothers and sisters do you have?
I'm the oldest of 5.
And your grandmother has seen you regularly from birth up to the present time?
Yes.
And what about your mother? Did you live with your mother up until a certain point?
Until the age 19.
Did you sustain any, well, straight. Let me take you a little bit back to you. So, when you were at the building and Cardi B exited the elevator on February 24, 2018, what were the words that she used that were so hurtful?
She used a lot of words. And again, excuse my language, but she was like, fuck you, you fat ass bitch. That's why I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to get you fired. Nigga this, nigga that, bitch ass nigga. That's why you do security. Ah, that's why you do security. Ah, she was sticking her tongue out. She was flailing her arms up and down. She was jumping up and down. Body shaming me. I mean,
Well, damn.
racial slurs, just a lot.
And did she spit on you?
She did.
Did her spit actually land on your body?
It did.
Why did you exit the elevator to speak with her after she said what she said?
I wanted to clarify the misunderstanding.
Did you also want her to leave because she was causing disturbance?
At that time, she was causing a disturbance. She was yelling and screaming, and I didn't want her to leave.
And as a security guard, were you working there as an extension of the owner to be able to make that kind of call whether somebody should be told to leave because they're causing a disturbance?
Instruction of leading by foundation plus legal business.
Could you repeat the question, please?
I'm going to ask you a different question.
Man, her lawyer's so bad.
Did the landlord hire you as a security guard to protect its building?
Yes.
Over.
And did you do that?
Yes.
For how long?
For about 4 years.
During those 4 years, did you ever have a problem with anybody else?
Never.
Not one time.
Not as far as I can remember, no. Not a perfect employee, but a good employee.
Did the defendant take a swing at you?
She did.
When she took a swing at you, it didn't hit your body, right?
No.
Did the defendant use her fingernails to cut your face?
She did.
How?
As a result of the cut to your face, did you have to see 2 different plastic surgeons?
Yes,
Did you undergo plastic surgery?
I did.
Your Honor, if I may show exhibit number 7.
Well, that's it. It's not the photographs. You never disclosed it.
22 photographs that we discussed earlier.
I'm going to let him show the photographs.
I want to see the photograph. Can we see this cut?
I'm sorry, for the record, read that.
Over. Can you just identify by number?
Yes,
Each one?
Would it be okay to get one of those photographs?
Courtroom or audio is
Your
terrible.
Honor, I would like to show exhibit 7-001.
Understanding you're objecting to their admission, do you want them to lay foundation or are we going to stipulate foundation?
Well, that's right. But
You want
I
to
thought you were
stipulate?
asking what is the foundation.
Do you want them to lay foundation? You stipulate. So
No, we don't.
Okay. Then why don't you show the photograph to your client first to identify what it is?
Yes, sir. If you can look into that notebook on your right, there'll be a number 7.
Yeah, so this is the first day. I remember this. We were streaming the Donna Adelson trial, and I think Law and Crime was trying to get their gear set up.
At some point,
Oh, there she
recently,
is.
you
There she is.
go to the building. And accompany
There's Emani.
people from my office to take photographs of the incident.
Yes.
And the purpose of taking the photographs were to show where the incident occurred and give the jury understanding of what kind of building we're looking at, we're dealing with.
Yes.
And you feel it's important that they see that?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may I publish that 7-001?
You only had our authenticate number with the first page. You just want to have her come through it. Sure. Verify the subject accepting that they.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do so. If you can look at 7-001 through 7-022, if you can look at all those photographs. Are those photographs of the building where you worked on February 24, 2018?
Yes.
And if you look towards the end, 7-022, is that the area where the incident took place?
One second. Yes.
Can I show them to?
Yeah, just identify it and publish.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm just going to show exhibit 7-001.
You're not showing us the pictures. I want to see the cut. Like looking at her face now, where's the cut?
Ms. Ellis, is this the photograph that we discussed, which is the outside of the building where you worked at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard, Beverly Hills?
Yes.
Okay, 7-002, is this a closer picture of the same building?
Correct.
And this is a 6-story building in the city of Beverly Hills, it's an older building, correct?
Correct.
And then 7-003, we're getting closer to the front?
Correct.
7-004, is that the front entrance of the building where you work?
Yes.
Okay, 7-005, another photograph of the same front, closer up.
Yes.
7-006, you see that photograph, is that the inside of the lobby of the building where you work?
Yes.
And 7-007, was that security booth there when you worked there, do you remember?
It was.
Did you sit behind that security booth?
I did.
And on the date of the incident, were you wearing your uniform?
Yes.
7-007 is a photograph of that booth where you sit. 7-008, was that sign there on the date when you worked there?
Yes.
7-009, these are the elevators that guests and visitors of the building would take to get upstairs, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the day of the incident, do you remember if you took the elevator to get to the 5th floor or maybe took the stairs? Do you remember?
I'm not sure.
All right, if I can take, we're gonna skip. Just go through it. Get past. 7-010, is this a photograph of the elevator which Cardi B got out of on February 24, 2018?
Yes.
And that's the elevator that you entered, correct?
Yes.
It's a relatively small elevator, isn't it?
Yes.
And 7-011, is that a photograph of the elevator area where the incident took place that we took recently?
Yes.
On the, and obviously on the day of the incident, you were there, it was Saturday, correct?
Yes.
Was it this way with garbage all around there or not?
Not at that time.
7012 and 7013 and 7014 and 7015 are photographs of the hallway leading up to the elevator bay, correct?
Yes.
And did Miss Cardi B walk down the hallway after she spoke with you and came back, or did everything happen right at the elevator bay?
She did. She came out and looked around, and then when she heard what I said, she turned back around to approach me.
So if we could go to 7-021. This is where the entire incident took place, right?
Yes.
And on the day of the incident, I'll start that. After the incident happened, were you intending to sue?
No.
Is that why you didn't take photographs yourself?
Assistant.
Why didn't you take photographs of the cut to your face or any injury you sustained after the assault and battery. Objection, lax foundation, argument.
Whoa. Why are we here? There's no picture of the cut. Now I see why Cardi B is not taking this seriously. There's no picture of the cut. Her own lawyer just asked her, why didn't you take a picture of the cut? Oh my God, let's go back.
Injury, take photographs. You're saying.
Objection, lady.
And on the date of the incident, after the incident happened, were you intending to sue?
No.
Is that why you didn't take photographs? You're saying.
Objection, lady.
Why didn't you take photographs of the cut to your face or any injury you sustained after the assault and battery? Objection, lax foundation, argument.
Can you read the question, sir?
Why did you not take photographs of the scar after the incident?
I was upset. There was a lot going on. I'm not sure.
And you were not intending to sue, is that correct?
No.
Were you intending to sue Cardi B at that moment when the incident occurred?
No, I was not.
Why are we here?
Uh, In addition to being a security guard, did you have an interest in criminal justice?
Yes.
What were the classes that you took or were going to take?
I got my bachelor's degree in criminal justice administration.
And after this incident, did you continue on that path?
I chose a different career field.
What is your current career at this time?
I work in social services.
And what do you do? Who do you work with?
I work with low-income families to access resources.
Definitely before. Yeah, I needed to see this for myself from the beginning.
Did Miss Cardi B, after this incident, post different things about you to her fans?
She did.
And how many different instances?
Probably about 2.
And did you do the same thing back to her?
Never.
After the incident, did you seek medical treatment from a psychologist, Nicole McKenzie?
Yes.
And that was approximately 2 months after the incident?
Correct.
What did Dr. McKenzie do for you?
She provided therapy, counseling therapy.
Was it helpful?
I believe it was at the time.
Before the incident, did you ever have any type of psychological or psychiatric medical treatment?
Can I answer that? Okay. Something happened with my sister and a neighbor. My family was given therapy on behalf of that. That was all much wrong.
And how long ago was that before the incident?
Over 10, 15 years ago before the incident.
So approximately what year was that?
I'm not sure.
And was there a gap between the completion of
Yeah, law and crime was a mess this day. This is why I didn't subject you guys to all their glitches. Let me skip ahead.
Disregard the prior answer.
Did you go to Nicole McKenzie because you were assaulted and battered on February 24th of 2018 by Cardi B? Objection.
Overruled.
Answer? Yes.
Did you go there for any other reason?
No.
And around that time, did you also seek medical treatment from Dr. John Scher?
I did.
And he's a cosmetic plastic surgeon?
Yeah.
Was?
He was, yes.
Is it your understanding that he died in 2021?
Yes.
And when you saw him,
Oh,
did he
God.
advise you that you needed to wait at least 1 year to determine if the cut became a scar? Objection?
Hearsay and legal.
What's your
Yeah.
first question?
The person that did her
Dr.
plastic
Scher,
surgery is dead.
Asked you to return approximately 1 year after he saw you for the first time.
He did.
Why did he ask you to wait 1 year?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know why he asked you to wait for a whole year before seeking medical treatment?
Objection lax foundation.
He said he didn't want to treat it prematurely and for me to come back.
Did the scar become a keloid?
It made a scar, yes.
Do you know if it's called a keloid or you're not sure?
I'm not sure what it's called a keyword.
Before the incident of February 24th, 2018, did you have any scars to your left cheek?
Never.
Did you have any scars anywhere on your face?
Never.
At some point, well, straight. Do you remember the pandemic in April of 2020?
I do.
You remember that there was a period of time where elective medical treatment was not allowed?
Yes.
What about the cost of the treatment? Could you afford to pay $15,000, $20,000 to get plastic surgery to your face?
No.
Did Dr. Mulliken agree to treat you on a lean basis?
He did.
And when you got medical treatment on a lean basis, is it your understanding that regardless of the outcome of the case, you still owe Dr. Mulliken the fees for the treatment that he did? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Did you also see a pain management doctor for one visit?
I did.
Did you also treat with different psychologists, including Alex, Avila, and other psychologists on October 8th, 22 through July 2nd of 23?
Objection, it's violation of order. Motion Monday.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you seek treatment from psychologists, including Alex, Avila, and other psychologists from October 8th, 22 through July 2nd of 23?
Same objection.
Correct, yes.
And for that psychological treatment, did Dr. Avila's office agree to treat you on a lean basis?
They did, yes.
For Nicole McKenzie, did you, would it be medical bills totaling $5,087 for her office for medical treatment that you received related to this incident?
Objection. Maybe, Tax Foundation.
Sustained.
Is it your understanding that your total medical bills related to this incident are $36,000?
You need to start with the foundation. You need to establish what she knows now.
Did you receive medical bills at your home from these different medical providers?
I'm not sure.
Did some of the medical providers send you bills to your home?
I'm sure, yes.
Did some of the medical providers that I mentioned advise you of the amounts that they were charging you for their medical treatment?
Yes.
Was the medical treatment that you received from these medical providers beneficial to you?
It was.
Do you still suffer from psychological issues related to this incident?
Objection.
Sustained.
I do, yes.
The objection is sustained.
I'm sorry.
The judge says sustained that you don't answer.
I apologize.
This is so bad.
How often, since this incident of February 24th of 2018, how often do you see your grandmother, Diane Schmidt?
Objection on this.
Once a month
And where does she live?
in Las Vegas.
And she's here today to testify on your behalf?
She is.
Do you know how old your grandmother is?
79.
Do you have respect for authority?
Objection.
Yes.
Sustained.
I don't know how to
Where does your
ask
grandmother live?
Las Vegas.
Do you ever visit your grandmother in Las Vegas?
Yes.
And for what reason did you visit Las Vegas to visit your grandmother?
To check on her. She's a senior.
Do you take any medication or drugs?
No.
Do you drink alcohol regularly?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about what your expectations are when you work security at that building on February 24th of 2018?
Are you asking me what were my duties today?
What were your expectations? What was your expectation from visitors or guests who were coming to that building on that day?
Sustained. Assisting.
When you worked
so
security on
bad.
February 24th of 2018, did the owner hire you to do security for them?
Yes.
And why did they hire you?
Objection, call for speculation, maximization.
Assisting.
Ask the question the right way.
And after this incident, you decided to discontinue working as a security guard. We're not blaming it on the incident, but we're saying that, I want to be clear that after this incident, you have decided that you're no longer going to work as a security guard, correct?
Yes.
And before the incident happened, did you have that intention, or did that intention come about after the incident?
Objection, compound.
It came after the incident. I had plans of promoting, moving up, definitely staying at that job.
Did you, well, I'll strike that. Did you ever want to become a police officer?
I did.
Do you still want to become a police officer?
No.
And why is that?
I was deeply traumatized about what happened.
Can you tell me a little bit more about your trauma that you suffered from this incident?
Yes. I deal with anxiety, deal with depression. I have post-traumatic stress. I have a scar on my face. I deal with insomnia. Things like that.
Do you believe that the incident,
Look at Cardi's face.
well, strike that. Are you single at this time?
I am.
Were you single at the time of the incident?
I'm not sure.
Do you believe that this incident has an effect on your future ability to have a partner?
Objection, max foundation, call for expert testimony.
Assisting.
Oh my God. Listen to these questions, y'all.
Do you expect Cardi B to pay for your medical bills?
Objection, irrelevant.
Assisting. Sorry.
Aside from calling you the N-word, spitting at you, taking a swing at you, cutting your face with her fingernails, is there anything else that she did on February 24, 2018 to you?
I mean, the whole incident was super traumatizing for me. She did a lot that day.
Did she ever apologize for what she did?
Never,
Did you want her to apologize?
of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Question?
Okay, that is Emani. Okay, this is the person that is suing Cardi B. Okay, couple things. Number one, there's no pictures of this cut. Number two, the alleged hospital bills totaled to $36,000. How we are at 24 million, I don't know. She has suffered from PTSD, anxiety, insomnia, all of these things, gone to 2 psychiatrists. All of those things, no picture. She's upset about the internet rants that Cardi B did after the incident, and Cardi B did 2 of them. Originally, she did not intend to sue her. And that was it. That was her lawyer asking her questions. This man can't even ask a proper question. This is his client. He is representing her. Now Cardi B's lawyers are going to cross-examine Emani, and I anticipate it's going to be very interesting.
And if it's okay, I'll use the podium. With a slight adjustment. Good afternoon, Ms. Ellis. Your lawyer showed you photos of the building that you were working on as a security guard in February 2018. Do you know the name of the building?
I don't know the name.
Was it Beverly Hills Medical Center?
It could have been, yes.
It was a medical facility, right?
Yes.
And the incident that you claim happened that day happened at approximately 1:30 p.m.
Approximately, yes.
And you knew at the time, when you saw Cardi B, that she was going to a medical appointment, correct?
I didn't know where she was going, but she was at the building.
And you understood that she was going to a medical appointment, right?
She was going to an appointment, yes.
And it was a medical building, right?
Yes.
Your deposition was taken and you said that you testified under oath in your deposition. Let me ask, do you remember your deposition was taken in this action?
Yes.
Do you remember taking an oath at the deposition to tell the truth?
Yes.
And that under the same penalties of perjury that apply in this courtroom, for example, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you understood when you saw Cardi B that she was going to a medical appointment, right?
Yes.
Now, after this incident, you talked to your supervisor at Ally, right?
Yes.
And she told you to submit a incident report, correct?
Yes.
And you emailed an incident report to your supervisor 2 days later, right?
I don't know about 2 days, but I sent it to her, yes.
And it was by email.
I'm not sure how she received it.
Your Honor, if we may, I'd like to show the witness the incident report that she did not produce in discovery.
To refresh your recollection.
No.
I would object to that based on authenticity, so
I think you did refresh your recollection.
Wasn't produced in discovery. Why am I not surprised?
This is a document that we got from Ally pursuant to a trial subpoena. And it's not in the book. So let me provide a copy. Should I hand it to the clerk?
You can push.
Oh, thank you, Ron. Let's make sure. Here we go. Does that refresh your memory that you sent an email to your supervisor on February 26, 2018?
Okay.
Do you recall that now?
I don't, but I'm looking at what you gave me.
And that's your email address, right?
Yes.
And it's addressed to your supervisor, Jessica,
Yes.
and it's dated February 24, 2018. Oh, I apologize, it's dated February 26, 2018, and the subject is 224-18 incident report. You see that?
I said yes.
Now, before we talk more about that incident report, do you remember receiving in this case discovery requests that you had to verify under oath, where people asked you questions and about documents?
I'm not sure.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. With what's this? License books.
which one is it?
If I may, Your Honor, to explain to counsel that it's plaintiff's response and objection to defendant Cardi B's demand for production of documents, set 2. And, yeah, Coach?
Sure.
Thank you. Look to the last 2 pages, is that a verification by you, signed by you, under oath, that the statements in the response are true and correct?
I'm sorry, were you asking me?
Is that your signature on the last page there?
Yes.
And you verified that, you signed stating that under penalty of perjury, the statements in the document are true, correct?
Yes.
He's catching her on impeachment. Yeah, they were very glitchy on Monday, guys.
I'm not sure.
Well, please look at it. You can please look at pages 5 and 6. The plaintiff has no emails related to this lawsuit.
Are you asking me about this email on the paper?
I'm asking you about the response. You made a discovery in this case, stating that under oath, you have no emails that relate to this incident.
That's correct. I don't have access to this email anymore.
Okay, so you're, well, okay. Let's
Jared caught
go
her.
back. Actually, we have one other response, another sworn response. Your Honor, I would like to show the witness plaintiff's responses to defendant Cardi B's special interrogatories, which rather than asking for documents, ask for information. May I approach?
Go ahead.
What is the date of the document?
It was served on January 3rd, 2024, and the verification is dated January 30, 2024. Yeah? Well. And that's your signature at the last page, verified under oath that the statements in the document are true and correct?
My signature, yes.
Okay, and you understood that you were verifying under oath that the statements in that document were correct?
Yes.
And in that document as well, you said you had no emails related to this lawsuit, right?
I'm not sure if I said that in this document, but
Could you please look at pages 4 to 5? In fact, you say it 5 times. If memory serves, it's in bold.
Dang.
okay.
My lawyer's horrible.
And you never produced the email that you sent to your supervisor on February 26th in 2018 in this lawsuit, did you?
I don't have access to that email, sir.
My question to you is, did you ever produce that email?
I'm not sure. I know what you're asking.
Did you ask, you had discovery obligations, Miss, did you ask Allied for a copy of the email that you are now testifying you couldn't access?
I wasn't in communication with Ally.
Okay, so let's talk about what you said on the email to your supervisor 2 days after the incident. If you look at page 1, it states that you were the daytime guard on duty at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard. You were on patrol, and I had, quote unquote, I had 2 cell phones, the work phone and also my personal phone. I had my cell phone to my ear. Do you see that language?
Okay.
Do you see the language?
I see it, yes.
And you wrote that 2 days after the incident?
I don't remember writing this, but if this is what you have, then
Your Honor, I would ask that you read the whole sentence for completeness.
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know that, but
Well, that's the portion I intend to read. I mean, he's welcome to read whatever he wants to read.
Well, he's just reading half a sentence. It would be unfair for me.
why don't you provide a copy?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, let me actually include the declaration that came with it. Of Allied. We'll talk about the first paragraph.
It does appear to be a narrative, so if you want to read it, you can. So,
Should I read it or are you asking me to read it?
no, go ahead.
Okay. And just that sentence, Your Honor?
Just read it. Whatever it is, make sure it's in the context.
Okay, thank you. Again, the context is that you state in this that you are the daytime guard on duty at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard. Per usual, I was conducting a routine patrol of the building premises, and as part of that patrol, I checked the rooftop, all tenant levels, and parking garages. At approximately 13:30 hours, and just to clarify, that is 1:30, correct?
yes.
I was finishing a patrol on the 5th floor of the building. In my hand, I had 2 cell phones, the AUS work phone, and I also had my personal cell phone. I held my cell phone to my ear, checking my voicemail because my mother is recovering from cancer and is in chemotherapy, so sometimes I don't get the calls and have to check the voicemails. You remember that?
I'm reading it with you, yes.
And are you telling me you have no recollection of this 2-page email detailing the event that you've sued over?
I remember writing an incident report, sending it over.
Well, do you recall also that you produced in this case your T-Mobile cell phone records, correct?
Yes.
And if I could, I believe that's something we can display because it is an exhibit.
Can you share, Your Honor, may I ask if they can share the exhibit number, please?
So why don't we, just to move things along, why don't we take our afternoon break now? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break. Since we have a couple things to discuss and I need to get the court reporter some time off, why don't we resume back at 3:15? Anytime we cannot discuss cases with anyone, including other jurors, no formal meetings, or doing research about the case, we will see you at 3:15.
So this case is a logistical nightmare already, and this was day one. We have discovery issues. Emani doesn't remember what she put in the report, on the incident report. We're learning that her mother had cancer, so maybe that's where this 24 million is coming from. It looks like they are talking through some things, and then they're taking a break, and we resume with Emani on the stand. So it's just a few more minutes for day one, and then we'll skip ahead to day two.
I apologize. This is what we have tried to convey. Since July, we've been trying to work with this gentleman to get his exhibits and to finish the exhibit, the joint exhibit list. We have filed the document, we're with the declaration that shows me in August repeatedly asking.
Okay, let's fast forward.
We have not.
Maybe there's a lack of meeting at your friend. Do you have all their documents yet?
At 8:45, he handed it to me.
Okay.
And We previously produced the documents and produced them as trial exhibits by service at 11:47 on Friday, which he disputes happened, but I haven't given to us.
Okay,
And if I made my comment about that,
sure.
Mayor, I just want to be clear that, on Wednesday, I was giving my son to college, got a message from Davis Council that the court wanted us to change the documents. He did not respond to this. Peter said, this is detailed, it's not going to be filed to the court. Letter after letter after letter, he did not respond to. He already filed his documents to the court on Tuesday when he's leaving me voicemail saying, the court is telling us we have to make changes to the documents and submit them. The documents that were filed were not filed by documents. He was leaving voicemail saying we have to get the documents filed on the already filed documents. Yeah, I just wanted you to know,
I
those are not our
got
documents.
exhibits. Do you have their, you got their exhibits this morning?
we got the exhibit book this morning.
Okay.
Art. Sorry, but we're trying to not trip over a wire. No, I apologize for that, that almost killed me. I think what I'm about to say is correct, but one of these stories will correct me if I'm wrong. We initially, before the final trial status conference, filed what we had and claimed that we had not heard from counsel. The court admonished everyone to cooperate. We identified 3 remaining open issues and repeatedly asked him to identify the documents. He has these exhibits, for his exhibits, he had these generic references to medical records, things like that. We asked him, and he's asking us to create authenticity, and we said, give us the documents so we know what we're stipulating to. We did not get a response to any of those questions. He then unilaterally, well, as we got closer to the, he unilaterally last week filed these trial documents, which we understood he was saying us to review, pursuant to what Morgan said, and found out only on Saturday they didn't actually file them. Yesterday, we could at least show our side of it, because he doesn't include everything that we put in, filed our own unjoined and jury instructions and everything. So it is extremely confusing, I understand that, but there is no agreed upon joint exhibit list, there is no agreed upon joint witness list. Our witness list, for example, includes Tierra Malcolm, his husband, things like that.
Okay. Do you have all their exhibits now?
Yes, sir. I'm not clear what he's talking about. The court's order says we're supposed to bring them 5 books today. I brought 5 exhibit books today. I gave him 1 and I distributed it to the court. And he's giving me his book. So I don't know what he's talking about. But what I do notice is throughout this cross-examination, it's just springing on things. I don't know if it's for impeachment or not, but that's my concern. When I ask him, where is it in the exhibit book? He
So
can't.
and I think that was one of the points the court made earlier. I don't want interrogatories and RFPs to be exhibits, because they're not.
They aren't included in the exhibit book.
And so I think your obligation is to specifically identify the caption and the date it was served. I think that's adequate to put the plaintiff's counsel on notice.
And that's what I did, and yes.
I know, but you had to ask, so.
My apologies.
Okay.
My apologies. And this particular Allied document is a document that was produced from Allied's records, this email. We have an affidavit.
No, I don't have an issue with this, and you refresh your recollection, and I think she agreed that she said that, so.
And I showed them as I was passing what the discovery response was, but I'll be specific without an asking.
So I need you all to work together a little bit more.
Yeah.
You should be fighting against each other, it's your clients that you're trying to represent here. So we need to put our heads together. Do we have a final verdict form?
We did, we filed one before and he approved it. Your Honor made one change to it, and I don't recall what it was, because we had, I think there were a few words that were different than the form, and that was done at the final status conference.
Oh.
We also had a joint statement that Your Honor cleaned that up there.
So, and here's the issue, just to explain myself with respect to the extent that she treated with a doctor, she did treat with a doctor, so I'm not going to exclude that. If I excluded the doctor as a witness, that's a different story.
Well, the evidence is that if you're talking about Dr. Avila, he was not a treating physician. That's
She was testified that he was, so.
well, that's because he's trying to do an end run around the exclusion of Dr. Avila.
All right. Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor. In my defense, Your Honor, all of these things I disagree with. I'm not going to get into the details. All I can say is Dr. Avila did treat my client, and he signed the report in the bill, and that's why I asked her about it. So,
Okay.
And if I may just, because I know you've got a lot of cases, Dr. Avila was never identified as an expert. He then tried to replace Dr.
We've gone over this.
Okay, just want to make sure you remember.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. We will see you.
All right. So it appears that they took a little bit of a break and Emani's going to come back onto the stand. So far, we have discovered a discovery issue. So she did a incident report For some reason, she did it 2 days later and sent it to her supervisor because she doesn't work there, no longer had access to the report. So that's why she did not produce this email herself. Cardi's attorneys were able to go to the company and get the incident report. However, they were just arguing about a discovery issue where Emani's attorney took too long to get Cardi's attorneys information that they were requesting, and he got it to them last minute. That is the gist of what we just watched. Now we're going to be able to fly forward in time, continue Emani's testimony, and then fly forward to day 2. She's the last witness.
You're reminded you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
All right, you want to resume your cross-exam?
Okay, let's back up just a little. One second. So, on that day in February 2018, when you were on duty as a security guard, you were wearing black boots, right?
Yes.
And you testified earlier when your counsel was asking you questions that you had a earpiece and you were checking voicemail. Well, I'm sorry, I mistake. That you had an earpiece in your head when you saw Cardi B, right?
Yes.
And you were, but then in the incident report, we saw that you wrote that you had your phone to your ear, correct?
Okay.
Is that correct?
That's what it says on the paper. Yes.
Yes. And if you look at that incident report at the very top, it says from Emani Ellis, Emani Ellis at gmail.com. That's your personal email account, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is doing incident reports a normal practice in the security guard business?
When something happens, yes.
In fact, you do daily activity reports as a security guard.
Yes.
So the reports are very important, right?
Yes.
And in the incident report, when you were reporting back to your supervisor, you said that you were checking your voicemail, right?
That's what the email says.
The email that bears your name, right? Reporting on the incident that you got sued over.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
If we could turn in the blue book to Trial Exhibit 200. You see it?
Yes.
And that's a letter from your lawyer to me.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you go to the page that has a lot of blacked out entries, is it correct that that is a portion of your T-Mobile invoice, including for February 24, 2018?
Yes.
And you see that at 1:30, you received a call, and that lasted, what, 22 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor. The document does not say 1:30.
Oh, maybe my glasses are, I need to get a new prescription. Do you see the entry? It's 1:10 p.m. for 22 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, that was a phone call that you received and talked on the phone for 22 minutes.
Yes.
And at 1:40, you made an 8-minute phone call?
Yes.
And whose phone number is that?
Which time are you referring to?
310-403-3656.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, absolutely, I apologize. 310-403-3656.
I don't know who the number belongs to, but it's probably a family member of mine.
Is that Nicholas Jackson's phone number?
Probably yes.
If we could go back. And you testified that you said, when you saw Cardi B, you said something to the effect of, wow, that was Cardi B.
Something to the effect of that.
And at that point, as a security guard, you knew it would have been improper for you as a security guard to tell people that Cardi was a patient at a medical facility, correct?
I didn't tell anyone that I saw her.
You please answer the question now? I can repeat it if you like.
Okay.
Isn't it true that as a security guard who'd been trained, as you said, and worked for 4 years, you knew it would have been improper for you to tell people that Cardi B was a patient at a medical facility?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. Answer.
It would be improper, but I did not tell anyone I saw her.
Move to strike everything after improper.
So maybe I want you to answer the question, okay?
Oh.
If you can answer the question with a yes or no question, please answer yes or no.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understood when you saw Cardi B that she thought that you were using your phone to tell people that she was at a medical facility, correct?
Yes.
And as I understand it, you deny that you used your cell phone to photograph or film Cardi B on that day. Is that correct?
That's not true. I didn't record her or film her.
The question was, is it correct that you deny using your personal cell phone to photograph or videotape Cardi B on February 24, 2018?
Yes.
Objection, Bagan of Benito's.
Overruled.
And isn't it correct that you don't have that phone, right? You no longer have that phone. You disposed of it. You can't show us that phone and show that you don't have any photographs or videos of Cardi B. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And rather than simply leaving, you stepped out of the elevator and told Cardi B to repeat what she said. Say it again. Isn't that what you did?
No.
Well, if you look at the incident report,
What? Oh,
quote, you see in the second paragraph, I stepped out of the elevator and asked her to repeat what she said to me. And so she did, angrily putting her finger in my face and yelling at me. Do you see that?
I stepped out of the elevator to clarify.
And you told her to say that again, right?
I don't remember saying say that again.
wow. How convenient.
And your testimony was that you and Cardi B yelled at each other for 30 seconds.
She yelled at me. My voice was firm because I was upset.
Are you denying that you testified at your deposition and stated to Dr. McKenzie that you were yelling and cursing at Cardi B?
I'm not denying it. I just wanted to clarify.
And as you were yelling at Cardi B and people stepped out of her doctor's office, one of them stepped in between you to separate you two. Isn't that correct?
Yes, because she was in my face.
And the people came out of the woman's care doctor's office?
Employees came out from the 5th floor. I would assume they were from women's care.
And the woman who stepped in between you came out of that office?
I believe it was her, yes.
And you testified in your deposition that Cardi B spit at you after the other people came out of the doctor's office. Isn't that correct?
She did.
Move to strike as non-responsive. And if
Why don't you clarify the question?
you testified at your deposition under oath, you said at that point that Cardi B spit at you after the other people came to intervene in the argument. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And yet in the report, you state I advised Cardi B that she needed to get her finger out of my face because I had not did anything to her. She then responded by spit at me. That's how it's spelled. And as a result, I became angry and yelled out to her to leave me alone and go on about her business. A few moments later, I remember a few people coming out and trying to separate us. That's what you said in your email, correct?
Correct.
And you stated in your incident report that Cardi B's nails were 3 inches long that day.
They were.
Your Honor, if you can
How
ask
does she
what
know
information you want
this?
us to answer the questions I'm asking.
Yeah, so please just focus on the question and answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the question is, you claimed in the incident report that Cardi's nails were 3 inches long that day. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And you testified at your deposition that Cardi pointed her fingernail at your face, right?
Yes.
And you state in your February 26, 2018 incident report, bear with me for a second.
Shout out to the Jay Witt podcast with the 5. Thank you, brother. Ma'am, I ordered all
I'm sorry, I have a
flats.
marked copy of this one.
Extra wet.
you
Where am I
state in your
ranch
incident
dressing?
report that she scratched you on your nose, right?
Objection, this states the testimony of witness.
Well,
Overruled.
it's contrary to the, sorry, Your Honor.
Overruled.
That's a contradiction.
You testified in this trial, that Cardi B cut your cheek. Yet you stated in your email to your supervisor on February 26, 2018, that Cardi B cut you on the nose. Isn't that true?
Objection, dismissed on this one.
There it is. You have, I mean, why are we here? Emani, what are we doing? You're saying in the incident report that the injury was done to your nose. But here, you're saying that it was on your cheek. And you need to get plastic surgery. And you have PTSD. And you need to see a doctor because you can't sleep, insomnia, all of this stuff, anxiety because of this incident. What in the hell? Huge shout out to Jay Wid Podcast. If any of the mods are hanging out, please check out our brother's channel. All the ways that you could support the show are down below. I'm just kind of waiting for a super chat break to read them all, but also a huge shout out to our stream sponsor, Zoe Carp, as well. Let's go back into Imani's debauchery because we're starting to see some inconsistencies, and this is only day one.
She put her finger in my face.
Okay, first of all, you have testified here today under oath that Cardi B, 7 years later, the Cardi B cut your cheek, your left cheek. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And you state in your report 2 days after the incident that she scratched your nose. Quote unquote, third paragraph. At this time, she continued to yell at me and point her 3-inch acrylic fingernails into my face, scratching my nose. You see that?
Yes, but into my face.
What?
You have to strike out everything after that.
Over, motion tonight.
And you were clear at your deposition that you had changed the story to Cardi supposedly cutting your cheek, not her nose, right?
No,
You specifically testified to that, didn't you?
I'm not sure I know what you're asking.
At your deposition, you specifically testified that you were not scratched on your nose that day, you were scratched on your cheek.
She touched my nose, but she scratched my cheek.
Okay, but in the incident report, you
Which
state,
one is it?
scratching my nose, right? You have to answer honestly.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And in fact, you demonstrated at the deposition how Cardi B supposedly was nose to nose with you, but jabbed your cheek. Is that true?
Yes.
And if we could show that. This is a video of the deposition where plaintiff demonstrates how she was supposedly scratched on the cheek. That's the deposition video. We may have to come back to that.
Just you have to identify by page and line.
Well, we'll have to come back because I don't have that. I have the deposition video. Actually, well, I don't want to hold things up. We'll do that a little bit later. And you admitted at your deposition that there was no scar on your nose, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, we can play that back for you if you like. But did you testify at your deposition that there is no scar on your nose?
I'm not sure.
We're working on that. And in your response, your verified response to the written discovery that was served on you in this case, and specifically special interrogatories number 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 14, 25, 26, 27, and 28, that Cardi beat you about the head, face, and body.
I'm objecting because I don't have the number of special Rob. He's talking about the set and the date.
I haven't used it yet.
That he's asking her about.
Her story has changed so many times.
I'm sorry, Ron?
Why don't you break it down to the specifics? General article.
Well, in light of counsel's objection, can we show the witness?
It might be faster if you just read the interrogatory and the response.
Bear with me for a second. And for counsel, the plaintiff's responses to defendant Cardi B's special interrogatory is set number 1.
Is that the 2022,
Yes, sir.
August 9, 22?
May I answer? I just don't like counsel talking to each
You
other.
verify.
Okay, yes, counsel, it is. The verification under oath is dated August 9, 2022.
Thank you.
And if I can direct you to interrogatory number 1. At at page 4. And sorry, it's a long one. I'm trying to. I mean, I don't want to hold this up, so I'm going to have to go back.
Gabby, there ain't no pictures.
Somewhere in this long worded-
She didn't take any pictures. There ain't no pictures.
Oh, I got it.
Suing for
Page 4,
24
line
million, no
17.
pictures.
I'm sorry, what was that?
At page 4, line 17 of plaintiff's sworn response to Cardi B's special interrogatory, set number 1. The interrogatory, the response states, and among other things, in specific, on or about February 24, 2018, plaintiff was lawfully working as a security guard on or near the premises of the subject property when defendant Bacallus Marlinus Almanzar assaulted and battered plaintiff by violently, unlawfully, intentionally, suddenly, and maliciously striking her about the head, face, and body. Do you recall swearing to that under oath?
Yes.
And we can go back to the way you demonstrated this alleged assault on your cheek at your deposition. If we could please play the video associated with 55 minutes, 9 seconds to 56 minutes, 6 seconds.
Is there a question?
Oh, those are pages and lines, I'm sorry. Page 55, line 9 to page 56, line 6.
Any objection?
No, you're right.
Go ahead.
When Cardi put a finger in your face, where in your face was it?
She struck me on my nose and on my cheek. She wears her nails very long, very bedazzled, very sharp. So yes,
And you said it made contact with your nose?
yes, and my face.
And so 2 times she touched you?
Yes, so she was like this,
When you say like this, she put her finger
pointing, yes, so like this, pointing her finger at my face, yes,
and it touched your nose?
yes.
What part of your nose?
Whatever part of the nose that the nail landed on, yes.
I mean, is it the bottom, the middle, the top?
I'm not sure.
And which cheek did she touch?
My left cheek.
Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
And if you
Wow.
look at the incident report, but isn't it correct that in the incident report, you made no claim that Cardi struck you about the head and body?
I put in the incident report that she had her finger in my face and she struck my face.
She cut your nose, right? Isn't that what you put in the incident report? That she scratched your nose? I can read it again if you like.
I don't need you to read it. I'm not sure.
Sid,
Anywhere in this incident report that you prepared and sent to your supervisor 2 days after this alleged incident that you said that Cardi struck your body?
And the incident report says that she struck me, yes.
Where?
It's in the paper.
I'm sorry?
It's in the report.
Where in the report?
I reported it that she had her finger in my face.
I understand that, but let's set aside putting her finger in your face. Let's set aside supposedly scratching you on your nose at that time. That was what you were saying. Is there anywhere in the report that says that Cardi on that day struck your body?
I'm not sure.
Can you take a moment and look through it?
I can't. This is a mess. So that's another contradiction.
As I'm reading it, I reported that she put her 3-inch fingernails into my face. So that's what I remember reporting.
Well, let's be accurate. I mean, the truth is important and accuracy is important. This report that you did 2 days after the incident claims that she put her 3-inch fingernails in your face and scratched you on the nose, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about immediately after the accident.
Well, Your Honor, I'm gonna object. You said in the face, but the document says into the face. There's a difference.
Why don't you clarify the question?
In the incident report, the only scratch that you report is a scratch on your nose that you supposedly suffered that day, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you need another moment to look at this?
I reported that she touched my face with her fingers, sir.
Ma'am, the question is, in your incident report, you told your supervisor 2 days afterwards that you suffered a scratch on your nose. and no other scratches were mentioned, correct?
Okay.
What does okay mean? You agree?
I don't agree with what you're saying, but I'm saying okay for the purposes of your question.
Yeah, no, I'm
Wow.
sure. So let's move on. After the incident, you don't even know if there was any blood, right?
It broke the skin.
Please, ma'am, yes, answer the question I'm asking. You testified at your deposition that you did not know if the alleged scratch this time on your cheek even bled. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And you didn't go to a doctor that day for this alleged assault battery, did you?
I saw a medical doctor, but not at the day of the incident.
Okay, again, let's focus on the questions I'm asking you. You allege that you were assaulted, battered, beaten up, scratched somewhere, sometimes on the nose, sometimes on the cheek, and you went home and took a nap, right?
I was
That's what you
upset.
testified
Yes.
to.
Yes.
Maybe called your mother, right? That's what you testified to, right?
Yes.
You didn't call your grandmother, though, did you?
No.
You never even put a Band-Aid on this alleged scratch, wherever it was, did you?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
No.
When your counsel was asking you questions today, he said that he basically elicited testimony from you that since you didn't think you were going to sue, you didn't take any pictures of your alleged injury in February 2018. Isn't that what you testified to?
Yes.
At your deposition, though, you testified you took pictures that day, and you can't find them. They disappeared somehow. Do you remember that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so I would like to have our technician, well, first of all, let's start at page 69, lines 18 to 20.
Any objection?
Yes, I would ask that you read both before and after, not just the specific lines that
You
you
know, pages 91 through.
Another issue I have, Your Honor, is he's produced deposition transcripts to the court. He hasn't given me a copy of that.
I don't know if it's give you a copy of the client's deposition.
All right. Like I mentioned, guys, they were very glitchy on Monday. So I think this is where the feed might end for day one. Okay, almost.
I don't see any objection. Go ahead.
Screen went black for like 2 hours. Dear Woke Christian has rebranded. I'll check out his channel.
Solely considered true.
Did you take any pictures of your face at the time?
I did take pictures.
Okay.
There's several other examples where you testified that you took pictures, but somehow don't know where they are. You took pictures of the cut, that you supposedly suffered after this, or during this alleged assault.
Actually, that's big. So that was a deposition, meaning that they were preparing for trial and she was asked a series of questions. Remember, guys, we don't have any damn pictures right now, okay? I need to find the cap because
Stop the cap.
she's over here now saying in that deposition that she took pictures. She was just asked by her attorney and Cardi's attorney if there are pictures, and she said no. Like, what in the world are we doing here?
And you took pictures way back in 2018.
Where's my
but somehow
cap?
can't find them. Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
And you testified when counsel was asking you questions that you decided you didn't want to be a security guard anymore. Isn't that true?
Yes.
In fact, you were fired. Isn't that true?
Objection, Your Honor, we discussed.
Oh,
this.
she was fired?
Isn't that the truth? You were actually fired by Ally for acting unprofessionally as a security guard. Isn't that true?
Same objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
Oh, God.
And in the incident report, you
Do not
apologized
make this up.
to your employer, Ally, for acting unprofessionally and exposing them to potential liability. Is that true?
Oh, let me check. You got fired, sis.
Was there an answer?
Okay.
Was there an answer?
No, I guess we need to report, but if it helps me, I can direct her to the second page.
Yes.
And after you were terminated as a security guard, you got a new job that paid more money than your the security guard job paid, correct?
Unbelievable.
And you said that you consulted with Dr. McKenzie, excuse me. That was because you filed a workers' comp claim, right?
Yes.
And so you filed a workers' comp claim against Ally, and that's why you met with Dr. McKenzie, correct?
Yes.
And you met with her in April of 2018,
Yes.
and you testified at your deposition that you told Dr. McKenzie the truth about what happened on February 24, 2018, right?
Yes.
No, she did not file a workers' comp claim after she got fired.
In this action, you served, well, you were a patient of Kaiser Permanente, correct?
Yes.
And in this action, you obtained a copy of your medical records from, let's see, beginning June 8, 2023. Bear with me for a second, please. Actually, it goes back, I think, further, but have you seen those records?
I'm not sure.
Isn't it, well, I hate to ask this question, but they did diagnose you as having severe obesity, correct?
Yes.
And they did conclude that you had full capacity and no history of patient status change. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
The only pains that you complained of, January 25, 2021, December 27, 2021, were belly pain and low back pain, right?
Objection calls for expert opinion.
Correct?
Yes.
And you hurt your finger at one point, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, I can show it to you, but let's just move on. You had various things, tailbone pain, right hamstring pain, but you had no report, no reference in 161 pages of medical records to a scratch on your face. Isn't that correct?
Oh,
Yes.
no.
And there's no reference in 161 pages of medical records to anxiety, post-traumatic stress syndrome, blows to your head or face, correct?
Yes.
That only came up when you filed this lawsuit, right?
I'm not sure I know what you're asking.
Also, you were in a car accident in 2021, isn't that true?
Yes.
And hit your head.
Yes.
You were in a car accident again in November of 2023 on Pico Boulevard, right?
I'm not sure if it was on Pico, but it was in that area. Yes.
Right. You sued over that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could just consult with my colleague, I think I may be close to done.
This is a mess. She said PTSD, insomnia, all of this stuff. Anxiety, because Cardi B put her finger in her face, and then she don't know if she got injuries to the nose or the cheek, and then she got fired a workers' comp claim. And in 161 pages of medical records, not one cut was ever reported. That's a big part of this. Sorry, that was loud, y'all. 2 car accidents that she also sued in 2021. Right?
We talked about how you told Dr. McKenzie the truth about what happened, right?
Yes.
And you told her that Cardi B almost scratched you. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure saying almost.
You know the person at Women's Healthcare who intervened when you were basically assaulting Cardi B, don't you?
No.
Well, isn't it true that 3 weeks after that event, you called up Tiara Malcolm, the receptionist, who put her body in between yours and Cardi B's and took your blows? You called her up to try and get her to help you in this case. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure.
Let me just check one thing. Sorry, one of these for
I think they're done with that cross exam.
I'm just double checking. I also want to just reiterate that in your deposition, you testified under oath that Cardi spit on you after Ms. Malcolm and others came out of the doctor's office to try and stop you from going after Cardi B. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in your incident report, you reported to your boss, your supervisor, that Cardi supposedly spit at you before people came out because of all the yelling. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I think that's all the questions I have for this witness.
All right. Yes, Your Honor, I would like to read from
That was a
the
good prop.
deposition transcript, page 61, lines 23.
Cardi's team actually did their footwork. They got a lot of good stuff out of that. I already read you guys the list, but there's no email record that she produced of the incident. There were discovery issues. There's no photographic evidence. She's confused between the cheek and the nose. She got fired. We discovered that she filed a workers' comp claim after that. 2 car accidents in 2021 that she both sued over. 161 pages of medical records. No cuts ever reported on her face. 2 car accidents. I mean, something's amiss. So let's see her struggle attorney come back up and try to clean this up.
Page 62.
Let me turn this over to you.
Page 62, line 14.
I'm sorry, counsel, I was trying to get out of the podium to continue. What pages?
Page 61 to 62. You want the lines?
Yes.
Line 23 on page 61 through lines 14 on page 62.
Um, No objection.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. So,
Come on, struggle lawyer.
question, did you fill out any written paperwork about the incident? Answer, there was an incident report made for that day, yes. Question, when you say there was an incident report, is that something you completed? Answer, yes. Question, when did you prepare the incident report? Answer, I'm not sure. Part of what Jasmine wanted me to do was write an incident report. I'm not sure how long after it was done. Question, okay, when you say an incident report, is that something where you send an email or is it a pre-printed form that you complete? Answer, normally it's a pre-printed form. We didn't have those forms at the location that I was at, so she did ask me to type it up. Do you remember at your deposition, a different attorney asked you questions about this incident?
Yes.
And you did tell that attorney that you made an incident report, correct?
Yes.
And that's the 2-page email that counsel asked you about?
Yes.
And in your incident report, paragraph 3, it states that this time she continued to yell at me and point her 3-inch acrylic fingernails into my face, scratching my nose. I advised Cardi B that she needed to get her finger out of my face because I had not did anything to her. So when you wrote this incident report, you estimated that the fingernails were 3 inches long?
Yes.
And when you said that the fingernails went into your face, what did you mean by that?
I meant when she was going like this, her nail touched my cheek, touched my nose.
Did it actually cut your cheek?
Yes.
Did it cut your nose?
No.
And then counsel asked you about the T-Mobile bill. You testified that this incident occurred at 1:30 p.m., correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the T-Mobile bill shows phone calls at 1:10 p.m. and 1:40 p.m., correct?
Yes.
You were not making any phone calls at the time of the incident, correct?
Objection. First
I
of
can
all,
withdraw the question. Did you make any telephone calls at the time of the incident on February 24th, 2018?
No.
Did you make a phone call 10 minutes after the incident on February 24th, 2018?
Yes.
The phone number 424-219-2078. Whose phone number is that?
I believe it was my mom.
Did you tell anyone that Cardi B was at this medical facility just before the incident occurred on February 24th, 2018?
No.
If you did do that, does that give Cardi B the right to assault and battery? Objection, Your Honor.
Assisting.
Assault and battery.
Your Honor, if the court may take judicial notice of the complaint in this case,
I'm not sure for what purpose.
because the discovery response that was read is verbatim as to what the complaint says.
No.
When written discovery was prepared with you, was it done by your attorney's office?
Yes.
Do you know what written discovery is?
Yes.
What does the word form interrogatory mean? Do you know?
No.
Do you know what the word special interrogatory means?
No.
Do you know request for admission?
No.
Do you know demand for production of documents?
No.
These are discovery questions that are prepared with your attorney?
Yes.
When I asked you earlier if any pictures were taken, you were truthful in your answers, correct?
Yes.
And when you answered me about whether pictures were taken, did you understand my question to be on the date of the incident?
Objection. It's argumentative. I'm sorry, objection. It's argumentative. Your Honor.
It lacks foundation as well. It's the same.
Did you take pictures of your scar or your cut or anything on your body on the date of the incident of February 24, 2018?
I'm not sure.
Did you at some point later on take photographs?
No.
Yes.
You said no earlier. The hell? I can't, chat. She's playing in everybody's face. Emani, go home.
When you treated with Dr. McKinsey for your claim, whether it was for a work comp claim or not, were you in need of psychological care?
Yes.
And her treatment was helpful to you?
Yes.
Recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Just please wait.
Yeah, come on, Team Cardi. Let's hear it. Is this where it glitches out? Yes. Unfortunately, we're not going to hear how Cardi's team did because Law and Crime glitched out for the last hour of that day. But that's all right. That concludes day one. All right. We are going to go to day two. Let me pull it up and we will get to their second witness. Day two, Cardi B does, she does testify on days 2 and 3. So we're going to, it's actually a quick trial. Let me pull up day 2 for y'all. This one is lengthier. They did a full 7 hours, but for us, we're going to put it on 1.25 speed. We'll get through it, I think, in like 2 hours. So let me pull up day 2 here. We see Miss Cardi B on the stand. That's going to be amazing. I did not see that testimony yet, but she was going in with this attorney. But let me bring us all the way back to the beginning.
They would have to tell her. And I would like to also add, Your Honor,
Let me put us on
I did
1.25.
exhibit 3, question number
Audio
15.
booster on.
Again, same thing. They refused to produce the witness information. And I was not able to take the deposition of these people. I don't know what they're going to say. It's highly prejudicial. It goes against the Discovery Act, and it should not be allowed. And they're arguing that I shouldn't be able to bring my witnesses. They're making the same argument that I'm making. So it would only seem fair that if the court's going to exclude mine, the court should exclude theirs.
Okay. So there's a hearsay statement in the defendant's brief, and I'm acknowledging that it's hearsay, but they contend that the witnesses both testified or both said that they had been contacted by you, and you're saying that that's not true.
So yeah, that's not true. I never contacted them. Not in 28. I never went to the building. Even though it's across the street from my office, I did not go there until a few days ago to take 22 pictures. I took it on a Friday night, maybe around 6 or 7 p.m. Went back one more time to take a couple more pictures.
Right.
I
But
never.
the client testified she took the pictures.
No, I took the pictures with her together. We were together.
Okay.
I did not go back. I did not know about the doctor. I did take a picture of the doctor's sign after they, a month ago or a couple weeks ago, told me there's this doctor. But this is not the way to do the work. This is not the way to do business here. They have to disclose who the doctor is. It's her treating doctor. It's as if plaintiff would not disclose her treating doctor. It's the equivalent of that.
And then isn't it fair to say that the receptionist was identified in prior witness lists?
Never identified. It just says random person. There's not even a name there. So I would say this, Your Honor. I don't know what the doctor reserved outside. Okay, well, fine. So I don't get to close in out of the appeal. But this random person that they're bringing up, that was never even named. You don't even have an actual substance name. The only time I learned about this person's name was yesterday when through that defendant's memorandum, they brought up this person, Tiara Malcolm. It's not even on the witness list. I don't even know who she is. So in the middle of the trial, when I'm not able to depose this person and do nothing with her, they're just going to randomly throw out this person. Well, let's bring this person into trial. It's not fair, Your Honor.
All right, clear from the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. First of all, regarding Cedars-Sinai, Dr. Finky was associated and affiliated with Cedars-Sinai. The building is the medical center of Beverly Hills, and that's the reason for the reference to Cedars-Sinai. Second, I'm going to start with the prejudice argument, which is that they didn't know who these people were. Actually, plaintiff testified yesterday that within a few weeks of this February 2018 incident, she called Ms. Malcolm. She worked in the building. She knew Ms. Malcolm. She knew Dr. Finky, who came out, and they didn't identify them. They knew them, and they didn't identify them. So to say that, well, he's been prejudiced because he didn't take their depositions, she's known since 2018 who the doctor was and who Tiara was.
You said there was testimony yesterday or in her deposition?
Yesterday.
Okay.
Yesterday, I specifically asked her, did you contact Tiara Malcolm? And she said yes.
I disagree with that.
Sorry. So, but to me, the prejudice argument makes no sense. They know she worked in the building. She knew Tiara. They did not disclose those names in discovery. Now, on the other hand, they say that this doctor was Cardi's treating physician. That's absolutely wrong. Her treating physicians are in the East Coast. She was here on work, and she was pregnant. She asked to speak to someone. Someone made arrangements for her to go in. She met with Dr. Finky that day, 15 minutes, and left. 3 years later, they asked who this person was. No one knew. We asked who it was. Previous counsel asked. The only way, because they didn't disclose these names, the only way we found out was through Mrs. Moore's diligent work, which resulted, for example, in 2024, we identified Dr. Finky because she had actually literally, tried to contact every doctor in that office, finally pulled a photograph of the doctors from the website, showed them to Cardi, and she said, yeah, it's that one. And then we promptly identified him. Tiara, we had no clue. Cardi had gone to that office that day. She didn't go around and memorize the names of the receptionist or anyone else. The only one who knew Tiara's name until July 28th of this year is Plaintiff, who contacted her and worked in the same building. So, I mean, this idea that we should have, or prior counsel should have identified them, the problem is based on the assumption that Dr. Finky is Cardi's, and that's exactly what they say. Dr. Finky was her treating physician. That's absolutely false. She was traveling. She went in to see him. She saw him one day, and that was the end of it. And then 3 years later, someone asked, well, what was his name? And she said, I don't know his name. Now,
So Dr. Is it Finky?
Finky, or Finky.
That person was on the prior witness list?
Yes. That was served in 2024. By then, Ms. Moore had tracked him down.
So, Mr. John Fawcett, can you respond to that? According to the Moore declaration, that they identified Dr. Finky in early May?
I will look at that, Your Honor, right now, but to paint the picture that a plaintiff knew Tiara Malcolm's name is false. To paint a picture that you go to a doctor's office and you're not their patient is also false. It would be an impossibility for that to occur. And I'm sure Dr. Finky will testify that Cardi B is his patient.
Dr. Finky, I can make an offer of proof, will testify that he met her that day, saw her that day. They had minimal contact, 15 minutes, and have never heard from her again until we contacted him and added him to the witness list. I also, Dr. Finky will testify that counsel I went into his office multiple times, including by not only going through the reception area, but going through the back door, asking everyone there, do you know anything about this incident? Do you know anything about this incident? Repeatedly tried to contact Dr. Finky over the last 4 or 5 years. That's what Dr. Finky will testify if he's called upon to do so.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so let me do this. We got the jury's getting checked in. Do you have a rough from yesterday regarding that testimony?
I think we have a actually final, I believe, and so I'm not sure we have it with us, but we will submit it.
Okay, I want to see the testimony, so we'll resume the argument on this issue because we won't plan on calling them today, correct?
Depends on what, yeah, that's fine.
Because we're here now, I want to add a sentence.
Okay.
Because it's about me. Okay. I'm declaring under penalty of perjury. I did not go into his doctor's office.
Okay.
That is an absolute lie and false.
Okay.
I don't think that's right.
Could I say one last thing?
Sure.
Okay. This whole case is about, even by her own testimony, an altercation, an argument when 2 people came out of the doctor's office. When that was all that prior counsel knew and that the party knew, that's what she stated in the interrogatory response in January of 2022. That 2 people, that witnesses included 2 people who came out and separated them. The only person who knew that was Plaintiff, and she failed to disclose.
Okay, all right. I think we're still checking in our witnesses. Jurors.
All right, so this is day 2. We're about to get into it. We have 4 scheduled witnesses for day 2. They're going to go by very fast. And remember, we're doing this on speed, okay? I have not seen day 2, so I'm really excited to watch it with you guys. I think we can get through it in about maybe less than an hour because we're going to probably hear from Dr. Finky or Finky, whatever his name is. He was Cardi B's doctor, okay? She went to an OBGYN's office and her treating physician is in New York. But at the time, she was working in LA. So that's why she went to see Dr. Finky. There is somebody coming up on the stand that looks like he could be a Dr. Finky. So let's see who witness number 2 is going to be. Cardi B has switched wigs. All right, we've got a new look. Emani is sitting over there with her struggle lawyer. Let's see what day 2 holds. Yeah.
Thinking about the doctor that might call at 9:30. Sure. So he does have a CV, and I know that the other side may say that I can't even introduce the CV because they won't even let me do anything. So I want to know if they're going to object to producing the CV to the doctor to review and to have it admitted as evidence.
And it's a hearsay document, right?
It's exhibit number 9. It's the doctor's CV and rate sheet, and it is. I'm going to ask him about it. I'll lay a foundation, but I believe that it should be seen by the jury because it has all of his credentials, and the court limited my time to 1 hour. If that's the case, and I have to go through 22 pages of CV, that takes 2 hours. I can't do it in 1 hour unless he's going to stick with it.
I don't understand this. We wouldn't plan on objecting to a CD other than, I guess it's just, but if he wants to offer it, he can offer it. I mean,
No, so I mean, I'll just say, my practice is if the parties stipulate to admitting CVs, I'll admit them. If the parties don't, then usually it's hearsay, and I'm not going to admit it. I will tell you that to me, it doesn't really matter. Most of the time when I've seen it, it's been in med mal cases. In other cases, the doctor can explain what his training education experience is. So it's up to you.
Your Honor, I will make this offer that both sides can have their doctors' CVs admitted into evidence. It'd be Rosenberg for them and Mulligan for me. I'm willing to do that, so we don't have to waste jury's time on this.
I expect that we anticipate doing what Your Honor described, saying that the witness can testify to what he did. If that makes counsel happy, then a reciprocal stipulation that CVs can be submitted.
Okay, great.
It's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you ready? All right, you want to bring the jury?
Right, we got people time, so I'm gonna skip through that.
We'll be calling Brent Mulligan, MD.
There he is. We're gonna look at him.
Can I get him real quick?
Sure.
Also, brief note. There she is, Miss Emani, wearing a sweater vest. Oof. She is wearing a sweater vest. What an outfit. That is an interesting outfit. Their next witness is coming up, witness number 2.
Dr. Mulligan, if I can have you stand right next to the court first. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give and the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Certainly, Brent, B-R-E-N-T, Mulligan, M-O-E-L-L-E-K-E-N, M-D-F-A-C-S.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat, please watch your step.
podium, Your Honor. Go ahead, counsel. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Thank you all for coming back. Good morning, Dr. Mulligan.
Good morning.
Were you the treating doctor for Emani Ellis, who's sitting to my right here today?
Yes,
And what did you treat her for?
she had a scar on her left cheek.
Okay, and what is your current occupation?
I'm a plastic and reconstructive surgeon.
Are you board certified?
Yes,
For how many years have you been a plastic and reconstructive surgeon?
since 1995.
It's about 30 years?
Yes,
Okay. And early on in your, I'll strike that. Where did you go to undergraduate school?
to Purdue University for 2 years.
And where did you go to medical school?
At Yale Medical School.
And you did some work at Harvard as well?
Yes,
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
yeah. So I finished undergraduate in 2 years, and then I took a position at Harvard University as a graduate position in literature, German and English literature. So that was for 1 year, and then I went off to medical school at Yale.
And you're also a clinical associate professor at UCLA?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what that is?
Yes, so I've been, since 1995, I've been affiliated with UCLA. That means I'm a clinical professor there. So you teach the residents who are learning plastic surgery, and you teach the medical students at UCLA.
And we asked you to be here as an expert witness, correct?
Yes,
And a treating doctor?
yes,
And in cases where you serve as a treating doctor, in cases that are litigated, you then can serve also as an expert witness?
yes.
And what does the expert witness do exactly?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not 100% sure at the different designations. There's a treating doctor, an expert, a retained expert, a non-retained expert, so that's way above my pay grade.
Understood. Okay, in this case, were you forced to cancel patients so that you could appear here in court today?
Yes,
And you left your home at 7:30 a.m. to get here at 8:30?
a little earlier.
And you anticipate to be here at least till 11 a.m. or 12 noon?
Yes,
And did you cancel all of your patients for today?
yes.
And in order to be here, how much money have you lost in income?
Well,
Irrelevant, thanks.
so I would estimate 20 to 30,000 in the procedures we would have performed, and the patients we would have seen and scheduled.
And the reason you did that is because you want to help your patient, correct?
Yes,
And in order to be able to offset some of the loss, you're charging $2,000 an hour to be here as an expert witness.
that's correct.
And when you serve as an expert witness, do you tend to serve as an expert more for the plaintiff, more for the defense, or is there some percentage that you can tell us?
It's roughly 50-50. So I'm retained by defense firms and by plaintiff firms equally.
Is it your understanding that in this case, the defense chose not to designate an expert? Is that your understanding?
Objection calls for hearsay, lack of foundation.
Do you know of any other plastic surgeon that's rendered any opinion in this case besides
Objection, lack of
yourself?
foundation.
Have you seen any medical reports or any type of documentation from a different plastic surgeon
No,
related to this case?
no,
When you serve as an expert witness, isn't it true that usually there's an opposing expert on the other side who would then argue with your opinion?
Objection, lack of foundation, irrelevant. 362.
Much move on now.
Did you review 85 pages of medical records of Emani Ellis prior to testifying today?
yes,
And if you were to look at your exhibit book that's in front of you, the one on your right, if you can go to exhibit 1-004.
yeah,
At the bottom corner, it will say exhibit 1-001, and then 2, 3, and 4.
I think the exhibits are over here.
Can I approach around there?
Yes, yeah, so it's actually.
Oh my God, Emani's lawyer is a mess.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
Do you see a list of Emani Ellis's medical records and bills?
Yes.
And you reviewed all the records and bills?
Briefly, yes.
And for your treatment in your office, did you charge Miss Emani Ellis $6,500?
Yes.
And surgery center, $11,000?
Yes.
Why do you charge these amounts for the treatment that you gave for Emani Ellis?
Well, her procedures were performed in an operating room. So we have the operating room staff and sterility, and it's done in a JCO, meaning Joint Commission, approved surgery center.
Could you have done this outside the surgery center?
You could have done it, but it wouldn't have been as sterile.
And you wouldn't follow that type of practice?
I don't do that. So,
All right. And in your review of the medical records, did you also see that Emani Ellis treated with 2 psychologists?
yes.
And you reviewed all those records and bills?
Briefly, yes.
If we can just go to Exhibit 9, which is your CV. I just wanted to go over your CV a little bit. Your CV is 22 pages long, including your rate sheet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 9 be admitted into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. Go ahead. All right, so
And we want to hear about the scar.
This is the first page of your CD, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and this explains all of your, you have 2 different offices?
I do.
Why do you have 2 offices?
Just one in Beverly Hills and one in Santa Barbara. So,
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you look through your CV, for example, on page 3, professional organizations, are there any that would be important for this case that you feel the jury should know about?
well, I became board certified in general surgery and trauma surgery before doing my training in plastic surgery. So I then became board certified in plastic and reconstructive surgery. And I've done 2 additional fellowships, one in aesthetic surgery and one in microsurgery. So that's 10 years of residency after 4 years of medical school.
Okay. And on page 4, you have hospital affiliations. Can you tell us your affiliations with these 2 hospitals?
Yes, so I'm currently an attending at UCLA Medical Center. And previously I was an attending at Cedars-Sinai Hospital, but I gave up those privileges and now I'm exclusively at UCLA.
Then on page 5, you have some other information such as being a super doctor. What is a super doctor?
Well, super doctor is 5% of the doctors in a community are chosen by their peers. So I've been a super doctor for 15 years and on various committees, like the Blue Ribbon Committee. So I'm proud of those awards.
Do you do any charity work?
I do.
Can you tell us a little bit about your charity work? Is there anything else about your education that you would like to add?
Well, I'm in clinical practice, so I'm a practicing plastic and reconstructive surgeon, but I teach at UCLA. So I'm a clinical professor at UCLA. So that means just a teaching position.
Okay, good. Do you teach other medical residents?
Yes, medical residents, medical students, and usually plastic surgery residents. So they've completed their training in the last few years of training. So those are the doctors that I spend most time with.
Okay. Now I want to go to this case and ask you some more information about this case. Do you remember seeing this patient, Emani Ellis, in your practice?
Yes.
Okay. And when she came to your office for medical treatment, did she provide a history to you?
Yes.
Did you use the history in your treatment and diagnosis of the patient?
Yes.
And what was the history that she gave you?
Well, she mentioned that she had been, the left side of her face had been injured by fingernail scratches.
Okay.
So that was the basic salient history. And then I looked at her and looked at her wound. And so in order to determine what I need to do to help her out, I had to diagnose her problem. So I wanted to see if there was hypersensitivity in the wound. Hypersensitivity means, for example, if you have a splinter underneath your skin, It may not show much, but you can feel the splinter under your skin because it's hypersensitive. So I noticed that she had a focus of hypersensitivity on her face. Now, when I examine for that, I touch many areas and see if the patient's pain symptoms are always the same. In other words, if they always come from the same area. So that's how I made my diagnosis of her scar, the visible aspects of it and the hypersensitivity aspects of it.
Sure. If you can go to Exhibit 4, the grade, the one that you have in your hand.
Okay.
The white one.
All right. To what number? Sorry?
4.
Oh, 4.
In your medical evaluation of the patient, you saw her for the first time on November 4th, 2022.
Yes.
Were you advised by Emani Ellis or anyone else that Miss Ellis was seen by a different plastic surgeon before you?
Objection, calls for hearsay. Black's Foundation.
Assisting.
If you go to Exhibit 4-009, at the bottom, can you read for us what it says in handwriting?
Yes.
Assisting.
Are you aware that Miss Emani Ellis saw Dr. Scher before you?
Objection, hearsay.
Assisting.
Is it important to you when treating a patient if they've seen any prior doctors?
Objection, relevant Black's Foundation.
Oh,
No, it's very important if they've done treatment. If they've done treatment, then I need to know what treatment they did.
Okay, so in order to do your work with this patient, Emani Ellis, you would need to know if any other doctor, such as a plastic surgeon, did any other work on Emani Ellis, correct?
Yes.
And when you asked Miss Emani Ellis if she got treatment, did she tell you she saw a different doctor, Dr. John Scher?
Objection, hearsay.
assisting.
Do you know the Dr. Scher? Do you know him?
No.
Are you aware that Dr. Scher has passed away?
Objection, Black's Foundation. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
That's what I've been told. I didn't verify.
Good saying.
Denied.
If she already had work done and that doctor is dead,
For a patient such as Emani Ellis, the kind of injury that she sustained, is it true that if Emani Ellis had came to you within a couple of months after the incident, that you would advise Emani Ellis to wait 1 to 2 years to determine if this cut would become a scar?
Black's Foundation.
Is that-
Oh, sorry.
Is that the proper course?
Okay.
Assisting.
For a patient like Emani Ellis who sustained a cut, how long should she wait before getting plastic
So,
surgery?
counsel, why don't you establish that there are different treatments, what type of cut it was, how deep the cut was, whether it was likely the scar, what he knows about the scar, establish some foundation before you ask him opinions.
Okay, right. Thank you.
dang,
Can you
the
describe
judge
for us
went
the
in.
scar that Emani Ellis had when you examined her on November 4th of 2022 for the first time?
Yes. She had vertically oriented, in other words, up and down scars. There were actually 2 of them, but one was more prominent, and it was hyperpigmented, and it was hypersensitive.
Okay. And isn't it true that it would take at least 1 year before the scar formed?
Objection, Black's Foundation. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
No, scars can form quickly. Sometimes it takes a long time for them to form.
Do you believe it was correct for Emani Ellis to wait before obtaining the medical treatment that she received in your office?
Objection, Black's Foundation. Calls for speculation.
Assisting.
And the type of medical treatment that you performed, isn't it true that during the pandemic, which started in April of 2022, for at least several months and years, there was limited availability for patients to receive plastic surgery?
That's very true.
And your office was shut down for several months at least?
Well, I perform a lot of reconstructive surgery and emergency surgery, so my office was never shut down.
But if a patient needed to receive the type of treatment that Emani Ellis received, and they contacted you in May of 2020 during the pandemic, you would not be able to work on them, or you probably would tell them to wait, correct?
Objection, compound. Calls for speculation. Black's Foundation.
Assisting.
Isn't it true that a scar such as Emani Ellis's, when she came to you in 2022, the scar would basically never have gone away unless you performed some type of medical treatment, correct?
Objection, leading. Calls for speculation. Black's Foundation.
Assisting.
It is horrible.
Can you tell us in your on 4-001 in the HPI, can you read the four lines there, please, from your report?
In which line, I'm sorry?
It's hearsay, counsel. Why don't you move on?
When you treated Miss Emani Ellis, did she tell you that she was assaulted and battered by Cardi B?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes,
Did she explain to you that Cardi B placed her long fingernails with sharp objects in her face?
that's what you told me, yes.
Did she state to you that her face was red and hot after the incident?
Yes,
And can you tell us, when you personally examined Emani Ellis, did you see 3 lines on her face on the left side of her cheek? Objection, leading.
yes.
What is the significance of the 3 lines?
Well, it's typical for a fingernail injury when you have parallel lines going from the top to the bottom. So that's vertically oriented, so up and down rather than horizontally. So typically that's how fingernail injuries manifest.
Is it your expert opinion that Emani Ellis sustained an injury to her left cheek from fingernails? Objection, leading.
I'm sorry?
It's the same. It's the same.
Oh.
All right, can you tell us, please, how many times you saw Emani Ellis for medical treatment?
I believe 3 total.
Can you just please go through the treatment that you gave her from the beginning to the end?
Yes, so there was an initial examination, and then I performed 2 procedures on her. So those were done in the operating room, and I did what's called medical microneedling, which is a procedure where you place local anesthesia underneath the skin to numb the skin, and then you do deep microneedling at a depth of approximately 2 millimeters. It does cause the patient to bleed, but the bleeding is very small because the needles are very small. So then we apply various creams to prevent infection. And then we see the patient back in approximately 4 to 6 weeks. So after that period of time, she returned. We had noticed some improvement in the hypersensitivity and some improvement in the hyperpigmentation. So I basically performed an identical procedure, also under local anesthesia. And after that, I believe I did not see her again. We may have Zoomed, but I can't recall exactly.
Do you believe that your patient benefited from the medical treatment she received from you?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the billing procedures and charges from your office and other medical providers, such as plastic surgeons and surgery centers and the like?
Yes.
Is it part of your practice to review the medical bills for your office and other types of medical providers?
Well, it's a part of my,
I'm sorry.
Objection, compound, and hearsay.
Okay.
That's the one part.
so it's my function as a medical director of a surgery center, which I've been for 25 years, to know the fees that are charged at the various institutions like UCLA or Cedar or in similar institutions in the community.
And when you examined Emani Ellis on November 4th of 2022, you performed an examination, you wrote a 4-page report, you reviewed medical records and medical bills, you spoke with the patient for how long approximately?
Well, we maybe spent 45 minutes total with them, but that includes the assistant going and asking the questions. And then she transcribes it to an iPad, and then I go in the room, I do the examination, I record the results of my examination, and then correct anything on the iPad that I want to add to.
And to write the report of 4 pages, review all the medical records, review all the documents, see the patient, everything. That one day on November 4th of 22, you charged $1,500, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to make that same examination, go through all those steps today, you would actually be charging $2,500, correct? Actually, you can.
That's correct.
The fee has gone up because of inflation and the cost of medical care.
Just
Actually, you can.
Yeah, that's what it costs. So you have to.
All right. And the medical procedures that you did on February 20th of 23 and March 20th of 23, the 2 procedures, each one you charge $2,500, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the same procedures today, what would you charge?
Well, it would be approximately $6,500. If you notice in my initial report, that's the amount I quoted, but for some reason it was billed at $2,500. So that was an error, but it is what it is.
So then, in fact, the $2,500 charge should have been $6,500?
Correct.
Twice.
That's what it costs to perform surgery, in a surgery center.
And approximately how long does it take from the time the patient comes into the office, gets prepared for surgery, and is sent home for each of the 2 surgical procedures you do?
Well, approximately 2 to 3 hours.
And the surgery center has to be booked for a certain period of time?
Yes.
And you got to prepare it, do the procedure, clean it, make sure it's good. How long does all that take? How much time do you book the surgery center for Miss Emani Ellis?
Well, the 2 to 3 hours would not include the technicians, the surgical tech preparing the equipment for the cleanup. That would just be the 2 or 3 hours would be the time from the time the patient arrives, fills out the paperwork, the consents are given. We again talk about the risks and benefits of the procedure. We put on topical anesthesia. We let that work. We take them to the operating room. We put on, we induce local anesthesia with injections. We do the procedure. We watch her postoperatively to make sure she doesn't have any allergic reactions or trouble with her skin. And then we make sure she's dressed properly, has postoperative instructions, and then she's discharged.
And there's obviously different types of skin that you deal with in your practice, correct?
Yes.
There's lighter skin, darker skin, rough skin, soft skin. Can you just tell us a little bit of the difference in procedures that you would do to the different types of skin?
Yes. So there's a grading scheme from 1 to 5, and 1 would be a patient with very delicate skin, for example, a redhead who might have very delicate skin and would not tan at all, it would just burn. So that would be Fitzpatrick 1. And then Fitzpatrick 3 might be Asian patients, Hispanic patients, patients of mixed race, and then up to Fitzpatrick 5, which would be black skin. So depending on the coloration of the skin, that determines what lasers you can use, what procedures you can use in a safe manner.
Okay, and what on that scale, what is Emani Ellis?
5.
5. Okay. Is there a difference, for example, if you take photographs of the patient with 5 on the Fitzpatrick scale, if you take photographs of their skin versus someone with a 1?
Yes, in general, in black patients, the lesions are less visible just because of the coloration.
And when you examined Emani Ellis for the first time on November 4th of 22, did you, with your own eyes and your equipment, you saw the scars, correct?
Yes.
And how many scars did you see?
Well, I saw one main one. That's the one I recorded. But I saw other things that were, differences in the skin, differences in the pores, an adjacent scrape mark. I saw those things as well. But the main thing was that there was one main scar. That was the hypersensitive one.
Is it your expert opinion that Emani Ellis sustained injuries to her left cheek from fingernails?
Actually, last foundation called Psychologist.
What is your opinion as to where Emani Ellis obtained the scar on her left cheek?
Well, the most likely.
What was the size of the scar? Did you measure it?
Yes. It was approximately 2 centimeters that I noted. That was the main scar.
Can you tell us approximately how long is 2 centimeters in inches?
Yes, so an inch is 2.5 centimeters, so it's a little less than an inch.
Two centimeters is approximately 1 inch, or look less?
2.5
2.5 centimeters is 1 inch.
is about an inch.
Why was it? Why was hypersensitivity important in this case?
Well, hypersensitivity is a very unpleasant sensation, and it's often associated with scars. So my job is not just to make the scar look better, but it is to reduce the hypersensitivity. That's in some respects the most important thing, is to reduce the hypersensitivity. And
You guys know I have my trusty ruler here. This is an inch, right? Where my finger is. And then on the other side, this is 2 centimeters. Allegedly, this is how long the scar was. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Why she needed plastic surgery for that? Hopefully they tell us.
And when you examined the scar earlier, you testified that you were of the opinion that the scar came about from from fingernail, is that correct?
Objection leading, Mr. Cruz's objection.
What is your expert opinion as to where the scar came from on Emani Ellis's left cheek?
Well, based on the direction of the scars, based on the fact that there were 2 to 3 scars that were parallel and they were vertically oriented, in other words, up to down, based on the fact that the central scar was the deepest, based on the fact that the central scar started the highest. This is a pattern that is most closely associated with fingernails because the middle finger is longer than the index finger and the ring finger. So when the fingers are drawn down, the middle finger causes the deepest scrape, and the other scars cause a lesser deep scar. And they also begin later than the middle finger, because the middle finger being longest, it grips the skin first. So it's the highest. The central scar is the highest. And the fact that they're parallel is highly suggestive of a fingernail injury.
Is that true with the degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And what does it mean for the jury, if you could explain, what does medical certainty mean when an expert makes that type of
51% or more. It's the most likely explanation. There are other explanations, but this is the most likely explanation.
And in order to formulate your opinion, you reviewed medical records, correct?
Well, I did, but that wasn't as important as the
No,
physical.
of course, I was going to go through a laundry list of what we did, but why don't you just tell me, what did you do to formulate your expert opinion?
The number one thing I did was examine the patient. That's the number one. So I noticed where the scar was. I noticed what symptoms she was having. And that alone, sure, the medical records are helpful. You always review them just in case there's something that might be important if you're doing surgery on somebody later. But the physical exam is the most important thing. That tells you what you need to do with the patient.
In how many cases over the last 30 years, and how many patients have you treated for assault and battery type of incident?
Many hundreds.
And is there an emotional component that goes along with this type of injury?
Objection, after the scope of this designation, by foundation, cultural speculation.
In your medical report under social history, you state post-traumatic stress, anxiety, depression, headaches. Is there any reason why you wrote that?
Well, that's information that the patient gave us. It's not a diagnosis I made. It's the information that the patient gave us.
And future prognosis, it says I would anticipate a 50% improvement in the scar. Was that, did the treatment you provide produce a 50% or more improvement?
I believe it did.
Was your patient happy with the medical treatment that she received?
Objection, cultural speculation. That's sufficient.
You can answer.
Oh, I can answer. Well, she expressed satisfaction with the procedure to me. I'd been very upfront with her that her likely outcome was that the scar would be better, but not gone.
Wow. And I just want to ask you a few more questions about the medical bills. Your medical evaluation charge of $1,500 on November 4th of 2022. You reviewed that bill, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that the medical treatments on November 4th of 2022 in your office were reasonable and medically necessary?
Yes.
Do you believe that the medical treatments in your office on November 4th of 2022 were related to this incident of February 24th of 2018?
Objection, cultural speculation, lacks foundation, outside the scope of this designation.
Now, aside from your $1,500 charge and your $2,500 charge times 2 for a total of $5,000, there was also a surgery center charge from Neo Surgery Center. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those bills from Neo Surgery Center?
Yes.
Okay. And you told us a little bit about your background. Are the charges of $5,500 for each time you treated Emani Ellis in the surgery center, are those reasonable
Yes.
and medically necessary?
Yes.
Is that to a degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
And are the treatments at Neo Surgery Center related to this incident of 2/24/18?
Yes.
Objection, again, outside the scope of this designation.
I wonder what the jury
And
thinks.
just so there's clarity on the other three bills, the $1,500 one and the $5,000 for 2 procedures. You testified that those were reasonable and medically necessary, correct?
Yes,
Is that to the degree of medical certainty?
yes.
Do you believe Ms. Emani Ellis could benefit from any future type of plastic surgery?
Objection calls for speculation, argument as well.
Consistent.
Do you have an opinion as to whether Ms. Emani Ellis needs any future medical care in your office?
Same objection, last foundation.
Why don't you have a foundation?
In reviewing all the records and bills from the past that you've seen, and diagnosing the patient and seeing the patient, do you have any opinion as to whether Ms. Emani Ellis needs future medical care?
Objection, last foundation calls for speculation.
Consistent.
Do you plan to provide Ms. Emani Ellis any future medical treatment?
Objection, speculation, last foundation.
Hey, that's the question.
You can answer.
Not currently, but I'd be happy to do it if she asked me to.
And what would you be happy to do if she asked you?
Probably more medical microneedling.
I'll sustain the objection and please describe what the response was.
Can you tell us a little bit about what future medical care you would want to provide to this patient?
Objection, last foundation.
The established foundation that there's any basis for him to form an opinion that she needs any future care.
Is there any basis for you to form an opinion that you need future medical care?
Objection, last foundation calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yes,
Can you tell us about that?
she still has scarring.
And what could she get, what could she benefit from?
She could,
Objection calls for speculation, last foundation.
she could benefit from some more medical microneedling.
How many more treatments?
Objection calls for speculation, last foundation.
Consistent.
If she received one more procedure, what would the cost be for the entire process, which would include your charges and the surgery center charges?
Objection, last foundation.
So it would be approximately $6,500 for the professional fee and then $9,500 for the surgery center fee.
Wow.
So does that mean that the surgery center cost has also gone up recently?
Yes,
So is that approximately 15,000?
approximately.
Cardi.
And how much better do you believe the scar would be if she received that treatment you just told us?
Objection, last foundation calls for speculation.
Consistent.
Do you have an opinion as to what benefit the treatment would give Ms. Emani Ellis if she had one more microneedling procedure in your office?
Objection, last foundation.
Overruled.
I would estimate she would have an additional 15 to 20% improvement.
Is there any way to get to as close as you can to 100%?
Objection calls for speculation, last foundation.
Consistent.
Do you have an opinion of how Ms. Emani Ellis can make her scar better than just 15 to 20%?
Well, she will never,
Sustain. I can give us that foundation. Goodness knows the answer.
Do you have an opinion as to what type of, do you have an opinion as to the percentage of improvement that Ms. Emani Ellis can have if she has more than just one procedure in your office?
Objection, last foundation.
Overruled.
I can't say. It would take another treatment to determine that. If she had no further benefit, then that would be the end of the treatment. If she had further benefit, then that would justify more treatment.
And then I want to ask you a little bit more about medical treatment on a lien basis. Can you tell us what percentage of your practice do you treat patients on a lien basis?
A very small percentage.
Is it less than 10%?
Probably, yes. I don't know the exact number, but probably, yes.
Most of your patients pay out of pocket themselves out of they pay cash or credit card, correct?
Objection,
Overruled.
Yes, they pay, cash, or I have charities, so they pay nothing.
When you treat a patient on a lien basis, does that mean, when a patient treats on a lien basis, isn't it true that the lien is created simply for your added protection?
objection, legal.
Consistent.
Does Ms. Emani Ellis owe you in your medical practice $17,500?
Yes,
And no matter what the outcome is of this case, she still owes you that money.
Objection, legal.
Overruled.
that's correct.
why we're here.
And you've agreed to wait until this case is resolved before pursuing your medical bill?
Objection, legal.
Overruled.
Yes,
Is that common practice when you treat patients on a lien basis?
yes,
And medical, isn't it true that all types of different medical providers treat patients on a lien basis?
Objection, legal. Last foundation.
Assisting.
Have you seen other types of medical doctors treat patients on a lean basis?
Yes,
And you've seen surgery centers do that?
yes,
Pain management doctors,
yes,
chiropractors,
yes.
dentists?
I've seen all types of doctors perform surgeries on a lead, yes.
If you can go to exhibit number 5, please, in your book. Are you there now?
I am, yes.
Do you see a report from a Dr. Norman for treatment on July 23 of 25?
Yes,
Did you review this report, Bill?
I did.
Is this the most recent medical visit that Emani Ellis received to your knowledge?
I'm sorry?
Is this treatment at Dr. Norman's office the most recent medical treatment that you're aware of?
Objection, Your Honor, this is an excluded
So,
document
It has not been.
and Black's Foundation.
so you're asking him if he knows whether she saw another doctor after this visit?
In reviewing
How do you know that?
in reviewing the medical records in those 85 pages, I want to establish that this is the last medical visit that the plaintiff has received
How does he know that?
by reviewing medical records.
Struggle lawyering.
Isn't it true that after July of 23 of 25, there are no further medical records that you've reviewed?
I don't know.
Wrap it up, please. Come on.
Did you take photographs of the patient when she first came in on November 4th of 22?
Well, I don't take the photographs, but my staff does.
In reviewing your medical records and bills and reports, did you confirm that Ms. Emani Ellis had photographs taken in your office when she came in on November 4th of 22?
Yes,
And each time she came back, for example, on February 20th of 23 and March 20th of 23, you also took photographs, correct?
yes,
And because she's a grade 5 as far as the coloration of her skin, the photographs don't do much justice, meaning they don't really show much, correct?
Objection, leading Black's Foundation.
Oh, come on.
Isn't it true that
Photographs don't show much. I can't wait to see it.
when you saw Emani Ellis on those 3 occasions, you could see the scar a lot better than in photographs?
Objection, leading.
actually, if in a detailed photograph, you see it very well. So I remember during the deposition, the defense attorney showed me a very detailed picture, and you could see everything.
If you can go to Exhibit 6 in your exhibit book.
Okay,
There's a total of 12 photographs, correct?
yes.
These are the photographs that you took in your medical office?
Well, these are, so low-resolution copies of the photographs, yes.
And it's hard to see the scar in these photographs, correct?
Well, you can still see it, but it's, you don't see detail.
Is it common practice to take photographs of your patients when they come in before they do procedures?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, to document what their current status is, and also to document any improvement. And because memory is fallible. So if you have a photograph, I don't always operate on patients right away. Sometimes it's months later. And then I like to have an accurate photograph.
Your Honor, if I may show the doctor some of these photographs in Exhibit 6 on the Elmo.
I don't know that there's any foundation to those are the photographs. that you took.
I can ask you, Your Honor, for that. Will counsel stipulate to the photographs?
Which ones? Well, why don't we not propose stipulation on front of the jury? Sorry.
Can you look at the Blue exhibit book in front of you.
Defendant's exhibit.
All right.
Defendant exhibit 228. Okay, request to publish, Your Honor.
I don't know that he's identified. We know it.
If you look at this photograph, the color, is this a better photograph of Emani Ellis' scar?
Yes,
And this is a photograph that was taken in your office on November 4th of 22 by your office staff, correct?
yes,
And you maintain your photographs in your office as part of your business records?
yes.
Your Honor, I'm requesting to show the witness exhibit 228 on the Elmo so he can confirm details about this photograph. Your Honor.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Right.
All right, here it is, chat. Strap it in.
I'm going to use the pen, and if you can tell me where on her face you see the scar.
So there's a pointer there? We just want him to get down. and
Where is it?
There's a pointer there behind you,
Does
and
anybody,
if you could just show us where the scar is located.
where, I don't see it.
So this is a terrible picture. It's sort of, oh, there you go, that's better. No, it's not. Okay, there's the main scar here. And
What?
this entire area here shows differences in the skin, sort of a general area that's very different from the rest of the skin. And there's a little linear mark here, and there's another one over here. So those are the three marks that I was talking about. This is the main scar down the center, and this is another mark to the side, and here's another mark on this side. So those are the scars, and this is the whole area that's affected. So it has a little bit different, the pores are a different size, and they're a little washed out and a little, they've lost some of the normal undulations of skin, which are complete pegs. Like, that happens often with scar.
And if we look at this, this photograph, can you tell that in the photograph, Emani Ellis was wearing some makeup?
It appears she is, yes. She has lipstick, and it appears she's wearing something.
Thank you. And
I can't believe this.
if on the Fitzpatrick scale, she was a 1, would the scar be much more visible than it is in this photograph?
Objection, calls for speculation, not foundation.
Did, in your medical opinion, did this type of injury cause Miss Ellis to suffer pain or discomfort?
Objection, lacks foundation, not justification.
Did Miss Emani Ellis advise you in your examination of the patient that she suffered pain from this injury?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes.
And if you could just tell us again a little bit about the hypersensitivity, is that associated with any pain?
Yes, it's a dysesthesia, meaning an abnormal sensation of unpleasant, a dysesthesia.
The procedure that you did it take the hypersensitivity away to your knowledge?
It reduced it, it did not take it away.
Do you know approximately by what percentage?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation. Hearsay.
When you say reduced it, is that's your expert opinion, correct?
Objection, leaving, lacks foundation, calls for speculation, it's hearsay.
And then I just want to ask you a little bit more about whether the type of injury from fingernails would cause a break in the skin or cause there to be blood. Do you have an opinion about that?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Would you have expected Emani Ellis, in the type of injury that you see here, to have suffered any blood loss?
Objection, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
And patients in Fitzpatrick 5, do they have more of a tendency to do their scars become keloids?
Objection, lacks foundation.
How much is that foundation?
Do you have experience with keloids?
Yes.
What is a keloid?
The keloid is an overgrowth of scar tissue from the original scar.
Do patients in Fitzpatrick 5 have more tendency to have their scars turn into keloids?
Yes.
And why is that?
We don't know.
Do you believe that Emani Ellis' scar was a keloid when you examined her on November 4th at the Protection Life Foundation?
Over.
No.
That's what I was thinking. I think she scratched herself.
Are there any future appointments for Miss Emani Ellis to see you in the future?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
All right, folks, why don't we take our morning break? When we take a 15-minute break, we'll be back at 10:45. In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 10:45.
So for that tiny scar, ladies and gentlemen, Emani wants $24 million. All right, I could skip their morning break. We're going to skip ahead. Jump on.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And the photo that we looked at, trial exhibit 228,
I believe this is Cardi's attorneys for cross.
that was taken in your office before any treatment. Is that correct?
Yes.
It was taken the first time that you saw Miss Ellis.
Correct.
Could you please open the white binder to exhibit 4? And looking at the first page.
Yes.
Thank you. This is your medical evaluation document, is that correct?
That's correct.
Everything on the first page of this document was reported to you or your staff by Miss Ellis, is that correct?
Yes.
So for example, you're not diagnosing Miss Ellis with headaches or depression.
Correct.
Okay, and also according to this medical evaluation document, plaintiff told you or your staff that the scar was caused by another individual who placed their long fingernails with sharp objects in her face. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ask Miss Ellis about other possible causes of the scar?
No.
At the time of your evaluation, were you aware that Miss Ellis had been in a car accident and hit her head in 2021?
I'm not sure if I knew then. I don't think I knew then.
At the time of your evaluation, did you know what Miss Ellis was doing for a living after she was terminated from her job as a security guard?
No.
Do you recall answering my questions in your deposition in this case?
Yes.
You were under an oath to tell the truth in that deposition, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall testifying at your deposition that, based on your examination, the most plausible explanation for plaintiff's scar is that a right-handed person struck downward on plaintiff's left cheek with both the index finger and the middle finger?
Objection to the state's testimony is approved.
Yes, roughly. I still believe that to be true.
Sorry. Sorry.
In your previous answer, you testified that that was roughly what your testimony was at your deposition. But that was your exact testimony, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have the transcript here. I can't remember exactly what I said.
Could we please look at the deposition transcript from page 76, line 9 to page 77, line 3?
let's see what you said.
Do I have that anymore? No.
It'll appear on the.
Any questions?
Yeah, I don't have a contract. Yeah, I produced one. This one I don't have. It was trying to get it from the court order, but they didn't get it this one.
I haven't seen the corrections in the deposition, so go ahead.
Thank you.
In this action, are you offering an opinion as to whether or not the scar that you diagnosed was caused by the defendant in this action?
Well, I can't say it was caused by any one person. If you ask me the most logical explanation, it looks like fingernails to me, striking in a downward direction. That's the most plausible example, or the most plausible explanation for the position of the start of the scars, for the higher position of the right scar, but it would be by a right-handed person to the patient's left side of their face, which is the right side that we're observing. Starting at the top, they both start at the right level for one being an index finger, one being a middle finger. The middle finger was a little deeper and wider, as it would be on a middle finger. And then the index finger continues on down further than the middle finger starts. So that would be the most plausible explanation for me, given the appearance of the scars and the finding of the scars. That's my opinion.
Well, Cardi's team done strikes again. Because remember what Emani herself just said to us probably about an hour ago. Rewind. I'm going to chop this up so you guys can get to different chapters. But Emani said, and we saw it on camera, that Cardi B was in her face like this, okay, with a thumb and an index. What is this doctor telling us? That it appears like a scratch went from the top down from these two fingers, from the index and middle, like that. Not like this, like that. Now, also focus on the fact that he's asking, okay, it appears that it came from a right-handed person. I wonder if Cardi is a lefty or a righty. Let's see. Let's see what happens here.
The only treatment that you provided to Ms. Ellis was 2 sessions of microneedling, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in 2023?
I'd have to check about the dates, but I believe so.
Microneedling involves the use of a device that looks a little bit like an oversized pen, is that correct?
Well, pens don't look that way. It has a head on it that reciprocates. It has a motor in it. So it's not really like a pen.
It's something that you hold, cylindrically shaped.
Yeah, you hold it in your hand, yeah.
And during each of those microneedling sessions, you move that device 5 times across the 2 centimeter area that you're describing as Ms. Ellis' scar, is that correct?
Well, I also did areas to the periphery of that as well. So there was as I explained to you in the deposition, there was, and showed on the photograph, there's a larger area of changes of the skin, which I would characterize as scarring. So I did those areas as well. So it wasn't just on the main scar, it was also on the area to the periphery of that scar.
It was not special. The microneedling procedure was not done on the plaintiff's entire face, is that correct?
No.
We have a double negative there.
Triple.
You said it. Triple negative.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you do it over?
Yeah, thank you. Did you use the microneedling device on the plaintiff's entire face?
No.
And the actual process of moving the microneedling device across the plaintiff's the scar took you no more than 2 or 3 minutes, is that correct?
Yeah, it's probably a little more, but roughly that.
Neo Surgery Center is your business, is that correct?
That's correct.
You're the sole owner?
The sole owner, yes.
And looking back, this is White Binder Exhibit 1. Turn to page 1.
Which binder, blue or white?
White.
Oh, okay. And what are we looking at? I'm sorry.
This is page 1.
I'm sorry.
Page 1, exhibit 1-001. Do you see that?
Oh, yes, I see that.
Did you create this document?
No.
Is it correct that the total amount of charges in this case between you and your Neo-Surgery Center is $17,500?
Yes,
And I believe you testified earlier that $1,500 of that amount was for your initial evaluation. Is that correct?
that's correct.
That leaves a combined total of $16,000 for the 2 microneedling sessions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's $8,000 per microneedling session.
Well, it was a surgery done in a surgery center with surgery staff. So it wasn't really a microneedling session. It was a surgery.
I'll move to strike this non-responsive.
Dr. Plaintiff. Please disregard the response.
Your fee was $8,000. Scratch that. The combined total was $8,000 per microneedling session. Is that correct?
Do you mean just for the microneedling or for the preparation of the patient and the postoperative care of the patient? I just don't understand your question.
Are you required to be a board certified plastic surgeon for microneedling?
What kind of microneedling?
Do you recall testifying at your deposition that a nurse practitioner or physician's assistant can perform medical microneedling, the type of procedure that you performed in this instance?
Under certain circumstances and under the supervision of a physician, they would be allowed to perform that. But however, they would not be allowed to perform a surgery independently. So I don't want to conflate the two.
You also testified at your deposition that there's no particular formula that you used to calculate this $16,000 fee. Is that correct?
Well, it's based on my experience as a medical director for 25 years of what the usual and customary fees are for these procedures. So it's not just randomly chosen.
And it's your testimony that the fee you charge is usual and customary in this community? Is that
Yes.
You also testified earlier that the plaintiff was charged for your services on a lien basis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on a lien basis, to agree, that means that if the plaintiff wins this case and is awarded money, you have a right to collect your fees from the award.
Objection, misstates the testimony of the witness.
Well, I don't believe that's what happens. I believe the patient owes the money for the services rendered, regardless of the outcome of the case. So it's not just if the patient wins, it's regardless of the outcome of the case.
Has Ms. Ellis paid you for your services today?
No.
That's an answer.
If Ms. Ellis had come to your office as a patient who didn't have a pending lawsuit and had the exact same procedure done and paid for it then, would you have charged less money than you charged in this case?
Well, there were many aspects of her presentation that would not be found in a typical cash-paying patient.
Oh, okay. I see what Cardi's team is doing. They're like, you want a cash grab too. You trying to come get your money too.
For example, the hypersensitivity of her injury and the nature of her scarring, those wouldn't be typically found in a cash-paying patient. So how can I equate the fees between someone who has injuries versus someone who comes in for cosmetic purposes?
You can't. Are you saying that there's no possible hypothetical in which the plaintiff could have come in and presented the same injury and not have been involved in a lawsuit and just paid you cash for your services?
Do you mean pay cash or pay cash 3 years later?
Paid cash.
On the spot?
Yeah.
Yes, they would probably have a discount of approximately 20%.
So in other words, you charge 20% more because this was on a lien basis.
Yes.
Sorry.
Boy, oh boy.
No further questions.
All right, redirect?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, here comes the struggle team.
All right, Dr. Mulligan, you testified about the injury being caused by a right-hand person or left-handed person.
Objection, Mr. President, that's what
Assistant.
Does it, well, sorry, could this injury have been caused by a left-handed person?
objection, Lights
I
on.
withdraw the question. In this case, the defendant is a left-handed person. Does that mean that she cannot have caused this injury?
Objection, Lights Foundation, cause speculation.
Counsel asked you whether this injury was caused by a right-handed person. Do you remember the question he asked you?
Yes.
I think he was asking what his testimony was.
Did counsel ask you about your testimony in the deposition that you gave on March 27th of 25?
Yes.
And during that testimony, counsel asked you and showed you a small segment of your deposition where you said that this injury was caused by a right-handed person. Do you remember saying that in your deposition?
I said most likely.
The fact that the person is, well, strike that. For example, I'm left-handed. If I take my right hand and I scratch somebody, is that possible?
Objection, Lights Foundation, outside scope.
When you said right-handed person, did you mean that the injury, in your opinion, as an expert, was caused by the right hand?
Objection.
No.
What did you mean?
Well, if it's on the left side of the face, the most likely explanation is that it was done by the right hand of the perpetrator, for want of a better word.
And
Just based on the positioning of one person, assuming one person was in front of the other.
and if you look at the perpetrator there,
Objection, Your Honor.
or I'm sorry, I withdraw that. If you look at the defendant, Cardi B sitting there, she has two hands, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Take a look, doesn't she?
Objection, Your Honor.
Does the defendant have two hands?
You need to wait for the court to rule on the objection. The objection's a rule.
You can look.
Defendant has two hands.
Yes, she has two hands.
Cardi B, I will represent to you as left-handed. In your testimony at the deposition, if you were to take that the way that they want you to take that, it would be impossible for Cardi B to have caused this injury. However, there's no question. The question is this: isn't it true that Cardi B, who's left-handed, could have used her right hand to scratch Emani Ellis on the day of the incident?
Objection, Lights Foundation, outside the scope.
It's your witness. It's your witness.
When you testified that it happened by a right-handed person, did you mean that the person actually writes with their right hand?
He said it was most likely caused by, that was his most likely explanation. Say who caused it or how.
When you said most likely caused, did you mean it was caused by someone using their right hand, or the fact that they write with their right hand?
Objection,
That's
compound.
my question.
That's my apologies. Objection, compound, Lights Foundation.
Struggling.
It doesn't matter. I mean, in my opinion, it doesn't matter. It's just the left side of the face was scratched.
With the right hand.
Typically, if people are facing each other, it would be the right hand. It's hard to reach across with the left hand unless the person was standing to the side, which may or may not have happened. I don't know.
And in this case, the defendant could have used both of her hands to scratch Emani Ellis if she wanted to. Isn't that true?
Objection.
Assistant, he's not a causation expert, I don't think, right?
No. This,
Okay, so we'll stop talking about causation.
okay, sorry.
Struggle lawyering.
When counsel asked you about microneedling, the fact that it takes 3 minutes or 5 minutes or 1 minute, that is the actual time that you're working on the patient's face when you're doing that procedure, correct?
Objection.
Well, not really. Yes, not really at all, because you can't just walk up to somebody and stick a needle in their face. You have to prep them. You have to make sure you're working on the right side of the face. You have to make sure your equipment is there. You have to make sure that the person is calm, that they're numb, that they've been numbed by topical agent, then that they've been numbed by a needle with lidocaine in it, and the patient is comfortable. They're adequately protected against lumps and bumps on the exam room chair. So you can't just walk up to somebody and cut their face. You have to do all this preparation. That's part of the surgery, and it's part of the surgery after the surgery to make sure they don't have an allergic reaction or they don't have welts resulting or a burn injury that is incurred. All those are part of the surgery. It's not just walking up and cutting someone in the face. Yes, the actual pressing of the button might take 3 minutes, but without the proper preparation or the proper follow-up, It's not a surgery.
And in this case, when you saw the patient on the 2 times on February 20th, 23 and March 20th of 23, you performed surgery on this patient, correct?
Yes.
This was not an outpatient medical. Was this an outpatient? Well, sorry, I withdraw it. This was an outpatient surgery, correct? Outside the scope.
So a surgery means that you're in an operating room with a certain level of accreditation, and you have a scrum technician, and you have a registered nurse, and you have a doctor. So those are necessary for the procedure to be performed as it is. And that's very different from doing a cosmetic microneedling where the depth is 1/2 of a millimeter, not 2 millimeters. So 1/2 of a millimeter doesn't break the skin. It doesn't draw blood. But when it's 2 millimeters, that's as deep as the microneedling goes. That goes through the dermis and causes blood. So that's very different than a cosmetic microneedling. It's totally different. And it's done in a different setting. So you can't confuse the two. They may be called microneedling, but they're very different. One is a surgery, one is an outpatient procedure done for cosmetic purposes.
And for the 2, if you can look at your exhibit book number 4 in the white binder.
Yes.
4-005 or 4-006. That's a 2-page document which says operative note.
Yes.
And we go to the one before it. Oh, sorry. When you wrote the operative note, is that the same type of operative note you would write for other types of surgeries, such as breast augmentation or nose surgery?
Objection to relevant outside scope.
And back to the 3-minute question that you were asked earlier. From the 3 minutes, if we were to subtract the 3 minutes out of the whole procedure from the start to finish, how much time elapsed when Emani Ellis came to your office and left? If you understand the question.
Estimated at 2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3 hours?
Yes.
And you were required to use your operating room during those 2 to 3 hours?
Yes, the operating room or the recovery area.
And you used local anesthesia?
Use topical anesthesia first and then local anesthesia.
Okay. And the reason you charge 20% more for patients that are treated on a lean basis, is that because of the fact that you're required to wait for payment? Objection, lady.
Yes, 3 years. You have to wait 3 years.
Okay. And in this case, not only have you had to wait for 3 years, you also have to suffer the consequences of the fact that the bill was billed $4,000 less, according to your earlier testimony, times 2, correct?
Objection to the explanation.
Real quick, I walked away to get some more tea. I come back and the Golden Lounge has dropped 20 memberships in the chat. Thank you so much, the Golden Lounge. We are birthday twinning. Thank you so much. If you've received a membership from the Golden Lounge, please say thank you. Definitely don't have to do that. I always appreciate when you guys support the stream. You know, it's Saturday afternoon. Your girl could be doing a lot of things, but I am here with you guys. And I really appreciate when people show up, support the stream, whether that's, hey, AV, here's a coffee. Like sometimes I'm off stream. Y'all will send me a Cash App or something, buy your girl a lunch. But when you are expanding the reach of this channel, expanding the memberships, it always means so much to me. So the Golden Lounge, thank you so much. Again, I know I have more super chats to read, but I usually try to keep them to a minimum until, you know, we're done. So that way I don't interrupt y'all's the testimony too much. But thank you, the Golden Lounge. Very, very nice of you. Very, very sweet. And again, the Golden Lounge is jumping in with our stream sponsor, Zoe, at $200 for a super chat. So you guys are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Earlier, you testified that your bills of $2,500 should have been billed at $6,500. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's my fault. That's fine.
And if the procedure is going to be done again, or at this time, the same procedure was done, it wouldn't be $6,500, it would be $9,500.
Objection outside the scope.
And at this point, Ms. Emani Ellis owes you $17,500 for the 2 surgeries and the office visit that she had with you and all of the paperwork and reports that you've created related to this case.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right, recross. All right, any questions from the jury? You want to write those out?
This is going to include witness number 2. Now going to go to witness number 3. Cardi B. It seems like the jury has a question. Skip ahead. Very long question.
Questions are fine to ask.
Judge, sorry, can I add one?
Sure.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Cardi will be joining on the stand shortly. 2 more witnesses before we get to Cardi.
All right, some of these overlap, and so I'll try and combine them. Did you see any evidence of a scratch on the nose?
Yes,
No.
that's a good question. He said no.
Can you tell whether the scar that you examined was caused by jewelry?
Ooh, that's a good one too.
It could have been. The most likely explanation, given the trajectory, is fingernails, but it could have been jewelry.
Can you offer an opinion as to the approximate age on the scar on her left cheek?
It's
Ooh.
impossible to know because after roughly a year, the scar is mature. So it really wouldn't change very much. So you can't tell the age of the scar.
You used the term medical necessity, or I think it was asked during a question. What is your definition of medical necessity?
If the patient is likely to derive a benefit from a procedure, then you could say there is medical necessity, if they're likely to derive a benefit from it.
Generally, can a scar form without breaking the skin?
Yes, a scar can form by scrapes or by breaking the skin, either one. But it definitely can occur in superficial scratches.
So the court's going to ask its own follow-up with regard to that. So can you describe how a scar can, or what the difference is between an abrasion and actually breaking the skin?
So the skin has basically the epidermis, which is the recycling layer, and then the dermis, which is the thick layer. Most of the blood supply is in the subdermal plexus, just below the dermis. That's where the main blood supply is. So the bleeding typically happens most when that dermis is completely breached. So a laceration that went all the way through the epidermis to the dermis and down to the subdermal plexus, that would cause a lot of bleeding. But for example, when we harvest skin graft, for example, in a burn patient, we go through the dermis. So we take a thin piece of the dermis and it's a bloodless plane, meaning there's not a lot of bleeding when you go through the superficial dermis. But yet we know that people who donate have a donor area for burns. That area can scar considerably, even though the dermis is never perforated. So yes, a minimal dermal injury may not bleed, but can produce scarring.
I think you identified a scratch and then some additional scratches on the cheek. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that all of the scratches came from fingernails?
Well, that's the most likely scenario given the patient's history. Could it have been a dwarf with sharp toes who jumped up? Possible, not likely. But it could have been most likely fingernails. But there are many other things that would leave 3 linear marks. But just given the patient's history, that's the most likely scenario.
And I'm going to just rephrase this question. Is it fair to say that when you agree to treat on a lien, you're deferring payment until the resolution of the pending litigation?
Yes. So we defer the patient paying the bill until the case has settled.
But it's fair to say that, at least according to the terms of the lien, that the patient is responsible regardless of the outcome of the litigation?
Yes, the patient is responsible for the bill.
All right, thank you. Can you have any follow-ups based on those questions?
I mean, those questions came from the jury, Chad. I think they're going to side with Cardi unless they bring some very alarming, evidence. If you have video evidence or something, the fact that the jury is asking such smart questions, I feel like right now they're leaning on Team Cardi.
Just one. My mayor.
Go ahead.
Do you have any evidence that this scar could be caused by a car accident? Any medical record, anything at all?
Objection.
A car accident.
Psychoscopic assessment.
I agree with all of the questions.
I don't have any evidence, one way or the other.
Thank you.
All right, anything from the defendant?
Well, I know, please. Don't pick it.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Next witness number 3.
All right, Ms. Finnick, I have another witness to call.
Sorry.
Another witness?
Yes. Your Honor, plaintiff is calling Emani Ellis' mother as the next witness.
Does she have a name?
Ms. Schmidt, what's his first name?
Her mother.
Leanne Schmidt.
All right.
Thank you.
Schmidt. Go ahead and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the trial not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Leanne Schmidt, Leanne, last name SHMIDT.
Great, thank you. You may take this seat. Please watch your.
All right, go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Schmidt.
Good morning.
You are Emani Ellis' mother?
Yes, I am.
You gave birth to her, correct?
I did.
She's not adopted, is she?
No, she's not.
And how many kids do you have?
I have a total of 5 kids.
She's the first?
Imani is the
These
eldest.
questions. Yeah, wildest questions.
Did she live with you up until a certain period of time?
She lived with me from the time she was born until she was age 19.
Did Emani Ellis during her time with you from 0 to 19 ever have one fight in her life?
Never.
Did she ever assault and batter anybody?
Never.
Did she ever hit anybody?
Never.
Scratch anybody?
Never.
Did anyone hit Emani Ellis in those 19 years?
Never.
I just want to know a little bit more about you. What do you do for a living?
I'm a licensed phlebotomist, currently working for Keck Medicine of USC.
And what is a phlebotomist, for those that don't know what it is?
The phlebotomist is a Greek word meaning a person who extracts blood from a vein via tube to vein.
And, do you work in a medical center or hospital?
I work at Keck USC School of Medicine. It's an outpatient laboratory.
You work for the university?
Yes.
As far as, are you aware of the facts of this case?
Yes, I am.
And what is your understanding of it? Why are we here today?
Objection, assisting.
Do you have any information about an assault and battery that occurred to Emani Ellis?
Objection, counsel, unless she was there.
Were you there?
I was not.
Were you there in spirit?
Of course.
Okay. What is your understanding about your daughter's profession in 2018? What was her profession, to your understanding?
Objection,
I'm not sure what this is going on. I'll move on.
Was Emani Ellis a security guard from 2014 to 2018?
Yes, she was.
How do you know that?
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
You may answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Was Emani Ellis a security guard from 2014 to 2018?
Yes, she was.
And how do you know that?
I was there when she went on her interview, not physically there, but she did notify me of the interview and she notified me of her hire date.
And was her plan to continue in security and law enforcement?
Objection.
Why don't we move on to what she knows, not what she was told?
Do you know if Emani Ellis was interested in being a police officer in the future?
Assisting.
Did you notice some changes in Emani Ellis after this incident of February 24th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
What were the changes that you noticed?
I noticed changes in terms of a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression, and just her general well-being has changed dramatically.
Were you advised, did you notice after the incident that Emani Ellis had a scar to her face?
I did.
And where was the scar?
The scar was located on the left side of her face.
And after she left her home when she was 19, when the incident occurred, she was approximately 25 years old, correct?
She was, yes, correct.
So in those 6 years where she didn't live with you full time, how far away was she, and did you see her on a regular basis?
I would see her probably maybe 2 to 3 times a week. We would visit frequently, yes.
And in those 25 years, did Miss Emani Ellis ever, to your knowledge, sustain a scar on her left or anywhere on her face?
Yes, she did sustain that scar. I visibly saw it myself.
No, I understand, but my question is, aside from the incident, I guess the question what I want to know is, do you have knowledge if Miss Emani Ellis, your daughter, sustained this scar from somewhere else?
Objection.
Something else outside of this incident?
No.
Do you have any information for that?
If there's an objection, please let me rule on it. The objection's over.
So your understanding is that the scar to her face was caused from this incident?
Objection. Next foundation calls for speculation. Is there a second?
Sustained.
How do you know that the scar was to your daughter's face was caused by this incident?
Objection. Maybe and statement of rules.
Overruled.
Oh, boy. She did notify me and called me right after the incident, telling me that she had been scratched in the face and spit on.
Okay. How long after the incident did you go and see your daughter?
She
Did she come to you?
She actually came to visit me, I believe, later that day.
Okay. Did she look upset? Was she crying? What happened?
She was hysterical, upset, crying, just upset throughout the whole situation.
And was your daughter a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
Were you a fan of Cardi B before this incident?
Yes, I was.
Are you a fan of Cardi B?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Sustained.
When you said that your daughter was spit on, did your daughter tell you that? Did you see that? How did you learn it?
Your daughter mischaracterizes the testimony and culture for state and this is next foundation.
Aside from, were you aware if your daughter had any car accidents?
Objection. Calls for statement.
I withdraw the question. Were you advised that your daughter had a car accident in 2021 and 2023?
Objection. Hearsay. Next foundation.
Sustained.
Do you know if your daughter sustained injuries in any car accidents?
Objection. Next foundation.
Sustained.
Earlier, you testified that your daughter had contacted you after the incident. Did she call you over the telephone?
She did.
Okay, and if the incident occurred around 1:30 p.m., how long after the incident do you believe she called you?
I would say about 30 minutes after she called.
Could it have been a shorter time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Could it have been a longer time?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you come up with 30 minutes?
Based on around the time that she called, it was like a little bit after, right away after the incident. And so my speculation is 30 minutes.
And when she called you, was she crying? Was she yelling? What was she doing?
She was hysterically crying, upset, just overall just could barely get it out. She was so upset over the ordeal.
And what did she tell you?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Just so we're clear, your daughter is now 32.
Correct.
In these 32 years, have you seen your daughter fight physically with anybody?
Not one fight, not even in school.
Okay. Would you consider her a peacemaker?
Objection. Next foundation. Calls for speculation.
Oh, you can.
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Emani is a very compassionate person. I believe that she has very good. She has very good character in terms of having a sense of sensitivity to others and how they feel.
Do you know what Emani Ellis does with her time now as far as work?
Objection, my foundation, hearsay.
Oh, the struggle. This is your witness and you're struggling. Like the jury lost. They gone. They ain't in the room anymore. I don't even see the value of asking them other questions.
Do you ever speak with Emani Ellis about her current profession?
No, not really.
And she's currently somewhere in the medical field, is that correct?
Objection, my foundation, false speculation, and. Okay.
Earlier, you testified that Emani Ellis was spit on. Where did you learn that information?
Objection. Sorry.
Have you ever seen Cardi B before today?
On television,
How many times?
too many to count.
More than 5?
Yes.
More than 50?
Objection, relevance.
When you saw her in television, isn't it true that her nails are always very long?
Objection, my foundation, false speculation.
Oh my.
And relevance.
Because if you look at the defendant now, do you see her fingernails?
Yes.
Would you consider those short, long, or medium fingernails?
Objection.
Short.
My foundation.
Did you, when you saw Cardi B, did she ever have fingernails that size?
No, they were always very long,
How long?
2 to 3 inches long.
So what you see now is not normal, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
All right.
That's it?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, God.
Just a few questions. You love your daughter, right?
Absolutely.
And you're here to help her, right?
Yes.
And you believe her.
Yes.
And you believe her even if you don't need evidence to believe her, do you?
I believe her.
Okay. Were you aware that when she was, when this happened, 2 days after the alleged incident, that your daughter wrote her boss and admitted yelling and cursing, well, yelling at Cardi?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Objection, hearsay.
Are you aware that your daughter, in an incident report to her boss 2 days after the alleged incident, admitted to her boss, to her supervisor, that she had gotten into a screaming match with Cardi and had yelled at Cardi?
Objection, misstates the document.
Are you aware that your daughter apologized to Ally for her misconduct that day?
Objection, misstates the document.
Are you aware of that?
I was not involved in that conversation, so no, I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that in her report to her boss 2 days after the incident, she instead claimed that Cardi had scratched your daughter's nose?
Again, I was not a part of that conversation, nor email or text, so I do not know.
Okay. All the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, I don't have any questions.
All right, any questions from the jury? All right, can you put this excuse?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, put it down, man.
Thank you.
Hi, Mama.
All right, does plaintiff have another witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Diane Schmidt. Can this witness stay here now that she's testified?
If she's not going to be recalled.
She might be recalled.
What's that?
She might be recalled, yes.
Then no.
Thank you. I will get her now.
All right, so now I think we're going to the grandmama. Big Reach the second. Good to see you, Mr. Harris. All right, so that's the mom. Now we're going to the grandma, and then Cardi, I think, is coming up. Actually, no, there's another person. My bad, y'all. Witness number 4.
And then call your first and last name for the record, please.
Diane Schmidt, DIANNESHMIDT.
Great, thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Schmidt. You're Emani Ellis' grandmother?
I am.
You live in Las Vegas?
I do.
And what did you do for a living before you retired?
I work for City National Bank
For how many,
here in LA.
how many years?
Probably 12 years, 13 years. I retired from there.
Did you, you are, no, I'm sorry. On how many, what type of basis would you see Emani Ellis over the last 8 years?
She tries to come see me every month, unless business takes her other way, elsewhere. She's there almost every month.
What if we go a little further? When she was born in 1992 up until the present, you saw her regularly?
I saw her every week. In fact, when she came home from the hospital, she came to me. Her mother was sick. She was sick for a while, but she came to me every weekend, her and her other sister.
And you were involved in her day-to-day activities, weekly activities?
Sometimes when she asked or whatever.
Did you ever get in any fights, to your knowledge?
Never. She was always the mediator. She always tried to keep things calm. She has 5 brothers and sisters. She's trying to always to keep it. She's the eldest, so.
Do you consider her a peacemaker?
Oh, definitely.
What is your understanding of how she got the scar to her face?
What is what?
Do you know how Emani Ellis got the scar to her face?
Objection, Lights Foundation, leading.
Are you aware that Emani Ellis was assaulted and battered in 2018?
Focus on what you know.
Do you know if Emani Ellis was ever assaulted?
Yes, I do. She called me almost after it.
What are some of the changes? Well, straight back. Did you notice a change in Emani Ellis in some point in her life?
Well, after this incident, she was depressed. She was really disappointed. I think she liked Cardi before the incident, and she was shocked that she was reacted that way. And she just was depressed. And every time she relived it, listening to her music on the radio, and it was kind of she couldn't really avoid it. So it affected her because she couldn't make it right.
And the incident you're just telling us about, when approximately did it happen to your knowledge?
Well, it was right after my birthday, but it was I don't know what the year was, but it was a long time ago.
When is your birthday?
February 16th.
If I told you the incident happened on February 24th of 2018, would that refresh your record?
Yeah, that sounds pretty clear. I don't know. Is it 2018?
Yes.
Yeah, that's about right.
And you noticed a change in your granddaughter after 2018?
Yeah.
Right after your birthday?
Yeah.
Did you see the scar to Emani Ellis's face after February 24th of 2018?
Objection, Lights Foundation, leading.
You can answer.
I can't. Yeah, I did. And she was, she's a pretty girl. She wants to maintain her face, and it was like it damaged her face, and she was trying to make that right.
All right. Now, let's take it from birth, 1992 up until February 24th of 2018.
Okay.
In that time period, did Emani Ellis, to your knowledge, ever sustain a scar to anywhere on her face?
Not that I know of.
Did you ever see a scar during that
Never.
time? And after this incident on February 24th of 2018, you with your own eyes saw the scar to her face?
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Okay. And when she got plastic surgery from Dr. Mulliken, did it improve?
Objection,
Oh.
Lights Foundation.
You can answer.
Yeah, he was actually a very good surgeon. He covered it very well.
And it is still present now a little bit, correct?
Very slightly, but she's lucky.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We gonna cross Granny. Cardi gonna cross Granny.
Hello, Ms. Bishop Schmidt.
Hello.
My name is Peter Anderson, and I just have a few questions for you. Thank you for coming in. I take it you love your granddaughter, correct?
Yeah.
And you're here to help her, right?
Well, if I can.
Thank you. And I apologize for objecting. It's one of the things that I have to do in order to
I
be a lawyer.
understand.
So thank you, I appreciate that. And you don't need evidence to believe her. She's your granddaughter, right?
She either has it or she doesn't. I mean, you either see it or you don't.
Okay. You know she was employed as a security guard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, what?
That's a yes.
Yes.
yeah, sometimes it's hard for the court reporter if someone says,
Okay.
So, you knew she was employed as a security guard, and you know that she was fired after the alleged incident with Cardi B.
Objection, misstates the testimony.
Well, let me go back. You knew that she was employed as a security guard, right?
Yes.
And were you aware she was fired?
Objection calls for speculation.
But
You can answer the question. Were you aware that she was fired as a security guard?
it was my understanding she was told that she was going to be fired.
Okay.
by Cardi.
Were you aware that at the time, 2 days after the incident, she apologized to the security guard company for her own misconduct that day of the alleged incident?
I told you she's a person that tries to make sure everything is straightened out. So she apologized for what she saw as a disturbance, I think.
Were you aware that she apologized to the security company that employed her for her own misconduct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did she ever tell you?
No, I didn't discuss that with her.
Did she ever tell you that she told the company that employed her that Cardi scratched her on her nose, not her cheek?
Objection misstates it. Document.
Over.
She didn't tell you that, did she?
What?
She
She
didn't tell you
just that she was like, her finger was all over her face. So I mean, it could land anywhere.
that. Okay, but you only saw a scar, you say,
On her cheek.
on her cheek. You never saw any scar on her nose, did you?
No, not on her nose. I didn't.
Did you notice a scar on her nose, ma'am?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh.
And I think that's all the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
All right, you're right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you aware that in the incident report that counsel asked you about, your granddaughter expressed that the defendant pointed her 3-inch acrylic fingernails into her face?
Objection. Let's go.
Are you aware in the incident report, which counsel represented that your granddaughter apologized, are you aware that she apologized for being belittled?
Objection. I'm sorry. Objection that this characterizes the document outside the scope.
Are you aware that she apologized for being called?
I'm not sure that she knows anything about that statement.
Do you know things about the statement, like the different words that were used against your granddaughter?
Objection. Hearsay. Argumentative.
Are you aware that your granddaughter was called the N-word?
Objection.
Can I have anything further?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Do you have anything further?
If your granddaughter apologized, could she have been apologizing for her part of the incident?
Objection.
Isn't it true that in every incident there's two parts?
Objection.
And people are responsible for their
She's
side
a
of the
fact
story?
witness. Do you have any questions about facts?
Yes, dude. Come on, get it together. Struggle lawyer.
I'm sorry, one moment. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right, you cross.
I know you're on thing.
All right, questions from the jury? You want to write that out, please?
Oh, the jury has a question for grandma. You don't know where she's at right now. The jury has a question for you, Granny. Just hang tight. You said team lawyering. Y'all are team lawyer. All right, grandma's almost done.
Ma'am, do you have an approximate time as to when Miss Ellis called you? Do you know the approximate time?
I really couldn't tell you.
Did she tell you how long ago on that phone call? Did she tell you how long prior to the call that it happened? Or in other words, should you say this just happened or it happened earlier?
Well, she called me right after.
Right after?
And she was humiliated, so she was crying.
Okay. Any follow-up questions?
Did she during that call tell you that she was cut on her face by Cardi B?
Objection.
Assisting.
Yes.
Cut.
Did she tell you on the call that?
Counsel, the question was about the time. It's not. We're not going to reopen a new area of testimony.
Okay, I understand. Did she call you the same day of the incident?
Objection. Lies foundation calls for speculation. Hearsay.
Okay.
Your answer?
Oh,
Yes.
God.
That was February 24th of 2018.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Ma'am, could you please give us the last 4 digits of your phone number in 2018? The number that Ms. Ellis would have called?
I had a different phone then. 818.
You got it.
Do you remember the
Wow.
What was the area code?
Area 818.
Any of the other numbers?
Objection, ask the answer.
I'm sorry, I really don't remember.
I thought I could remember mine, but thank you very much.
It took me a long time to remember the new one.
Yeah, I know how that is. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Excuse?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, we may have to report.
Okay. All right, you can step down, man.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our lunch break. We're going to resume promptly at 1:30. As always, please do not discuss the case with anyone else, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 1:30.
All right, beautiful. So this brings us to, that was Emani's grandmother. That was witness number 4. So we started with watching Emani Ellis on the stand for day 1. Then we went to day 2, where we had the plastic surgeon that actually showed us some type of scar. That was a majority of day 2. So he was witness number 2. Then we went to Emani's mother, who was witness number 3. Emani's granny, who is witness number 4. We're going to witness number 5, and then we will hear from Cardi B herself right after witness number 5. She's number 6 in the lineup. So this is very, very interesting. So court is on lunch, but I can skip it because this was day 2 of the trial. Real quick, before I forget, I want to give a huge shout out to Real Talk with Retta, who is cutting up in the chat. Thank you so much. She sent me a $5 Cash App and says, thanks for spending Saturday with us. Thank you. And then she hit me with another $5 Cash App. What does she say in this one? Real Talk with Retta has been with me forever. I think she is like one of my longest running subscribers. She says, thanks for bringing us the hot tea. It's a great Saturday. Yeah, that's right. We usually don't do streams on Saturday, but because we had the Donna Adelson trial, both of these were happening at the same time. And I was definitely interested. We did catch a clip of Cardi that I was able to get out for you guys earlier in the week. However, I did want to see everything from beginning to where we are today. So I'm really, really happy. And again, thank you, Retta, for sending a Cash App. Might as well order lunch with that. All right, I'm gonna do that. So since we're hanging out for the afternoon, y'all. Okay, let us skip ahead to witness number 5 in the trial. I wonder if it's a receptionist from the hospital, but let's see.
Please raise your hands. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give and the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. May I please have you state your first and last name and spell for the record?
Nicole McKenzie, NICHOLE, MCANCI.
Perfect, thank you. You may take a seat, please watch your step.
All right, go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you all for coming back. Good afternoon, Dr. McKenzie. Thank you for coming here today. Are you under subpoena to be here today?
Yes.
And you were served a subpoena from both sides?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing the person on my right, Emani Ellis, in your office, medical office?
Yes.
Do you remember why she came in?
For a workers' comp injury.
And just if you could just tell us a little bit about your education and background, please.
What exactly is it you want to know?
Yes. You're a psychologist, correct?
Yes.
You deal with emotional injuries.
Yes.
What else do you deal with as a psychologist?
Primarily emotional injury.
Do you ever deal with physical injuries?
No.
If a patient were to tell you about their physical injuries, is that something that you would want to know for the reason of coming up with a diagnosis? Or is that just something general that you may or may not want to know?
Objection.
I'm free to answer?
No.
Oh,
So when the judge will say sustained, then you will not answer.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Approximately how long after, do you remember the date of when you saw Miss Ellis?
Not the exact date. I believe it was 2018 just because of the year listed either on the subpoena. But it's been a while.
Okay, there's a notebook in front of you, the one on your right. If you could open it to Exhibit 4, I will just show you your own medical records to ask you if they are your medical records.
You said 4?
I'm sorry, number 2. I apologize.
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the bottom right corner, in our exhibit book 2-001 through 2-023, all those pages, if you have a moment, just to quickly look through and just confirm that those are in fact your medical records, correct? And you can take your time if you need to.
Objection, English is confirmed medical records.
Yes.
That's what we're looking at right now.
Yes.
At the time of the incident, did Miss Ellis advise you she was making $13.50 an hour?
Yes, according to the report.
Okay. Is that something relevant? I mean, why would you put that in the report? Does it have to do with the lost wages, or why would that be in the report?
Objection, compound explanation.
Like I said, it's been a while, and so from what I can remember, that information is usually included in all reports for clients who come into workers' comp injuries.
And at that time, in 2018, you worked for Management Inc.
Yes.
And what is Management Inc.?
It is a psychological corporation that typically provides psychological treatment and evaluations for people who sustain industrial injuries.
Have you always maintained a license of PsyD, or was it PhD at one point? Did it change, or it's always been the PsyD?
It has always been PsyD.
So you never went into like family, LA MFT, or you don't have any of the other licenses? You went straight for this?
Yes.
Okay. And how long does it take to get this license after undergraduate degree?
After undergraduate degree?
Yeah.
Roughly 6 years.
So in order to become a psychologist after high school, you spent approximately 10 years, is that fair?
Yes.
And what is the distinction between a PsyD and a PhD? Is there a difference?
The main difference that I can report is PsyDs are more clinically focused on psychological treatment versus PhDs can also provide clinical treatment, but they can also focus more on research.
Okay. And before today, it's probably been several years before you looked at your medical file, correct?
Yes.
And that's because you no longer work at Management Inc. You opened your own practice or work for a different practice, correct?
I work for a different employer.
All right, guys, real quick. It's raining in the chat again. It's raining in the chat again. Shout out to Left Coast Mana chat. He is currently gifting 20 memberships. Very, very sweet of him to do. Left Coast Mana also drops a super chat here that says, AV, my YSL buddy. I've been defeated with recent videos of that case. Man, you put your blood, sweat, and tears into that. Let me lift the spirits and bless the chat. And that is exactly what Left Coast is doing right now. If you received a membership from Left Coast Mana, please say thank you, as it's currently raining in the chat. You guys are super supportive. Like, we're doing this on a Saturday, and I so appreciate it. There's a lot going on with the YSL case right now. There's been some buzz in the news about Young Thug allegedly being a snitch, and people are going back and forth about that. So it's been a pretty rough week for Thugga. And even Lil Woody was live yesterday talking about it. I was like, what is going on? But thank you for the acknowledgement, Left Coast. I have been working very hard on the growth and success of this channel, keeping you guys entertained, hanging out with y'all, always trying to level up whatever I can do to make the viewing experience better and, share my expertise about trials and legal stuff. We like to have fun over here. Woody is talking. But I appreciate it, Left Coast, and all of you guys for spending your Saturday with me and, hanging out. You can go anywhere to watch this trial, but the fact that you're here with the Chatterhood, hanging out with me, hanging out with Left Coast and so many others that have supported today's stream is huge. And y'all are like loyal, man. The Golden Lounge is from YSL days. Left Coast is from YSL days. Many of you guys have been hanging out with me for a really long time. And if you're new here, welcome. Like, we're a fun bunch. We always have a great time watching trials. So I appreciate Left Coast. So many of you guys that have sent super chats. I'm kind of waiting for a break so we can read them all. So if I'm backed up, I just definitely want to stop when there are those folks that are extremely generous and giving. So thank you guys all. But let's get back on into it because this psychologist, right? Remember, this woman, Emani, has alleged, anxiety and sleep depressions, all types of things, PTSD from this incident with Cardi B. All right. She only had $17,000 in medical bills, at least from the doctor that we heard from this morning for the plastic surgery. We're going to see how much, if any, is owed to this particular doctor, because doctors can put something called a lien on, it's like a doctor's lien. Basically, what that means is if you get paid out in a civil trial, that they could get some of that money from the, from the damages that are paid out to you. Now, remember, Emani wants $24 million because of this incident with Cardi B. So we're going to go back and hear from this psychologist. And as soon as we're done, Cardi is the next witness jumping on the stand. So this should be good. Let's go back into it. And huge shout out to Left Coast Mana. Thanks again.
When you work for Managed Med, you were an employee for them?
Yes.
Now, if you look at the first page of your report, date of injury, it says 2/24/18. Do you know if that's accurate?
Objection, Foundation,
I'll represent to you that the date of incident is February 24, 2018. That's the date of the injury. And that's the date it says in your report, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then it says the date of your examination, April 26, 2018. Do you know if that date is accurate?
I believe so.
Okay. All right, and then if you go to Exhibit 2-5, the 5th page, there's another report which has a different exam date. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was August 10th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Without going into the expert reasons or psychological reasons or anything like that.
Whoa, Miss Pam Salters is adding 50 memberships to the chat. Pam, thank you so much, guys. You know Pam. Pam is always supporting your girl. She is always supporting this channel throughout trials on trials on trials. And she is so generous. She'll pop in. She's just like, keep going, AV, keep doing your thing. Hello to the Chatterhood. I mean, look at the chat. It's just raining. Thank you so much, Pamela. That is so generous of you. And honestly, y'all got to do me a favor and please type Pam's name in the chat. She does not have to do this at all, but look at how much she is invested in the Chatterhood, in this community, and my growth as a creator. It means so much. Like, y'all are amazing. You really are. So thank you so much, Pam. Let's get back into it. But again, I just like to, whenever people are super generous like this, pardon the interruption, I just have to make sure that I acknowledge them in the moment that they do acts of kindness like this. So thank you so much, Pam. You really are the best.
I just want to understand. You asked the patient to come back a second time, correct?
They were asked to come back several times after the first visit.
Okay. And if there was nothing wrong with them, would they come back for a second visit? If you know, do you know?
Black's Foundation Culture Psychologist.
When you see a patient, not this patient, one time for the first time, and there's nothing wrong with them, would you see them a second time, or you usually say, "I'm sorry, there's nothing wrong with you, goodbye"?
Objection, compound, Black's Foundation Culture Psychologist.
You can answer.
I would see them a second time.
And if you go back to the page 1, which is 2-001, in the first paragraph, you go through a job description of what the patient came to see you for. You basically have a job description of what your patient was doing at the time of the incident, correct?
Objection, Dave.
Yes.
Okay. And what was her job title from what you see? What would it be?
Security guard.
And you did a comprehensive psychological evaluation of Emani Ellis, correct?
Objection. Outside the scope of her designation. Wasn't designated.
Yes.
How long did you spend with her on that day, if you know?
For the preliminary evaluation or the psychological evaluation?
The whole thing combined on February 26th of 2018. You may not have an exact time frame. I want to know that based on your experience, for this type of care, how many minutes did you spend with Emani Ellis on that day?
I cannot recall.
Was it more than an hour?
It may have been.
In general, when you see the patients to go over their emotional injuries, how long do you usually spend with them? Is it usually an hour, 30 minutes? I mean, there is a minimum, right?
Right, on the initial visit, typically an hour to an hour and a half.
Okay, and then on page 2-002 on that exhibit, towards the bottom, you, in quotes, have some profanities that are in your report. Is there a reason why you would write profanities in your report?
Just to capture the client's report in their own words.
And the patient told you that the celebrity made the profanities?
According to the report, yes.
And the profanities were F you fat ass, sorry to say it, bitch. That's why you do security. That's why I'm going to get you fired. That's why I'm rich and you're poor. That's what you wrote there, correct? In quotes.
Yes.
Do you have a dictation machine where you record them saying these words?
I write it down, and there are times when I did use a dictation machine.
When the patient was telling you this information, did you use that information in your diagnosis and treatment of the patient?
This statement?
Yes.
I can't say that I did.
Why is it important to write down these profanities in your report for psychologists? Why did you feel it was important to put that in your report? Why?
With regards to workers' comp injuries, we try to document clients' statements using their own words.
Right. Are you aware that in workers' compensation, the applicant is held to the laws of perjury and must be honest and truthful in their reports of injuries? Is that your understanding as a doctor?
Yes.
And at the end of a lot of these reports, you yourself will declare under penalty of perjury that everything is accurate. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, if we go to 2-004 at the end of your report, you do in fact write that and you sign that. Is that your signature there?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, I further declare under penalty of perjury that I've not violated the provisions of California Labor Code section 139.3, 139.31, operative January 1st of 94 with regard to this evaluation of this patient and the preparation of this report. Why is this paragraph always written in these reports? Do you know?
Just to make a statement that the information we gather is true to our knowledge.
Do you ever, or have you ever treated a patient on a lien basis?
I want to say yes. The majority of clients that come in for workers' comp injuries, I believe they're treated on a lien basis.
Okay. So what that means is you see the patients, you submit a bill, and then you wait to get paid at a later time, correct?
The corporation would submit a bill and wait to get paid at a later time.
And sometimes they're denied, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if yours was granted or denied?
I cannot recall.
Now, I really want to understand one thing. As a psychologist, if I came to you and I said, I broke my middle finger, I injured my left shoulder, I broke my knee, I broke my back, I fell on the ground and I hit my head and I've got a big bruise on my head and I have psychological issues. Would you really be focusing on the physical or would you be more focused on the psychological?
I would focus on the psychological injuries that were a result of the physical injuries.
Okay. So it would be nice to know those details, but you probably wouldn't write verbatim, word for word, the physical injuries, correct?
My focus would be the psychological injuries.
So if there were physical injuries here, for example, if there was a scar or scratch or something physical and it's not perfectly mentioned here, does that mean it didn't occur?
I don't know how to answer that question. Usually, from what I can recall, if it's documented in one of the intake forms, I will address it or mention it, but I can't recall whether it was or was not.
Are you aware that in this case, the defense has designated a Dr. James Rosenberg as a psychiatrist in this case? Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that Dr. Rosenberg will not be testifying about any physical injury?
Objection, Your Honor.
If the patient that you see does tell you about their physical injuries, and you do want to know about it and put it in your report, or would you then come up with a diagnosis as to the physical injury or not?
No.
You don't treat any physical injuries, correct?
No.
If Emani Ellis came to you that day on February 24th, 2018 with a cut in her face, would you do anything to treat the cut?
No.
What would you tell her? You tell her to leave and go to the hospital or go to a medical doctor, correct?
If a patient comes and they have a physical injury, typically they are referred to a physical doctor to address those injuries.
Aside from the cut to Miss Emani Ellis's face, did Miss Emani Ellis complain about any other physical injury to you?
Objection, argumentative, contrary to the evidence.
I can only report on the physical symptoms that were included in the report, and that states headaches and trouble sleeping.
But how about physical injury to the body, like her face, her neck, her back? Was there anything physical that was really documented by you as a psychologist?
I would have to read through the report, but I
The
can't
scar?
recall.
We didn't see scar. Or the scar. Or the cut, whatever it is.
And what is MMPI? What does that mean?
That's a psychological test.
And you did that test for this patient?
She completed the test, and it was interpreted.
And what does it entail to do the MMPI test? What does the patient have to do?
It is a questionnaire. I cannot recall if it's 500 and something odd questions to involve that ask about various symptoms.
And you did the test. You had her do the test in your office?
I believe she completed the test, and it was
Know who else did that test? Amber Heard.
scored by my office and interpreted.
Okay. And you were paid for that test? You billed for that test, correct?
I believe so.
And after that test, on Exhibit 2-017, if you can look at that page, date of exam, November 26, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, so after you did the test, you then decided to do a psychological reevaluation, correct?
Yes.
And on page 2 of that report, which is Exhibit 2-018, you have some diagnoses that you've written in your report.
Yes.
And you again declare under penalty of perjury that all of this is accurate, and that's your signature on Exhibit 2-19?
Yes.
And if you look at Exhibit 2-20, your office billed $600 for treatment on that date, April 26, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if you were paid for that or not?
I do not.
And then if you look at the following page, Exhibit 2-21, there's some additional dates, which I want to go over with you. August 10th of 2018, you billed $300 for treatment, is that correct?
You said August 10th,
August 10th of 2018.
2018. There's several.
Yeah, the first two, 150 and 150, correct?
Yes,
So that's the second time she came to you, correct?
I believe so.
As far as the records say. Yes?
Yes.
And then on May 18th of 2018, again, $150 for individual psychotherapy, correct?
Developments, developments,
Yes.
In looking at your bill, which would be Exhibit 2-20, 2-21, and 2-22. I count approximately 7 different dates of service that you treated this patient. Is that accurate? Did you see her 7 times?
yes, relevance, yeah. Foundation of also relevance.
Is that true?
I can't say whether I saw her 7 different times.
Okay.
Typically, when clients see me at the corporation, I would see them initially. they would then be referred to a psychological assistant for treatment. And then I would see them several times after just to sort of check in and do the evaluations on the progress.
Okay, I understand. How about this then? Ms. Emani Ellis, according to this bill, came to Managed Med Inc. on seven different occasions, 7 different dates between April 26, 2018 and January 15th of 2019. Just the number of visits. Do you agree with that, Doctor?
According to the bill, yes.
And if my math serves me correct, the combined billing that your office billed Ms. Ellis or Ms. Ellis's work comp was $5,087. Is that correct? If you were to add $600, $3,787. Actually, it's there for you on the last page. 2-23, total lien. You see the total lien?
Yes, $5,087.
All right. And so then, in fact, you did treat her on a lien basis, correct?
Correct.
And then you do that all the time then, when you work for management?
Yes.
It's a routine procedure?
Yes.
Nothing improper to do that, right?
No.
Objection.
Okay. Are you familiar with CPT codes?
Billing codes?
Yes.
Not that familiar.
You have to know them for your practice?
I don't, because I don't bill.
Is it reasonable for a psychologist to charge $600 for 2 hours of psychological treatment?
Objection.
It depends.
It's objection sustained.
And the MMPI exam that Ms. Ellis did, do you know approximately how many hours it took her to complete the 500 questions?
I don't know how long it took her. Typically, it will take the clients several hours to complete them, depending on their fee level.
Okay. You think it'd be less than or more than 4 hours?
It might be less than 4 hours.
Okay, and then if I can go to Exhibit 2-13. In the discussion, it says that she was referred for psychological evaluation. Who referred her to you, you know? Sorry, 2-013 in the right-hand corner. And it's right under discussion in the second paragraph. Oh, sorry, first paragraph, in the middle of the page. You see that there?
213, the middle of the page?
Yeah, Miss Emani Ellis was referred for psychological evaluation. Does that mean she's referred to you or you're referring her to somebody else?
She was referred to the clinic.
Do you know how she was referred to the clinic?
Most clients are referred through their attorney.
And that's the workers' compensation attorney?
Yes.
Do you know who that attorney would be? It's not me.
According to the report, it's the employee legal advocates.
And then in the next paragraph, it talks about the fact that she was conducting regular patrols at the building, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that she came into contact with a female music celebrity. Are you familiar? I wasn't asking a question. The question is this: are you familiar with the actress or celebrity, musician, rapper, Cardi B?
Yes.
You know her?
Yes.
How do you know her?
Through television.
Do you respect her work?
Objection.
Are you a fan of Cardi B? Do you have any bias to testify in favor of the plaintiff or the defendant in this case?
No.
No? Either way, you're just here to tell the truth, right?
Correct.
And further on, it talks about, well, let me ask you this. Why was it so important to document all of these details? Why are you documenting all of these details about the telephone and her listening to her voicemails? Is there a reason why it was there?
There's no particular reason. Usually, it's just to capture the incident in the client's own words. And so we try to obtain as much detail as we can for the attorneys and those involved in the case.
Okay, and isn't it true that in your report, you document that Emani Ellis was holding her cell phone, reportedly listening to her voicemails?
Objection. Is there good document?
When you think that there's hearsay statements that are offered for treatment, that's one thing. And this doesn't relate to treatment. So your questions are I'm going to start sustaining the court's own hearsay objections regarding anything that doesn't have to do with medical treatment.
Thank you. The next sentence, I want to ask you if it has to do with treatment. Ms. Ellis reports that the person responded by saying, in quotes, "Don't be telling people you effing see me." Is that something that you use for medical treatment and diagnosis of your patients?
Overall.
What page is that?
That's on the same page. It's just the next sentence. Sentence number 4 and 5 on the second paragraph under discussion. You see where it says Miss Ellison reports? Miss Ellis reports.
And what was your question again?
So the question is when you wrote in quotes, "Don't be telling people you effing see me." Did you use that sentence in your diagnosis and treatment of Miss Ellis?
No.
Why did you put that there?
Just capturing the client's incident according to her report.
Right, and did you put these statements, the other quote and this quote, in your report to measure the extent of the psychological damage?
No.
And then you say after that the individual then proceeded to put her finger in the applicant's face, almost touching her nose. Did you use that sentence for treatment of this patient?
No.
But why are all of these statements in your report?
Again, just capturing the client's report incident.
And when you say capturing, did you record it, or is it something that you heard and then later on went and made your report?
Are you asking if I wrote them in my own words or the information was captured from the
I guess time passes. So for example, if your patient comes in and gives you the history of what happened to them and you're not recording them and you're not typing it out right there and then, things could be lost in time, details. Some of them are, some of them are not. So the question is, are you taking down the history in real live time, like that camera with a 30-minute delay? Or is it something where you hear the history, maybe take down some notes, and you come back a month later and write your report?
In real life time, the camera with the 30-minute.
What's that?
Then in real life time, like the camera.
You do it that way?
Yes.
You had her on video?
Not on video, but either it was used, I used a dictation machine or I wrote it down myself.
So if you write it down yourself, do you write down every single word in this report?
Yes, I'm capturing quotes.
How about when you're not capturing quotes? Meaning some of the sentences in here are in quotes and some are not. So do you agree that the ones in quotes are verbatim what she said? That's fair?
Yes.
And the ones that are not in quotes are not verbatim, correct?
Correct.
And how long after you see the patient do you make the report? How long does it take to generate this report?
Right after they leave the office or leave my office.
Okay, but isn't it true that sometimes you'll see a patient and maybe a week, a few weeks, a month will go by before you prepare these long 4-page and 10-page reports? Isn't that true? Because they do take a lot of time to prepare, don't they? Your second report on August 10, 2018, it's 12 pages long. Who prepared this report? You have somebody outside, like a transcriber do it?
Yeah.
Okay. And between you and the dictation and the transcriber, isn't it true that sometimes the details could be lost, meaning there could be errors in the report? That's a possibility, correct?
It's actually called speculation.
It could be a possibility.
And you've had that in your practice. Isn't it true? In your practice, you've had that where there were mistakes and you had to correct them. For example, you make an amended report. Isn't that true? Sometimes you have to do that?
After the report is transcribed,
yes,
it is reviewed for corrections.
And have you ever done an amended report?
Yes.
If the details of the injury, for example, as I explained you the story about me breaking my finger and my left shoulder and my left knee and my back, if that is not perfect, would you catch that to correct the report? Or is that something that's really physical that even if there's a mistake with that piece, you're not going to go back and correct it because your sole goal is to treat her for psychological treatment, correct?
Objection, argument, lack of foundation.
Have you ever gone back and corrected a report when there was an error about physical injury? You ever remember doing that?
Cannot recall.
But you've done it for psychological injuries, correct?
I've done it for all that's included in the report, whether that's emotional symptoms, physical symptoms, or the general testing results. Or the testing results. Sure.
And just so we're clear, Miss Emani Ellis came to you for psychological injuries
Yes.
only.
Objection is characterized the evidence and also lacks foundation.
Yes.
And that does not include physical injury, correct?
She was seen for psychological injury.
So if she also broke her teeth, would that be important for your psychological treatment of the patient?
Not for the treatment.
So when someone has a physical injury, do you refer them out to a medical doctor if they don't have one?
If they don't have one, we refer them back to their attorney.
So the attorney is the one that refers them out.
Correct.
Are you aware that Miss Ellis saw a plastic surgeon, Dr. Scher, in 2018? Somewhere around the time when she saw you? Did you review any medical records from a Dr. John Scher in this case?
I cannot recall.
Did you review any medical records from Dr. Avila for any psychological treatment in this case?
Why don't you just ask her what records she did review?
What records did you review? Do you remember?
I do not.
And you don't have your medical file with you because you no longer work for that company, correct?
Correct.
And you have no way to get those medical records, correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you reach out to Managed Med Inc. to get your medical records for this patient when you knew you had to testify here?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Is there a reason why you never got the medical records from Managed Med Inc.?
Objection.
I don't think that's an issue with practice.
All right, I just want to ask you what you did review because I have the records. If you can look in your exhibit book, 1-004. You have that?
I had to step away and grab some snacks real quick, but look who pops in. 2-minute approved. Thank you so much, 2-minute approved, for gifting 10 memberships. I did not write down all of those names, but I still have them. Purple Paradox got one. No Caller ID got one. Bama Mimi got one. SSS Something LLC got one. Jen got one. Chill Panda, Tillery Mom, the Black Sheep of Fashion, and Michael Pepper Tech, as well as GB Live, all received memberships from 2-minute approved. Good to see you, 2-minute. Let's get back on into this. Hopefully I didn't miss much here, but it looks like we are getting close to Cardi B getting on the stand.
I do.
Have you ever seen that document before?
No.
Your Honor, objection.
You're going to go through all the medical records?
There's only three, Your Honor, just three.
Ma'am, do you remember reviewing any medical records?
I do not.
Oh, she doesn't remember reviewing any medical records.
Your Honor, I was going to see if I could refresh your recollection with you. Just one more, if I may.
Your Honor, this is a table that counsel prepared. It's not an exhibit.
I'll withdraw this question. I'll go to the next one, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could go to Exhibit 3. Did you review any I'll withdraw that. Did you review any psychological records from Premier Forensic Psychology from Dr. Alex Avila?
Objection, Your Honor. Make the question eliminated and the ruling on the relevant lack of foundation.
Did you review any records from, well, straight then. Let's have you go to Exhibit 4. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you review any of these records from plastic surgeon Brett Mulliken?
Objection, Your Honor. Lacks foundation.
Over.
I do not recall.
Okay, and if you look at the HPI, which is the history,
We're not going to read from the document.
I will not read from the document. I just wanted the doctor to read the paragraph. If you read those 4 lines, does that help you refresh your recollection about anything Emani Ellis told you when she saw you in 2018 and 2019?
For the history of the
Yeah, don't read from the document. Just read it to yourself. And if you just answer my question, in reading these 4 lines, does that help refresh your recollection about anything Emani Ellis told you when you did treat her in 2018 and 2019?
Yes.
And why does it refresh your recollection? Without reading from the document, what did it do for you now, here, right now?
Well, it lists the date of injury, which was in the previous report I reviewed.
Okay. Anything else?
And just one of the details.
Okay. Without reading from the report, what detail?
I think I recall something about fingernails.
What about fingernails?
Assisting.
Okay. And then finally, I just ask you this question. I just want to know about the billing. Do you have any way to know if the bill of $5,087 was ever paid by anyone?
I do not.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross.
Thank you.
All right, crop time. See what Queen Cardi comes up with.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to try to not overlap with council's questions, but I do have questions about some of the exhibits that he showed you. And first of all, just to be clear, you saw the plaintiff in April of 2018 because she had made a workers' compensation claim, correct?
Objection, you state the testimony of the witness.
Overall.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, I'm going to make it easier, I'm going to use our exhibits. And I should also say, counsel was right, we subpoenaed you too. We appreciate you showing up. The court has authorized us to ask our questions of you, so you don't have to come back a second day. Thank the court. I agree though, but thank the court. So I'll take it too. So I have some of the same documents, but with different exhibit numbers, and we can display them. And the first one is, I would ask, counsel, we're going to use exhibit 206, which is the equivalent to one of the portion of the exhibit you were showing her. Is there a way to make that a little bit more visible to people?
Your Honor, I would object to showing the document because she doesn't have her medical file, and it's a hearsay document that was prepared by management, Inc., and I was not provided the opportunity to show it to her.
I don't remember you asking, but do you object to being published?
Yes.
Based on hearsay ground?
Yes, Your Honor.
Assisting.
I'm sorry, based on,
Hearsay ground?
it's the, what I'm,
Can you take it off the only service? That's not allowed.
what I'm going to focus
Why
on.
don't you take the document down for now?
He's doing that now. What I'm going to focus on are her recording of plaintiff's own statements, which are, of course, plaintiff party admissions.
Your Honor, I wasn't.
He's already questioned her on the same document.
We're not going to argue it back and forth. You can ask her questions if you want to put the document in front of her and ask her questions about it. That's fine, but we're not going to publish it at this point in time.
Okay. If you could look in the blue book for exhibit 206, it should be tabbed probably towards the end. You found it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you recognize this as the same document counsel was showing you?
Yes.
And it is also the preliminary psychological evaluation done on April 26, 2018.
Yes.
And let's look a little bit closer at the second page that he asked you questions about. Could you read out loud the bold caption on that page?
History of the incident as reported by the patient.
And so everything that is recorded there is what the plaintiff told you in April 2018, correct?
Correct.
And let's look a little bit closer at the verification at the end. So if we go to page, the fourth page, and there's a caption disclosure statement, correct?
Yes.
And can you read out loud the last sentence of the first paragraph?
As to that information, that sentence?
Yes.
As to that information, I declare under penalty or perjury that the information accurately describes the information provided to me, and accept as noted herein that I believe it to be true.
And is it correct that what you verified under perjury was that you had correctly recorded what plaintiff told you?
Correct.
Okay. Did you at any point, anywhere in this document, in this verification page or otherwise, verify that what she was telling you was true?
No.
Okay. Now, if we go back to to the second page, the first paragraph, after history of the incident as reported by the patient, could you read the first 3 words?
Your Honor, I would object because she's not an expert and also hearsay.
I'm not sure. It's for sure of what?
Of the exhibit 206, where she confirms that she is, the statements that counsel read are the statements of the, thank you.
The applicant reports.
Right. And third paragraph, the first 3 words.
Ms. Ellis reports.
And could you read the last sentence of that after Ms. Ellis reports?
Yeah, objection, he's only picking and choosing words that he likes. You should read the whole thing as a whole.
That's please open the speaking objections.
I apologize. Objection for completeness.
It's overruled then?
What paragraph again?
Yeah, paragraph that begins, Ms. Ellis reports. I'm only asking you to read the last sentence, full sentence, complete. Don't leave anything out.
Her nails were really long, almost touching the applicant's nails.
Right. Is there, let's go to the second.
Your Honor, for purposes of completeness, I would ask.
You can address it on redirect.
Let's go to the third page. Can you read the first full heading in bold on the third page?
Associated physical symptoms.
Right. Is there any mention, well, first of all, is this a portion of the report where you record any physical symptoms that plaintiff reported?
Yes.
And even though this is a psychological report, you in fact, as a matter of practice and in this document, documented any, would have mentioned any physical symptoms that she had, correct?
Objection calls for expert opinion.
Over.
Correct.
Anywhere.
Got her.
In that, well, actually, could you read for the jury, please, the complete associated physical symptoms that plaintiff reported to you 2 months after the alleged incident?
Objection, I would ask the counsel can read and not the witness.
Over.
Ms. Ellis reports that she experiences headaches at least 4 to 5 times a week that last several hours. She is also sleeping more than she used to.
That's it. No mention of scar?
Not in this statement.
No mention of any physical injury?
Not in this report.
And you took down this information that's in this report as plaintiff provided it to you, as you put it, at the time that she said it, correct?
Correct.
And you verified at the end, under penalty of perjury, that you had correctly recorded what she said, correct?
Correct.
If you look at the page 2 of this exhibit 206, and let's go to the fourth paragraph. Do you see the language? It turned into a screaming match.
Same objection, Your Honor. He's
over.
Correct.
And that's in quotes, isn't it?
Yes.
And that is what the plaintiff told you, right? She didn't mention any physical symptoms. She just said it turned into a screaming match. Is that correct?
According to the report.
Do you have any reason to doubt that the report is correct or inaccurate?
No.
And in fact, you verified at the time under penalty of perjury that it was correct.
According to what the applicant reported.
Right. And I apologize. Yes, that's an important distinction. That it correctly recorded what plaintiff said, right?
Correct.
You were not verifying that she was telling the truth, were you?
No, typically did not verify unless provided with other reports.
Okay, if I could ask you to go to Exhibit 207, which is the other document that counsel showed you. Can you see it?
Yes.
And do you recognize it? And feel free to thumb through it if you like, as the other portion of his exhibit that he showed you.
Correct.
And that is a initial comprehensive psychological evaluation with associated psychodiagnostic testing. Is that what the label is?
Yes.
And that examination was done on August 10th of 2018.
Yes.
So what, 4 or 5 months later?
Correct.
And if you look at the second page, it's got another history of the incident as reported in preliminary evaluations. You see that?
Correct.
That's the heading?
Yes.
And that's as reported by plaintiff in August of 2018?
Not on August of 2018. It's usually the information that was captured in the preliminary.
Okay, got it. And that also, in the third paragraph, states that Ms. Ellis reports that the celebrity's nails were really long, almost touching the applicant's nose. You see that?
Yeah.
And then on the next page, associated physical symptoms, it still doesn't mention a scar or any physical symptoms, right?
Correct. It's the same information from the previous report.
And you also, at page 12, verified under penalty of perjury that you had accurately set out what plaintiff told you, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's bear with me for just a second. You actually met with the plaintiff in 2018, correct?
Correct.
And you remember your deposition was taken in this action? You were deposed, you asked questions. I can give you the date if you like.
You remember.
I was deposed. I just cannot recall the date.
Yeah, I don't either. It's here somewhere. But you did have your deposition taken, correct?
Yes.
And you testified at your deposition that if you had seen any scars or bruising on the plaintiff's face when you met her, you would have noted it, correct?
If that's what I stated.
You said, would you like to see your testimony?
Yes.
You would like to see it?
Yes.
Could we,
John, I would object to it because it's not here to.
What's your legal objection?
The purpose of using it is not to impeach the witness, it's simply to reinforce what she's already said. She's already agreed to it.
I'm sorry? May I say one quick thing?
Facts, MJ. Exactly.
This is our case in chief.
Why don't you just ask her the same question now?
Okay, fine. Doctor, if this Ellis had shown up for her examination and had a scar or scars or bruising on her face, would you have noted it in your report?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
If it was indicated on one of the intake forms.
I'm sorry?
If it was indicated on one of the intake forms.
If you saw her with bruises and a scar on her face, would you note it in the report?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I believe I would on the mental status.
Okay, thank you. Bear with me for a second. If we can turn please to Exhibit 222. What is Exhibit 222?
This is a back depression inventory.
I'm sorry.
A back depression inventory. It's a psychological test for emotional symptoms.
Right. And is this a form that is provided to the workers' compensation applicant for the applicant to circle the symptoms they claim?
Yes.
And is this the form that plaintiff filled out on April 26, 2018?
It looks so, yes.
Okay. And you identified it at your deposition as the form that you filled out, right?
Correct. I think.
And could you read the at the end of the first column, 5, question 3, what did she circle there?
5, the guilty feelings.
3, line 3, the very last line. On the first page. So if you look under guilty feelings.
Correct.
And what did she circle?
I feel guilty all the time.
And if you can turn to Exhibit 225. Is this the same type of form?
Correct.
And is this the form that she filled out on January 15, 2019?
Correct.
And what did she circle about guilty feelings at that point?
I feel guilty over many things I have done or should have done.
Sorry, where was that?
I'm sorry?
Where are you reading? I couldn't find it.
Under guilty feelings. Okay, you are?
I don't know what exhibit you're on.
225. Okay. Bear with you just a second, I want to make sure. Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all the questions I have for you.
All right.
Yes, Carmen, thank you very much.
Oh, God. I'm excited. I think we're going to. I get
Isn't it true
excited
that Emani Ellis?
because I think we're going to Cardi because Cardi is the next witness. So he should be wrapping up with his redirect right now. And then we're going to see Cardi B's first testimony in this case.
Came to see you for psychological injuries only.
Correct.
Black Foundation, Foster.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Correct.
Did Miss Emani Ellis come to you for physical injuries?
She did not.
Did Miss Emani Ellis come to you for plastic surgery?
She did not.
Are you a plastic surgeon?
I am not.
Any reason for you to note that there was a scar there or was not there when you saw her in April of 2018?
I'm not sure how to answer that. Any reason for me to note it? No particular reason.
And the question that counsel asked you about guilty is Exhibit 222, guilty feelings. I feel guilty all the time. Does that mean that she's guilty of something?
Objection. Foundation.
And then in 225, I feel guilty over many things I have done or should have done. What does that mean?
Objection. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What is the purpose of guilty feelings? What is this all about? Why do you have this in here?
The overall measurement is to capture symptoms related to depression. And so it asks about different symptoms that would meet the criteria for depression, like sadness, loss of pleasure, guilty feelings.
Can someone have psychological problems and have guilty feelings at the same time?
Objection. Expert testimony.
Isn't it true that no matter which one of the four were circled, it wouldn't have mattered for the diagnosis of this patient, correct?
Sustained. We're going to stay with expert testimony.
When you have number 5 here, guilty feelings, does that mean they're guilty of a crime or something? What does guilty feelings mean?
Objection.
Sustained.
Not so much.
Can you explain us what guilty is?
Counsel, you can move on.
One question about this guilty issue. When you have this here that says guilty feelings, does it mean that Emani Ellis is guilty of the incident, or is it guilty feelings about psychological issues?
Objection.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that if a patient is coming to you for psychological injuries, they're not going to tell you about all of their physical injuries? For example, if she has a dental complaint, she's not going to tell you about her dental complaints, even if it's related to the incident.
Objection.
That's possible, correct?
Calls for speculation. Lack of foundation. Outside.
Overruled. You can answer.
When the patients were referred for psychological treatment, they filled out a claim form. And if the attorney on that claim form only put that we were to focus on the site, then that's what we focused on.
So it was the attorney, it was her attorney who decided what was going to be on the claim form. Is that your testimony?
I believe so.
And if the attorney put in physical complaints, do you think that an attorney would send that to you, or would an attorney send it to a medical doctor? If you know. If you know.
Calls for speculation. Lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, and then I want to go back to what counsel was talking about in the report where you read from. Exhibit 206, do you remember that one? Exhibit 206, page 2 of 4. You see that, Doctor?
Yes.
So counsel asked you about paragraph 3, and he read you the last sentence, or you read it. Her nails were really long, almost touching the applicant's nose. Do you remember when he asked you about that sentence?
Yes.
Okay. The sentence before it, I want to focus on that for completeness. It states, individual then proceeded to put her finger in applicant's face. You see that?
Yes.
Does that mean there was contact, or you're not sure?
Objection.
Do you know, I'll withdraw the question. Do you know if that sentence, the one I just read you, has any connection with physical contact?
Objection.
Or you don't know?
Objection. Copies.
Overruled.
Do I know if the sentence you asked me to read has any indication of physical contact?
Yes.
Not that sentence.
Is there other sentences that do, that you can remember right now?
No.
From all these 23 pages?
No.
And you didn't read all the 23 pages, did you?
I did not.
And you, as you sat there for the last hour, hour and a half, it would be impossible to do that. You'd want to spend at least an hour to review all pages, correct?
Your Honor. Objection.
Sustained.
Is spitting on someone considered an assault and battery for your treatment of the
Sustained.
patient?
Move on, counsel.
And in the next sentence, it says, Miss Ellis states that she tried to explain that she was not speaking to anyone regarding seeing the celebrity, yet the individual then spat on her. Is there a reason why you wrote this in your report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Just capturing the incident was reported.
And when the patient told you that she was spit on, did you believe her?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you agree that spitting on a person is considered physical contact?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then if we can go to the 7th paragraph. Once in the lobby area, the celebrity's security guard approached. The applicant explained the situation and the security guard reportedly apologized. Do you know why the security guard of the defendant apologized to Ms. Emani Ellis?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Counsel, let's focus on what she knows.
Did Emani Ellis tell you, after me reading that sentence to you and you reading it for yourself, did Emani Ellis tell you that the security guard for the defendant apologized?
According to the report, yes.
Yes? Do you know what she apologized? I'm sorry. Do you know why he apologized?
Objection, culture speculation, that's foundation.
God, just throw a whole evidence book at him.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, recross.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
He sucks. He's so bad.
Your Honor.
I get a pen.
What's that? New pen for juror number 5, please.
Jury members.
We're going to have to rewrite the budget for pens and paper.
May I proceed? Dr. Counsel had, referring to if he had shown up with a broken finger, broken back, broken other body parts. Let me ask you, if plaintiff had shown up with physical injuries?
Objection, Your Honor, this exceeds the scope of my.
Overruled.
If plaintiff had shown up with scarring and bruises or broken back, even if she came for a psychological evaluation, would you have noted it?
If she reported it, yes.
Okay. And everything in the report, all the factual assertions, for example, at page 2 of those 2 exhibits, those are what plaintiff told you, and you do not know whether in fact she was telling the truth, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I did not receive any depositions or other supporting documents to counter what she was supporting.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I should separate that. First of all, everything that we've been talking about on page 2, that's just what plaintiff told you, right?
Correct.
And you don't know if that's true, right? You don't know what she told you is true.
Right, I don't know.
Okay,
I wasn't
that's
there.
all the questions I had.
All right. Any questions from the jury?
Good job, Team Cardi. The jury has. Right, Ash. She's ready to go home. Come on, Terry. Let's go. I have a few questions. Got it, Judge? This trial is in California.
All right, Doctor, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. They're a little bit overlapping, but I'll go ahead and ask them. If a physical injury is not reported to you, is there any reason you would still take a note of it?
Do I just answer yes or no, or
Or you can
explain?
explain.
From what I recall, when individuals were referred for treatment, they were asked to fill out paperwork. On that paperwork, they were asked to document if they had physical injuries or physical pain symptoms. In those situations, I would review it and include those in the report.
So the court's going to ask you some follow-up. So when the patient is coming in, they provide their responses to questions relating to their history and physical, correct?
Correct.
And so they would note any physical symptoms, whether or not they related to this, the reason for their visit.
Correct.
All right. And that's all part of the form?
Correct.
Was it your practice that if the psychological trauma was caused by a physical injury, that you would note that on your chart?
Yes.
Do you recall actually seeing any marks on plaintiff's nose or cheek?
I do not recall.
All right. Any follow-ups from counsel regarding those questions?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
You earlier testified about the attorney filling out this form, and it's the attorney who actually puts on what the patient is coming to see, correct?
Objection, they didn't think this is what form.
The form you just spoke about.
Overall.
Correct.
Do you have the form?
I do not.
Where is the form?
With the Psychological Corporation.
Right. So we really don't know what the form says at all, correct?
I do not.
So when the court asks you this question, you're not sure what relates to this case as a general response to the form as any of the patients, correct?
Like I said, I cannot recall.
And the question about let's strike that. Just want to ask you, the form that you're talking about that's filled out by the attorney,
The claim form is filled out by the
the
attorney.
claim form, this form that is issued now, would an attorney ever put physical injury so that you would then treat the patient for physical injury, or every time you get the form, it's really psychological?
Objection.
I withdraw the question.
Dick man.
I have no further questions.
All right.
God.
Yes, Your Honor, just one. One of the questions, I believe you answered, that if a claim comes in and you report a physical injury, that's included in whatever documents that the company generates. And you noted in your psychological report, is that correct?
Yes.
And so can we conclude from the fact that there is no reference to scars or other physical injury in your preliminary report that when plaintiff first claimed, plaintiff or her counsel at the time, first claimed, made a workers' compensation claim, they did not report any physical injury?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall.
I cannot recall.
Well, it's a matter of practice.
Well, matter of practice.
If they had claimed a physical injury, that would have been reported to you, and you would have included it in your preliminary report, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overall.
Did we get the answer?
No.
I would have noted it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very
Your Honor,
much.
there's one follow-up I forgot to ask. About,
Briefly.
yeah, briefly, thank you very much, Your Honor. There was a question the court asked you. If Emani Ellis came in 2 months after, so you saw her 2 months after, and you saw a 2-centimeter scar on her face, well, how do you know today if you really saw it or you didn't see it? Isn't it true that you don't know? It might have been there and it might have not been there. Is that fair?
Objection, argument, speculation.
All right. Can we switch this to you, release?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
He is the worst.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Why don't we take a break until 3:15? As usual, do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 3.
All right, chap. It's Cardi time. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It's Cardi time. All right, let's go. Let's bring Miss B to the stand. Okay. Let's go ahead. There is Californian.
First customer side, DELCIS, KFMANDA.
Great, thank you. Can we take a seat, please? I'll work this out.
Okay, thank you.
I gotta go get more popcorn.
Thank you all for coming back. Good afternoon, Ms. Almanzar. Do you prefer I call you Ms. Almanzar, Cardi B, or it doesn't matter?
I mean, you can call me Cardi B.
You feeling better today?
Yeah.
And I'll need you to speak up, man.
Yeah.
Hard to hear you.
Yeah, a little better.
Your birthday is October 11, 1992.
Yes.
You're left-handed.
Yes.
Are you the firstborn child?
To my mom.
Did you take any medication, drugs, or alcohol that would affect your ability to testify today?
No.
On the date of the incident, did you have black hair, blonde hair, or different color hair?
I quite don't remember. I do know I had a hoodie on.
Yesterday you had black hair, short hair. Today it's blonde and long. Which one is your real hair? Or are they both real?
They're wigs.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know that. It's a good week today then.
Whatever.
Do you have any affiliation at this time with a gang?
Objection, Your Honor. Motion to eliminate that violates the order of system.
A gang? Did you say a gang?
Your fingernails, can you show them to us for all of us to see? How long are those fingernails? Just your best estimate. I want you to take a ruler to it, but if you were to give your estimate, is that half an inch, 1 inch, 2
I
inches?
think it has to be less than an inch.
Okay.
Way less than an inch.
Can you show them to us again? All right. Are they pointy?
These are not, to me, are not pointy. They're like circle, oval,
Okay. Are those your real nails or are they fake nails?
fake nails.
If I wanted you to change them to 3-inch nails,
Mhm.
how long would it take for you to do that right now?
Well, it really depends. Like these are like glued on, so they will be a little bit quicker. Sometimes I do acrylic, which could last me on for 2 weeks. I will literally have to take like 2 hours to melt them off if they're acrylically on.
On December 24th, 2018, do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills?
December?
I'm sorry. February 24th of 2018. Do you remember going to 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at sir, but yes or no?
Yeah, yes.
Do you know Dr. Aziz Olai, who's in that building?
No,
Do you know Miss Parsi, who's in that building?
no,
Do you know Brianne Saraya, who's in that building?
no.
Who do you know in that building?
Well, at the time, I went to see Dr. Finky. I had an appointment with him that day. So that's who I went to see that day. Do I personally know him? No,
When you went to see him, were you seeing him as a friend or as a patient?
as a patient.
When you went to see him, it was a Saturday, correct?
Yes,
And you filled out an intake form and you signed some other documents that he would be your treating doctor, correct?
no, for that day, yes. I don't live in LA, so
I understand. You came all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, correct?
Jersey and Atlanta.
I understand. So when you went to see Dr. Finky on February 24th of 2018, when you went to see him, you went to see him as a patient.
Yes.
And you got medical treatment from him, whether it was for 1 minute or an hour or longer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How much time did you spend?
You need to answer yes or no.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Thank you. How long did you spend with the doctor that day?
I'll say about 25 to 30 minutes around that time. Not that much.
And when you were there on that date with Dr. Finky, did he examine you?
Yes, he examined my baby for a little bit.
And what baby was that? What number?
Number 1.
Oh, that was the first child you ever had.
That's my first child, yes.
And you were 25 years old at the time.
Yes.
You're aware that Plaintiff was the same age as you at the time?
No.
Besides examination, what did Dr. Finky do for you? That section?
Assistant. We're not here for her medical care.
Did you keep Dr. Finky's, well, sorry, who referred you to Dr. Finky?
I asked somebody to find me like a very upscale private doctor. So I was like, I need to go to the doctor like tomorrow. Like I feel so weird. And they were like, we're gonna find somebody. And that's just how it goes.
you were outside in the hallway before you entered Dr. Finky's office, did you see this individual, Emani Ellis, in the hallway?
She was waiting for, she was right in front. As soon as the door of the elevator opened, she was waiting, I guess, for the elevator. She was going inside the elevator.
And you were coming outside of the elevator?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time it was when this occurred?
About, I guess, like in the afternoon, 1 o'clock, around there. Yeah, 1 something.
Have you ever seen Dr. Finky either before or after February 24th of 2018?
No.
When you went to Dr. Finky's office, your security guard drove you there?
Yes.
And his name is Karan Newton?
He was my security guard. Yes.
Did you have more than one?
It depends, but he was just my main one, yes, at the time.
Did he go up with you to the medical place?
No, I didn't want him to know that I was going to an OBGYN.
You didn't want your security guard to know that?
No.
Why?
Well, first, I didn't want people to know that I was pregnant. Second, I was a little like, I don't want a guy that I work with to know I'm going to a vagina doctor.
Yo.
Did you trust your security guard?
In certain ways, yes. In certain ways, no. But I don't know. Sometimes you just really don't trust everybody in your business. You don't want everybody in your business.
Do you remember what floor you were on when you exited the elevator?
The 5th floor.
At any time, did your security guard come into the building after learning about there being some kind of incident in the building?
He was waiting for me, like, not necessarily like inside. He was like waiting for me, like by the exit, like by the door. On there, yeah.
Like, do you remember the building?
Yes.
You remember?
Well, I kind of remember, but I do know that he was waiting for me by the door.
And you're talking about the lobby area where you
Yes.
take the stairs up?
Mm-hmm.
So he was inside the building or right outside?
I don't really recall, but he was like, maybe it wasn't the inside, it wasn't the outside, but he wasn't like in, like deep in. He was like waiting for me by the door. And the door, he had it open for me to come out.
All right. So would you consider that your security guard was with you at the time, whether it was upstairs, downstairs? In your mind, would you agree that your security guard was with you at the building? Is that fair? Was your security guard with you in the lobby of the building, 8920 Wilshire Boulevard, on February 24, 2018?
In the lobby, yes, when I was exiting.
He was in the lobby with you,
In the lobby. I can't say he was with me because we was leaving. He never went upstairs, so.
Okay. Do you know if your security guard, Karan Newton, spoke with Miss Ellis at any time that day?
He did not tell me he spoke to her at all.
Do you know if he did?
He told me he didn't. So I'm gonna go with his word. No, because I told him like what happened upstairs. He was like, damn, I should have went upstairs. But he never told me that he spoke or seen her, so I wouldn't know.
You came to this courthouse with another fine gentleman security guard, correct?
Yes.
And when you go to different places with your security guard, if an incident occurs where you're threatened, or you're injured, or anything happens,
yes,
aren't they supposed to come help you?
Objection,
Well,
You don't have to answer. When the incident occurred, did you call your security guard or send him a text message or do anything to let your security guard who was with you know that something happened where you wanted his help?
Objection, argumentative as to with
I told him like, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened upstairs. And he was like, what happened? And I practically told him like, I'll tell you later, like when I leave. Okay. I'm like, wait for me. But I told him like, wait for me downstairs, like by the door. And that's what I told him.
If you were in any danger, would you call your security guard or would you call the police or would you call both or do nothing? Did you feel that you were in danger on February 24, 2018 when you were upstairs on the 5th floor?
For like those 50 seconds, yeah. After I went to my appointment and like the argument just passed me, I didn't even mind it anymore.
Did your attorney show you a photograph of Dr. Finky to refresh your recollection as to who the doctor was that you saw on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a different set of attorneys before, in 2022 and 2023. Did they do the same thing?
No, they didn't.
So, do you know what's discovery?
Yes.
What are form interrogatories?
Oh, I don't know what that means.
What is special interrogatories?
I do not know.
What are requests for admissions? You don't know, right? Is that fair? You don't know?
No.
You do know?
No.
Okay. And
That's so messed up. They did ask another person this question. These are basically rules of evidence, things that we do in civil procedure. Attorneys know the answers to those questions. It's really not fair to ask a witness if they know what that is. Then she's like, "This is what I pay you, motherfucker, for."
an attorney responded to the written discovery on your behalf. Did he or she show you the discovery responses? Did they email you a copy of it?
I mean, I will have to see what you're asking me.
I will show it to you.
I think it's hard to go off the rails here.
To show her the discovery only? Yes. I will show it to you.
You start turning up. Like, she's fine. Like, she seems to have been fine so far.
So for identification purposes, it is form interrogatories, set 1 dated September 30th of 2023. That's what it is? Okay. Just going to show you this document. You can take a look at these pages. Did your attorney show you those documents at any time in your life?
I'm not quite sure. I don't think so. No. Well,
At any time in your life.
And I'm going to show you, with the court's permission, the responses, which were drafted and served on January 17th of 2023. May I approach, Your Honor? We'll show you these documents as well. So you can take a look at those documents. Do you ever remember receiving these documents from anyone, whether it was your attorney, the attorney's paralegal, a family member, anybody? Did they ever show you these documents when they responded on your behalf?
this one I saw. This one I saw.
Okay, you saw that one?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to go over it with you. On the one that you're on the right, if you can look at 12.1. Do you see the question, 12.1? It would be, I believe, on the 6th or 7th page. And it will ask if there are any witnesses to this incident.
Yeah. Well, can you point it to me?
I'm sorry?
Point
Show
it
it
to
to
me.
you.
Yeah. Yeah.
May I approach that?
She said, "Bring your ass up here, boy. Tell me where I'm supposed to be looking. Tell me where."
It's on page 5, under 12.1.
Mm-hmm.
Did your attorney ask you if there were any witnesses to this incident?
Yes.
All right, we're going to avoid a turn-back to the conversation.
And relevant to this is the discovery issue that the subject.
On the discovery issue, Your Honor, I'm asking her questions about if there's any witnesses and it's for impeachment purposes. Okay, and if you look at the response, there's a response there in the 50-page document to your left. May I show it to her, Your Honor?
Right.
Sorry, can you identify by page and line? I'm not sure.
Sure.
By drawing.
I can show it to you first if you like.
But I just, what do you,
I wanted her to talk about the response.
all right.
That's. Read the question. May I read the question when I go back to my seat?
It's your direct counsel.
Thank you.
This is where Cardi lost her patience. She's about to beat his ass because he gave her something to look at. He takes it away from her and tries to stack the documents. And now he's flipping through the pages again. And she's just like, "All right, what are you doing?" Yeah.
So first, I want to ask you, if this is your signature on page 47. Is that your signature?
It could be, because if it's like by electronic, that's how I sign, like.
And the question that I showed you, 12.1, let's say you want to read it or you want me to read it to you?
You can read it.
State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who witnessed the incident. This is A, so paragraph A. Or the events occurring immediately before or after the incident.
Mhm.
That's what the question is.
Yes.
As you sit here today, is it your testimony that Dr. Finky is a witness to the incident?
Absolutely.
He is a witness.
Yes, she knows. She was there.
Is Dr. Finky outside speaking with you
Outside, like,
on February 24th, 2018?
outside, like,
In the hall?
yes,
He came out of his office?
yes.
Chat, look at them. Look at this. It is very irregular for the attorney, after they show somebody something on the stand, to stay up there and ask questions. Look at how he's looking at her. Honestly, I'm on Cardi's side with this one. I really am. Get your ass back to the podium and be a lawyer and ask me questions. You're going to sit here and question me on the side like that? Like, oh, really? Trying to catch her in a lie? She's like, yeah, my doctor was there. My doctor is a witness, not a party, but you need to go back to that stand.
And your response in 12.1, this is what you responded with your attorney's assistance. I won't hold you 100% at fault for it, but question, I withdraw, I apologize. The response is, responding party incorporates by reference the preliminary statement and general objections set forth above, subject to and without waiving foregoing objections. Responding party responds as follows. Responding party may be contacted through defendant's counsel. Emani Ellis may be contacted through plaintiff's counsel. And then it says unknown staff / employees at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including at least 2 such persons who intervened during the incident. Discovery is continuing. Were you at Cedars-Sinai Hospital or Cedars-Sinai Medical Center when this incident occurred?
No.
Okay.
But to my knowledge, Dr. Finky works also for Cedars-Sinai, but we wasn't for Cedars-Sinai.
Is there any reason why your attorney or your prior attorney, yes or no?
Because he's a mess. Trying to question a witness like that.
At the time when you saw Dr. Finky, you knew his name at that time, correct?
I didn't know his name. And for a while, when I was getting asked by lawyers like his name and like the receptionist name, I didn't know it because I saw him one time. So I kind of like just forgot about him.
But when your attorney asked you for the name for purposes of trial, then you did remember the name.
I didn't remember the name. I told him there was 2 witnesses, the receptionist and the doctor. I told him it was a doctor. My doctor came out at the time, the guy that checked me, and the receptionist. She knows. She was there. He was there.
Who knows?
The plaintiff. She knows.
How do you know she knows?
Because that's who separated. That's who separated, got in between us while we was verbally arguing.
Who got in between you?
The female receptionist, she came out first and she started like telling her, like, you're security, what are you doing? And then that's when the doctor came out. He was like, go to my office. And that's when I just walked away, and that was the last of it.
Okay, and 12.1 question. 12.1 subparagraph D. State the name, address, and telephone number of each individual who you or anyone acting on your behalf claim has knowledge of the incident. You just testified that Karan Newton was downstairs in the lobby on the day of the incident. You also testified that you told him different things about the incident. What is the reason, this is the question, what is the reason you did not disclose Karan Newton's name in discovery?
Because he wasn't upstairs.
The person that characterizes the testimony is compound, it's irrelevant to the merits of the case.
That's such a nuance.
In written discovery, were you asked to provide the name of your security guard?
Your Honor,
Yeah, but why don't we, I don't know what you're trying to impeach her on, because she hasn't testified to anything yet. You're saying it's impeachment, but you're not impeaching anything.
Did you respond to special interrogatory set 1 through your attorney? Your Honor?
All right, the court's going to sustain its own 352. Actually. Why don't you run?
Do you consider Karan Newton to be a witness in this case? Okay.
No,
Sustained. No, I need to move on. This case isn't about discovery. I want to move on to what it is about.
Is Tierra Malcolm a witness to this case?
Counsel, please.
Do you know of who the witnesses are?
All right, we're going to take a break, folks. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll resume at 3:55. In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research.
What just happened there? The judge is chastising him because he's asking questions that make no freaking sense. And he just checked him. He's just like, hey, I'm going to give you another warning. Okay. You need to talk about what this case is actually about, not who was there and who was not there to see it. We just established she's like she's about to start explaining, but Cardi also has to chill a little bit because that's what her lawyer's job is. They're the ones that are going to object. If he's being a douche to you, that's what your defense counsel is for. They're going to protect you from that sort of stuff. Right. So you could tell she's just like, what are you talking about? Like the security guard was downstairs. He did not witness anything. So how is he a witness? And I'm with her. Like, he's not a witness. He was downstairs waiting for her. He didn't witness anything happen. Dr. Finky did. Right. And then it's like, after the judge checks him, he goes right back, falls into the trap and goes, what about Tierra? And we'll learn more about Tierra, guys. I believe Tierra is the receptionist that came out from Dr. Finky's office and got in the middle of them. Right. We're going to hear from Tierra too. So interesting start. They ended up taking a 10-minute break because the judge, when an attorney doesn't listen to a judge and they cause problems, the judge does not want that stuff to go down in front of the jury. They're going to excuse the jury, give the jury a break, but I'm going to skip ahead to see if the judge says something to him before they turn the cameras off. So let's go back.
Thing I've seen for a short amount. She said is impeachment. Impeachment is she says something.
All right. I knew he was going to check him. Let's see how he checks the struggle lawyer.
Counsel, let's define what we mean as impeachment. Impeachment is she says something and you got evidence that she said something else. Yeah. She said, I didn't know anybody's name. Got sent there. I was seen for a short amount of time. I didn't remember what their names were. Okay. And now you're saying, here's this document that says you don't know what their names were.
Okay, so maybe I'm going about it the wrong way. That's why
you absolutely are. You're not listening to the court's direction when I'm asking you to move on.
I'm sorry, I'm not doing it intentionally.
It seems like you are.
I really am. I understand the court's issues. I want to explain if I may.
Go ahead.
So I was going to ask her if she believes that Karan Newton is a witness in this.
He wasn't there. He was in the lobby.
Right. But 12.1 subsection D talks about witnesses that have knowledge about this case.
What knowledge does he have? He was in the lobby.
I was going to ask her. She spoke to him about it. That's what D is all about.
Okay, so he was a hearsay witness, but she told him something.
Well, he's a witness.
Okay.
Also, especially.
So here's the other issue. You didn't depose her. If you wanted to ask these questions, you could have taken her deposition.
I understand the issue that there is a special interrogatory number 15, which is on point, which asks a disclosure of the security guard. Okay. She didn't disclose his name, but she knows his name.
Okay. So what are we going to do with that?
We're going to have the jury know that she didn't give the name of her security guard.
And so in order to be admissible, it has to be relevant. So in order to be relevant, it has to be probative. So it's got to be more likely to show material fact in the case. None of this has anything to do with any material fact.
Let me explain. Her testimony, Your Honor, is that Karan Newton doesn't know anything about this case.
She doesn't say that. She doesn't say that. She said he was in the lobby.
Even better. Plaintiff has testified that she has spoken with Karan Newton.
Okay.
It's in the medical records.
Okay.
He's a witness in some form of.
So the appropriate means for you to do that is one, to file a motion to compel, or number two, seek evidentiary extensions, which would have been handled pre-trial. But we're not going to have this witness testifying in trial in front of a jury about discovery issues.
That's fine. The issue is, if it asked her to provide the name of the security guard and she didn't disclose it, why is it not fair? These are under penalty.
Then you file a motion to compel, or a motion for evidentiary extensions. You did neither.
She testified in her discovery that she was alone. Today, she testified she was with Karan. I want to ask her about that.
You already did.
didn't say
I didn't
that.
show her the discovery, which is on point on that issue, Your Honor.
You're going to impeach her with the document saying that she was alone when she was alone in the elevator and the incident happened. That's her impeachment?
No, my impeachment is she did not reveal that she was with the security guard in the lobby to do anything to provide his information when the other side.
Again, it's a discovery issue, so we're not going to go there.
Your Honor, the other side was able to impeach the plaintiff
With what?
with this discovery. They went into it at
She offered inconsistent statements in discovery.
That's what's happening here too.
No, she hasn't said anything inconsistent. She said she didn't know the person's name.
She knew
In
Karan.
discovery, she said she didn't know the person's name.
She knew Karan knew the information. We asked for the name of the security guard. She made it appear.
I'm going to ask you to move on. We're not going to get to further discovery issues.
May I just raise one point? I don't want the court to overlook. I want to point out this questioning started with a direct contemptuous violation of the order on the motion to eliminate, excluding any mention of gang affiliation, and that's the first question he asked.
Yeah, I don't expect that there's going to be anything further than that. I mean, you knew it was wrong when you said it.
No, I didn't.
You didn't know
come on.
that there was a specific motion of limiting excluding.
The motion limiting, Your Honor, is prior bad acts.
Nope. You might want to look at your trial binder to see specifically what it says. All right. All right. We'll resume.
That is embarrassing. He is representing a woman that's trying to sue Cardi B for $24 million. Okay. And the judge had to reprimand him and teach him what impeachment meant. It is the first thing you learn in evidence law. I learned it in my second year law. Hold on. Second year law school, right here. Okay. Evidence, right? It comes with this little companion book so you can understand how the rules of evidence work. What does that mean? Let me teach you how to object properly as an attorney. There are a couple basic things you learn in law school. Civil procedure, the basic things like how to file a case or how to file a complaint and how to do it. 101. Do you have subject matter jurisdiction, personal jurisdiction? Do you go to the right venue? It's very easy. Very easy. Discovery. That's the first class they teach you in every law school in America. That's the first class I took. Civil procedures, the basics, 101. Here's how you do it, right? So the fact that we're talking about a fundamental, easy thing. Look at the judge. He's leaning back. He is leaning back in his chair because he is so embarrassed that this attorney is in front of a law student, in front of a celebrity with a basic ass case and doesn't know how to do the basic things. Just the first class, I kid you not, guys. Civil procedure, then evidence. It's how you object. It's so easy. And this is how you impeach. He had to go get the Black's Law Dictionary out to teach this man what impeachment means. Ain't no way. Ain't no way you are in front of Cardi B trying to get $24 million. How? How? All right, I just went off on a tangent. Hi, Roy. How you doing? Shout out to Roy Williams, guys. If y'all could do me a favor and type Roy Williams in the chat. I just got on this case today, Roy, so we don't have merch yet. We've been doing the Donna Adelson thing, but everybody has been spamming me, and they're like, hey, let's talk about the Cardi B case. It's about to get even more spicy, chat, because this is just the tail end of the second day. I'm getting you guys all up to speed because we're about to watch. I do have a little bit more time. We're going to watch day 3. And that's when Cardi B literally sons this attorney. But I needed you to see this part of it because it's not going well. It's not going well at all. Roy also joins people like Zoe that have been here since noon with me, Eastern Standard Time. and Pam Salters, who gifted a bunch of memberships. So many of you guys supporting the stream. Again, it is a Saturday. I normally don't go live on weekends, but because this was a big thing and we have been covering another case, I wanted to jump on in here. But since we're talking about shirts, here's what you can do for people like me and Roy that's sponsoring the stream right now. I'm going to be watching this back and watching the chat. Whatever merch ideas you guys have, let us know in the chat. I promise you we'll get it up tonight. And then we'll go from there. Because Cardi B has some, she's got some good zingers, but I do need y'all's involvement as a community to come up with this together. This is what we did with Karen Reed. Every single piece of merch that we created in the merch store for Karen Reed was something that you guys collectively came up with. So what we'll do, since Roy popped in with the 300, is today is a creative day. This is a think lab. We're going to do this together, chat. Right? This is a thinking lab today. And then when the trial resumes, we'll give away $300 worth of shirts. So let's do it. Let's do it. But it's starting to heat up. And yes, I went on a little bit of a rant because I cannot believe how terrible, terrible, terrible this attorney is. It's not good. When you have a judge leaning back in the chair like that, look at it. Look at him. Even Cardi's embarrassed, you know? All right, some of you guys, we are doing the Donna Adelson case. I will show it to you. That case is about to end, I'll be honest, like next week. I did come up with, because she's just so, I got the Godfather thing, because she's just so involved in her children's lives. It's the Queen Pen Grandma. I actually found the Godfather font. Believe it or not, it's called Corleone. Anywho, let's get back to Cardi B, jump into this, and yeah, we'll get back to regular scheduled programming. But, or at least took a break after that meltdown. They come back.
And our alternate, Ms. Almagar is on the stand. Ma'am, you're still under oath? Yes. All right. And counsel, you want to resume your questioning?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Aside from Karan Newton, was there anybody else who drove with you to the building on February 24th of 2018?
No.
So now I want to take you a little bit through the incident. Bring you back in time. Do you agree that an incident occurred on February 24th, 2018?
It was a verbal incident. Verbal.
But it was an incident, correct?
Oh.
I personally feel like if there's no physical touch, there is no incident. There was a verbal altercation. If you think that that's an incident, a verbal altercation, then it's an incident for you. But we both have different opinions. It's a verbal altercation. She didn't hit me. I didn't hit her. There was no touch. So to me, it wasn't no incident.
Was there spitting?
Absolutely not.
Did you spit on Miss Ellis?
No.
Did you call her the N-word?
No.
What is your background? Are you Hispanic, white, something else?
My background?
Yes.
Well,
Irrelevance. Would you consider yourself African American?
I consider myself Afro-Caribbean.
Whoa! Whoa!
Assisting.
Whoa! Why are you
Have
asking
ever
about
used
her
the N-word
race?
with Miss Emani Ellis?
No.
Did you try to take a swing at her?
No.
When you say there was a verbal altercation,
Yes.
do you know what the word altercation means?
Like a conflict.
Like a fight, right?
It was like a verbal fight, but it didn't get physical at all.
When I'm talking to you now, are we having a verbal altercation?
We having, I'll say, a debate.
And we're debating about whether you assaulted and battered Miss Emani Ellis, correct?
It's no, I guess so, but I didn't touch her. She didn't touch me, so.
What proof do you have that you didn't touch her?
Objection, relevance, and also.
Do you have any videos of the incident?
No.
Did you try to get videos of it?
I asked if there was videos, like I told my lawyer to check if there was videos, but there's no cameras, I guess, there was no cameras.
And when did you ask for that? What year?
I feel like when I got sued, I was like, when I got sued, I was like, oh, I know I didn't touch her. Like, it's like, look for the cameras, because they'll tell you, I ain't touching her.
When you went to the building of 8920 Wilshire Boulevard, you saw Emani Ellis there on the 5th floor. Was she wearing her uniform as a security guard?
Yes. Okay.
You remember?
Again, you might want to just take her breath so you can attorney can object.
Are you aware that my office is across the street?
No.
8920 Wilshire Boulevard. You remember that number? You agree that that's the correct number? The address.
I remember that I went there, but I don't really remember the address and stuff like that. I don't.
If I show you the building with the number on it, would that help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
I don't have to really waste time if you don't want me to. When you were sitting here throughout the trial, you saw the 22 things I showed, right?
Yes.
Was that the correct building?
Yes.
Oh, and you remember entering the building, going up some stairs, taking the lobby elevator, and going to the 5th floor, correct?
Yes.
And when you exited, you saw Emani Ellis right there in front of you.
Yes. No. When I exited the elevator, not the building, the elevator.
Correct.
Yes.
On the 5th floor.
Mm-hmm.
And there was 3 elevators there?
I do not remember that.
At least two different elevator bays?
I don't remember that. I just remember me getting on the elevator. She was coming in. I was coming out. I could hear her. She was talking on the phone. And she said, oh my God, yo, Cardi B's here. So I kind of speed walk. But I feel her behind me. Then I hear her talking like, oh my God, Cardi B is here. So I turn around and she had her phone. She didn't have it here no more. Now she has it here. And I asked her, yo, why are you recording me? And she clearly looked like a security. She looked like a security guard. She's uniformed down. And I'm like, why are you recording me? Are you security? And she's like, oh my bad. But then I'm walking and I feel her still following me. So like as I'm walking, speed walking, trying to look for the office, I turn around again. I'm like, why are you following me? She's like, because I can. I was like, no, you can't. Why are you following me for? Like, ain't you supposed to be security? And she's like, because I can't. It was like, no, you can. And she's like getting closer and closer. Like now she's like in front of me where I can't even like really maneuver. And I'm like, ain't you supposed to be security? Like you grouped out, you're recording me. Now you're following me.
You grouped
like back
out.
up. And she's like, I can do what I want. It's like, no, you can. Like you can't do what you want. And that's when we started arguing.
What did you say?
I was like, you can't do what you want. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's like you invading my privacy, and now we're like chest to chest practically. So I keep telling her like, you need to back up. And I'm thinking to myself like, this girl's big. She's big. She got big black boots on, and I'm like, damn. So what am I gonna do now? She's literally right in my face, like on my chest, and we're arguing. And I keep telling her to back up. But she's not backing up. And we arguing, cursing at each other. I did call her the B word. I did call her a bitch. Like, bitch, get out of my face. I did say, bitch, get the fuck out of my face. You're in my face. You're screaming in my face. We're like literally screaming at each other. And she kept telling me, like, you're going to leave my building. I'm like, I'm not leaving. Like, how you harassing me? I'm not leaving. And you telling me, how you telling me to leave? I came to see a doctor. You following me. You're recording me. I'm just trying to check my cat. You're recording me. And we're arguing. That's when the receptionist came out. She started wilding out like, this bitch hit me. And I'm like, I did not hit her. I'm looking at like, girl, I can't even hit you if I want to. You're bigger than me and you're pregnant. And she just started wilding out like, this bitch hit me. Then the doctor came out and he's like, go to my office. And after that, I just walk away. And that's just that.
Are you aware in the city of Beverly Hills, if a security guard tells you to leave the building, which they are security of, you would be required to do that? Do you agree with that?
Objection to relevance.
A security not supposed to.
Did Miss Emani Ellis tell you that you're causing a disturbance in the building?
No. She was causing a disturbance. She's recording me and following me.
Let's talk about that. Are people allowed to record?
Y'all like check my cat. That might have to be the shirt. Oh my God, that's a lit shirt. Check my cat. I mean, women will wear it. But fellas, you could buy that for somebody.
You if they want you. in a public place, which would be the building that you were at.
Objection, objection, calls for legal conclusion. Let's characterize it.
Do you know if it's okay for someone to videotape you?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion.
When she videotaped you, or maybe she didn't, what proof do you have that she was videotaping you?
She had her phone went from here to right here. And she said, like, yo, Cardi B, like, she said, I seen her. I turned around and I seen it. I seen it with my own eyes.
Did you ever see the actual video recording of you on her phone? Yes or no?
No.
Could it be possible that she was recording you? She was simply holding her phone in front of you. Is that possible?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Calls for speculation.
What proof do you have that you were being recorded by Emani Ellis on February 24, 2018, aside from what you just told?
Objection.
Do you have any other proof?
Objection, ask an answer.
Isn't it true that you usually wear your nails longer than what they are today?
Sometimes, most of the times, yes, and some of the times, no.
Most of the time, 90% of the time?
Lately, as in so far, I'll say about, in the past year, I'll say about 70.
70% of
Yes.
the time. And when you wear them long, would you agree that they're about 3 inches long?
No, not all the time, no.
2 inches or more?
It really depends.
Why don't we focus? She said in the last year. I don't know how long she has her nails in the last year is relevant to anything.
And when you had them in 2018, you also wore them long at that time too, correct?
I wear them long, but it really depends on the inches.
How long were your nails on February 24th, 2018 when you were at the building speaking or arguing or whatever you were doing with Emani Ellis?
They were 1 inch, they were square, coffin squared, and they had flat rhinestones.
Are rhinestones sharp?
No, not if they're flat. And they weren't 3D, they were flat.
With the nails you have on right now, do you think that these nails are sharper or the ones that you had on the date of the incident?
I believe that they were not sharp that day. They were square. And sometimes, like, when it's acrylic and it's square, it's like a texture. And I always tell this to my nail tech, make sure that like you shape, like when you shape them, don't make them sharp on the side or don't make them that sharp, because I don't want to.
You don't want to hurt everybody.
I don't want to hurt myself. I don't want to hurt nobody. I just,
Not wrong. Seriously. And ladies know this, like, honestly, like the corners, because if you have kids or if you have, I have a dog, like if you have people around you, the last thing you want to do is if you accidentally touch somebody, you don't want to scrape them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to be careful. So women technically will often say that they want the corners of their nails rounded. And most nail techs will just do that shit intuitively because we don't want to hurt people. So even if Cardi B's nails were longer, that's one thing. The other thing is the thickness of them. I find that I scratch people more when I'm wearing my natural nails, just me, like nothing on it. I feel like those are like deeper scratches than acrylics because acrylic material is thicker. Am I right, ladies? Like, am I cooking? Just put AV is cooking in the chat if I'm cooking, if you agree. If not, I'm okay with dissenters. I'm just saying, I don't disagree with her right now. I really don't. So if this woman is saying that she got a 2 centimeter cut from Cardi B getting into a fight with her, and now she wants $24 million. And we also learned that she has unpaid medical expenses that she herself did not pay. If you went to go to a plastic surgeon to get a scar fixed on your face, number one, that's a personal choice. It's not a medical necessity. That's like, and then you didn't pay your psychiatrist or your psychologist for a workers' comp case. The first bill was $17,000. The second bill is $5,000. And both of those are medical liens. So you're banking on getting some money from somebody else to pay people for services that they already gave you that were also not required. You get into a fight with Cardi B, now you have PTSD, You can't sleep. You have insomnia. You're scared. You want $24 million. Your grandma's testifying. Your mom is testifying. This is day 2. Don't ask me, practitioner. She said, "Who are you scraping?" I'm just saying. I have a dog.
And in the past, when you had them sharp, you did hurt yourself, correct?
I never really hurt myself, but like just in case, I just be like, don't make them too pointy because I just don't want them to be uncomfortable. Not pointy, but it's like a certain type of sharp that you just don't want.
And if you wanted to scratch or cut Miss Emani Ellis' face, you could have done it with both of your hands, either one or both.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not saying you did that right now. I'm asking you a different question. Did you understand my question?
I mean, how would I fight? How would I fight somebody? I am mostly left-handed, so if I was to like do anything mostly, I'll do it mostly with the left hand. I'm really like.
You're good at fighting with your left hand, aren't you?
Objection is characterized as a testimony.
Are you good at fighting with your left hand?
Objection like foundation.
Sustained.
Do you have any experience fighting with martial arts experience or other type of experience to defend yourself should something occur in your life?
Objection elements.
Not really, no.
So any type of fighting that you would be able to do, it would just be freestyle from your own knowledge of fighting, correct?
Objection, argument.
If you wanted to fight with someone, would you use your left hand, your right hand, or both?
Objection, ask and answer.
When you enter a building, such as this building or any building, oftentimes you will see that there's a security guard or a police officer or a sheriff guarding the building, correct? You saw that today here in the courthouse, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. I guess it's not. And on the date of the incident, the security guard, police officer, or person securing that building, in your mind, when you saw Emani Ellis was in fact Emani Ellis. In your mind, when you got off the elevator, Emani Ellis was in your mind, your state of mind was that she was a security guard, correct? Objection?
I think she's answered.
Yes.
And was there any doubt in your mind that she was a security guard?
There was no doubt in my mind that she was a security guard. She had the security guard outfit on. That's why I was so confused that she was so aggressive and she's supposed to protect me, the patient.
I understand. If Emani Ellis had in fact told you to leave the building, would you have listened because she was a security guard?
Objection, this is a complete hypothetical, irrelevant life foundation.
Did Miss Emani Ellis tell you to leave the building at any point during your verbal or physical altercation on February 24th, 2018?
She told me, "You're going to leave my building. You're going to leave my building."
Are you aware that Emani Ellis was hired by the owner of that building and had the right to tell you to leave?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained.
When Emani Ellis told you to leave the building, did you follow her command?
Objection. Relevance, life foundation.
You can answer.
No, she wasn't acting like a security guard.
But she was a security guard.
Objection.
The security guard tried to attack patients.
The objection sustained. We're not going to argue with each other.
Did you believe in your mind that Emani Ellis was a police officer?
No.
If you thought she was a police officer, would you have handled the situation the same way?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Sustained. Let's just focus on what happened.
Now, when Emani Ellis spoke with you, when you exited the elevator, she spoke with you directly outside the elevator, the area directly outside the elevators, correct?
I don't believe she got inside the elevator. I don't believe she did.
That's my question. Did whatever happened between the two of you, did it happen inside the elevator, at the point of entry, or outside the elevator?
Outside the elevator and down the hallway.
Fine. And when Miss Ellis was asked the same question, do you remember her saying that it happened outside of the elevator as well? Do you agree with her testimony?
It wasn't in front of the elevator anymore because I was walking and she was following me. So it wasn't in front of the elevator. It was outside the elevator because I already got off the elevator. I don't think she ever went inside the elevator because I felt her as soon as I'm walking. I felt her walking right behind me, and then she said something. She said, "Oh my God, Cardi B!" That's when I turned around, and she got the camera right here, like she recorded me, and I'm like, "Yo, why you recording me?" And she practically did admit that she recorded me because she said, "Oh my bad."
She did say that. Shout out to Seti Nash, guys. Whoop, wrong button, but hey, hey Seti. Glad that you're here. I got my hands full with the dog. But glad that you're here. If any of the mods are hanging out, please check out Seti Nash's channel. He is blowing up right now. All of the stuff going on with Hernandez Govin, Little Woody going live yesterday. The internet has been booming, and Seti has been at the forefront bringing y'all the news.
So.
And when she said, "Oh wow, it's Cardi B," or whatever you just said right now, when she said that, was that offensive to you?
It wasn't offensive. I just kept like power walking so I could avoid more contact. But she just kept following me.
Okay. And isn't it true that sometimes when you're walking around, different people will say, "Oh wow, it's Cardi B"?
Yeah.
Because they get excited.
Yeah.
And you had experienced that many times before you had that experience with Emani Ellis, correct?
Yes.
And the reason you didn't like it from her is because she was a security guard and you felt it was unprofessional for her to say that to you.
When she first said it, I didn't tell her nothing. I kept walking.
Why couldn't she say it? Why?
I never said she couldn't.
Okay. And she said it to you.
She said it to me and I kept walking.
What if she was not a security guard and she was just a random human and said, "Oh wow, it's Cardi B"? Would you have taken offense to that?
No,
You can answer.
I didn't even feel offended when she first said it. I felt offended when she kept following me. She recorded me, and you're supposed to be a security. You're not supposed to be recording patients going to any doctor, any.
But again,
that's what offended me. When she first said, "Oh my God, it's Cardi B," I just kept power walking. I didn't say nothing. I said something the second time she said it, and I turned around and I saw that she was recording me. And I'm like, "Yo, why are you recording me? Ain't you supposed to be security?" And she said, "Oh my bad." Then she kept following me, and now I'm getting annoyed. Like, you're the security guard of the building.
No question pending. No question.
All right, Council, I think that might be a good time to end because we've got some things that we need to deal with outside the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume right back at 9:30 again. Thank you for your patience today and your attention. We will see you tomorrow at 9:30. In the meantime, please do not discuss case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research.
All right. Now you guys see where it starts to go off of the rails. So we've had 2 days of this trial so far, right? We got through a few witnesses on day 2. Damn it, she wants to leave the room. So I'm gonna go let her do that. But we have Cardi herself, who is witness number 6, and you have the struggle lawyer struggling to ask questions, struggling with the rules of evidence, struggling to get basic questions out that makes sense and can land in front of the jury. The other thing I really want you guys to pay attention to, it looks like there's some movement. Are they going to talk after the jury leaves?
At the presence of the jury, you can step down, ma'am. All right, so let's address the issues of Tiara Malcolm and David Finky.
Okay, so there's 2 witnesses they need to talk about, and I'm going to bring y'all to day 3. I mean, we're doing a marathon today. We've been on for 5 hours. Might as well finish it. But at the same time, like, you're seeing where it starts to go off the rails. The thing to pay attention to is the jury, I don't think, is buying this. This is not a criminal case, guys. It's a civil case. This is somebody suing on the tort side of the house, right? This is not the state of California versus Cardi B. This is one person that wants money because of an alleged fight with no pictures, no video evidence, just word of mouth. Workers' comp cases, unpaid balances, all types of sketchy things. I'm so happy that I did take the day to go through all of this from beginning to end. And it's going to bring us to present day. So now what we'll do, they ended this day. I just want to see what the judge is about to say. I have day 3 pulled up. And day 3, we continue Cardi's testimony. There is the woman, the receptionist. I believe we have Dr. Finky as well. And that brings you to present day. So we really only have 2 or 3 more witnesses left. And then we're on current time. Let's just see what they have to say here. Let me let this dog out of this room and we'll go from there.
As witnesses.
May I argue that after counsel does?
Yeah, so let me just make sure that we squarely get everything on the record in terms of what defendant's position is. And so defendant's position If you want to summarize what you knew and when you knew it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me. As Ms. Elmazar testified, she did not know the name of the receptionist. She did not know the name of the doctor that she visited that one day. In the January 17, 2023 discovery responses of defendant, she responded in a verified response that the potential witnesses included her, plaintiff, and unknown staff employees of the medical center building who intervened during the incident. There was no motion to compel that was filed against that. At that point in time, neither she nor her counsel knew the identity of the two individuals. There's actually another response where, I don't see it here, but my copy, please. I'm not sure where it went to. Yes, it disappeared. Now I got it. Okay, so in Exhibit 1 to the motion, the supplemental motion that we filed, excuse me. She identified at page 10 Emani Ellis and unknown staff employees at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including at least two such persons who intervened during the incident. She described them, identified them as people who intervened, specific people, two people who intervened in the incident, and but she at that point did not know their names. It was years after that she never had gone there again. Plaintiff's counsel did not move to compel. It did not file or serve a response to supplement discovery. Exhibit 2 is a comparable discovery response in January 7, 2023 that also referred similarly to the two by what they had done, at least two such persons who intervened during the incident. It was not until last year, last year that we learned of.
Did you bring all your glasses today?
Yeah. We added, well, it's not until 2024 that we actually identified Dr. Finky, which was Moore's hard work. It wasn't easy. And we put Finky on the 2024 witness list, which is Exhibit 5 to the memorandum that we filed.
Okay, why don't you move on to Ms. Malcolm?
Okay, and Ms. Malcolm, she was the receptionist. She no longer worked at that firm by the time that the litigation had started at that medical center. And Malcolm's identity was only discovered on July 28, 2025, following further investigation by defendant's counsel. So then we talked about adding her to the exhibit list, the witness list, and she was added to our witness list. I think counsel's looking at me like I don't know what I'm talking about, but but I believe that she was put on our witness list. Yes. In July that we filed. There have been times when the court has referred to defendant's witness list, which omitted her, even though they knew of her. Plaintiff's August 9. Oh, I'm sorry. They actually had intended to call these two people as well. They did not identify them by name, even though plaintiff worked there and knew these people. She knew who Dr. Finky was. He intervened. She knew who the receptionist was. She worked there. Plaintiff worked there as well. Their August 9, 2022 discovery response identified as witnesses, quote, employees of doctor's office located near the scene. Then also, plaintiff testified in her deposition, which is Exhibit 4 to the memorandum we filed, quote, she is going to be bringing forward at the time of trial people from the doctor's office. So these are people that she knew about. She didn't identify. We didn't know about it. We found it out on our own, and we promptly disclosed it. Again.
Well, and I guess that's the question: is what is promptly disclosed? You learned about it on the 28th. Did you call plaintiff's counsel and say, "Hey, we found her"?
July 28, 2025 was when Malcolm's identity was discovered, and that's when we added the I think it was July 30th when we filed. I could be wrong. We filed.
I believe it was the following week.
The following week, and my colleague will verify that.
May I respond?
I just want to make sure that I understand the defense position. I don't see anything. I see the next witness list after that is being 820.
That's fine. That's the one that I filed.
That's what he filed. He admitted her. Oh,
I did not write her name there because I did not know her.
Well, that's an issue.
And so how did you communicate Ms. Malcolm's name to plaintiff's counsel?
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Your Honor, we were providing drafts for this latest round of the trial filings. And as soon as we found out, we put it on the witness list. And on one of those drafts before they were filed.
And I'm asking, when did that happen?
I'm not sure. I know it was before August 20th.
Okay.
Go
ahead. Well, actually, let me first start. So, Ms. Ellis, you understand you're still under oath, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I have a declaration from Tiara Malcolm, and she states that you telephoned her approximately 2 months after the incident, and that you asked her for her assistance in pursuing claims, and she said she didn't want to get involved. And she said, quote, she told you, "You've got to be kidding me." Did that conversation happen?
Never.
Did you do anything to investigate your claims after the incident?
No.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. John Cousin.
With respect to Malcolm, the first time I learned of it, I was given a partial document which only has about 50 pages. I was given it yesterday for the first time in the middle of the trial.
It was on your joint witness list on May 10th in 2024.
What was it?
His name.
I'm talking about the Malcolm.
Lawyers.
Not the
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Terrible.
Okay.
So what I want the court to know is I've been intimately involved with this case. My office is located across the street, 9025 Wilshire Boulevard. As an officer of the court, I declare under penalty of perjury. I never walked inside Dr. Finky's office one time. I never gave him my business card. All that's written there is not me. It's not true. It is false. It is a mistake or false, not my problem. I'm just telling you this as an officer of the court. I will not damage my reputation with you for this small issue. I just want it to be clear.
Okay.
I never did it.
I think there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for this, that it might have been workers' comp counsel.
I don't think so. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't me.
Did she have an attorney in a workers' comp case?
I understand that she did, but not for this. They're not going to go after this doctor.
No, I understand that, but just to get witnesses to what happened. I don't know.
I don't think, Your Honor, that that's what the purpose was. So,
okay.
Is there a need for me to argue more?
No, well, I think he was on the witness list in 2024.
May I finish? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Oh.
So I wanted to address why you didn't want to do any, you knew who it was.
Okay, so I'll address it. Your Honor, I did spend a lot of time doing the opposition, and I tried to do the same thing with the witness, Miss Belcalis Marlinis Almanzar. Cardi B, she herself testified that she was able to get the doctor's name in a matter of a few days, or whatever it is.
So let's just focus on the fact that in May 10, 2024, you knew who this doctor was.
I did not know.
You knew he was on the witness list.
I don't remember it being on the witness list. It could have been.
Yeah, I'm
But
telling
at
you it
that
was.
time, I believe you, Your Honor. So what I want to say to the court is, at that time, we knew we were not going to trial. It wasn't real yet. What was real was coming to trial now in August. And in discovery, it was never produced. So if it was.
But you never sent supplemental rocks.
I understand. But the point is, when they were responded to, the defendant could have easily gotten the name of Dr. Finky. She testified today under oath that it was her doctor. The same way plaintiff has to go and get the doctor's information for Rock, so does the defendant. This goes against the Code of Civil Procedure. It's unfair, it's prejudicial, it's damaging. I wasn't able to depose this person. I get it. I didn't depose the defendant because she was out of state, but I did depose Dr. Rosenberg. And if there were witnesses to this case, I would have deposed them. Why not? So first of all, Your Honor, with respect to Dr. Finky, my position is that he should not be allowed to testify for several reasons. Really, he didn't really see anything. He didn't. And it's really not that exciting.
How do you know that?
Because I know that. And we'll see that. If the court wants to allow him to testify, I'm open to that thought process because he didn't see anything. I really wouldn't care about him. But this random person, Tiara Malcolm, is a problem. Why? Because I wasn't able to take her deposition, cross-examine her. She was never put on any witness list. Even my own that I did on August 20th, when I filed it, wasn't there. The two individuals that I thought were the witnesses are Dr. Azizolai and Miss Parsi. Those two people are on the witness list. This whole idea came about because counsel said, well, we shouldn't have Azizolai, we shouldn't have Parsi. And then I said, well, then I'm going to jump on the bandwagon too, and you shouldn't have yours. And that's why we're here today, Your Honor.
Okay, so let me refresh my recollection. I don't remember who had a court reporter at the time. But at the time of our final status conference, there were discussions about this receptionist. I think there were discussions about you were actively engaged in trying to identify her, and you would inform counsel if and when you did. That conversation happened, correct?
Nobody informed me nothing. All I was given.
No, I'm saying at the time of the final status conference, that was a conversation that was had.
I don't remember it that way. I'm not that smart like the court is. I don't remember it that way. All I can say is it's inappropriate to be given a document in the middle of the trial with this court, the way that it is, it's super fast. The court doesn't want me to spend a lot of time asking people questions and actively doing a deposition. So
I would submit that.
Let's just say for the record, I let people try their cases. I'm not going to let you waste the jury's time.
Of course,
Okay?
I understand that. So my request is Tierra Malcolm is out because no one at any point called me, did anything to give me this information till yesterday when.
This is how you could tell he's an amateur. I don't know. I want to know where he went to law school. It is so disrespectful to speak to a judge from your chair. You see the other attorney with the gray hair? That's how I learned it at law school for me. You stand your ass up and say it with your chest. Who do you think you are to be sitting in that chair? Ooh.
Their attorney, Lisa Moore, who's not the main attorney, there's another lawyer here. He could have signed the declaration. I don't know why he didn't. Why is she doing it? Everything's been done by Peter Anderson and Eric Lamb with all of his other attorneys that he has helped.
Well, I think she was the one with boots on the ground according to her declaration. But so let's. So we find out about her on the 28th, and I see the witness list on the 20th. So I guess my concern is the gap of period of time. Or actually, can you confirm? Did we have that conversation that you were actively trying to find her?
That's my recollection. That she definitely came up. I don't recall if we had just found her or if we were still actively trying to find her. Unfortunately, we don't have the back and forth. And for example, Mr. Lamb's. Sorry, I think that was the name. If Your Honor likes, we can check to see when we actually sent a draft with her name to a draft witness list with her name to counsel. He definitely did not just find out about her yesterday.
I'm sorry.
If I may. And so we can do that. We just can't do it here because we've got a lot of trial documents and not many discovery documents or drafts of discovery documents. But we can't submit that. I can tell you, Your Honor, that once we found her, and this is a woman, by the way, who was integral to the case that plaintiff has known about since day one. And counsel says his office was across the street, but he never bothered to walk across the street to find out her name. Anyway, to make a long story short, we can provide that information. We can check if you like, but we did promptly disclose. I believe it was in a draft joint witness list that we had submitted. We submitted several as soon as we found her within a week.
Reply, Your Honor.
Right.
This case was set to be tried in 2024. It was continued over and over and over, and discovery was closed. This court did not reopen discovery. So this issue has been sleeping for at least a year, and it's unfair and prejudicial to the plaintiff to allow this random witness to show up at the eve of, not even the eve, in the middle of trial.
I think let's be fair. You both identified people at the medical center. You both knew that these were people. I mean, your client testified that there was people that came out. So she knew that there were people that came out.
No. The two individuals that I have, these are people that know about the incident. These are not the two individuals that they're talking about. There was nobody at the scene till after the fact. So whoever these people are, they're not going to really say anything fair. And for them to drop it on me in the middle of the trial is unfair. If they want to bring Dr. Finky and he wants to say, I came out and I heard there was an altercation, I'm not too concerned about him. I'm more concerned about Tierra Malcolm. I have no idea who she is, what she's going to say. And that one has never been given to me. And this case, discovery has been closed for over a year. Why should she be allowed to testify? It doesn't make sense to me.
Your Honor, may I just very briefly?
Sure.
We've been asking, and counsel hasn't told us who this Farzi, I'm not even going to try to, I don't know if that's, I just don't know how to pronounce his last name, and the woman, and we've been asking how they're relevant, given that Farzi, for lack of, that's the way I tried to make his last name, he's on 4-3. And he doesn't come in on Saturdays. He wasn't there. And the other person they identified is the receptionist at the building office, which is closed on Saturdays. The suggestion that the two people everyone's been talking about throughout this case who came out of the doctor's office for some reason weren't the doctor and the receptionist is absurd.
Your Honor, he's testifying things he doesn't know. How does he know if my doctor and my kid's assistant were there on Saturday? How does he know that? If he can prove me that, I'll withdraw all my objections. He can't. He's just making up stories.
So I guess the question is, let's just talk about reasonable diligence. And so, plaintiff's counsel knew that the receptionist of the Women's Care of Beverly Hills was at least identified as a category of a person to be a trial witness, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you do anything to try and figure out who that was?
There was nothing to do. It's a 6-year-old issue. I didn't know somebody could even pop up. Why would they? Well, how could I do it, Your Honor? How? Would it be possible?
All right. And to what extent, if any, is it possible to get her deposed between now and Tuesday?
Well, Your Honor, it sounds like plaintiff is going to be resting tomorrow. We expect her to testify tomorrow. She also, she's out of town. Yeah, that's our plan is for her to testify tomorrow. And if it helps, maybe without the jury, she can give an offer of proof or something.
Okay, so that's good. This actually helps me, guys, because like this trial randomly just started like on Monday while we were streaming the Donna Adelson trial. So now that we know that, because it stopped on Wednesday, and that's when all these viral clips of Cardi B on the stand, which we're about to watch in a second, it is very entertaining. Don't go anywhere. That's all about to transpire. I was just wondering why they stopped the trial on day 3 on Wednesday of this prior week. That's why I'm doing this marathon today. For anyone that hasn't seen it, we just covered days 1, 2, and 3. He's talking about Tuesday. I'm just trying to game plan my week as we go. But that's a good explanation. So we're about to see what happened. But now I know this is good. This is why I like to watch the judge and attorneys back and forth with scheduling so we could see what the holdup was. Because some of you guys had that question at the beginning of the stream, like, why did it just stop on Wednesday?
Yeah, we're talking about a 30-second incident. I did it, and by the way, he didn't take Dr. McKenna's deposition. He didn't take, that proceeded without him because he didn't bother to show up. He didn't take the defendant's deposition. The idea that at this late point he gets to take a deposition of someone who he has known about and his client has known about since she worked there, I just don't see the fairness in that.
All right, let me do this. I know that Dr. Finky can testify. I'm going to take it under submission. I'm going to look a little bit further into the Malcolm issue. I will tell you, I'm leaning, since the person was identified apparently for years, I don't think that it's an unfair surprise that she was finally identified. So that's where I'm leaning, but I'm not going to make that decision right now. So I'll vote tomorrow morning on the issue of the receptionist.
And how about that position?
Well, I'll vote tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
9:30 tomorrow?
So I think there was a discussion at the final status conference regarding who was demanding jury, and I thought the defendant was as demanding jury.
I assume Plaintiff had demanded a jury.
I believe both sides.
I thought both sides.
Oh, okay. So I didn't realize that. We weren't counsel.
Okay. No, I think it was addressed at the final status conference in terms of paying the jury fees.
Oh, I don't recall that at all. I'm sorry.
Is that an issue?
No, we'll split them.
Okay. All right. Fine.
My apologies.
Yes,
What did you do then?
exhibits for today.
Oh, exhibits for today. See, keep me on track. Are there any exhibits that were moving in evidence?
I believe there was one that the court, Dr. Markins represented Mills.
We already talked about Wintess 9 and 28.
Okay. So defense counsel is going to look at, I'm sorry, exhibit
9. This was 15 pages.
No, mine was a CD.
No, you're right. I apologize. Number 4, it's 15 pages. And counsel has had the whole day to look at the 15 pages, 3 pages of which are bills. And this is something that Dr. Mulligan testified to. I would ask that the court admit these 15 pages of evidence.
Any objections?
If you bear with us just for a moment, Your Honor.
This first page.
We don't object to the first page, which is the one he questioned him about. Beyond that,
It would be a more complete exhibit.
he didn't identify what was happening.
So, exhibit 4, pages 1 and 2. Exhibit 4, pages 1 and 2. Yeah, that's enough. 1 and 2.
One of the policy owners were having trouble because he combined as a single exhibit multiple different pages and then referred to like exhibit 4, pages 1 to 3, then exhibit 4, some other thing.
Your Honor,
So it basically confused the
it's not confusing. I'm left-handed. I do perfection work. This is in perfect order. I think the court's left-handed too and would relate. This is in nice order. You have the medical records and then the bills. It's 15 pages. It's nothing more than that.
Okay.
So pages.
Your Honor, I don't want to take up your time.
I'm
Can we submit
left-handed.
in the morning, for example, exhibit 4007 has no relationship to the preceding exhibits.
Yeah, so my suggestion was going to be to admit exhibit 4, 1 through 6. I don't think he testified as to the patient information form, how it was filled out.
Correct.
And then the billing, exhibit 4, 13 through 15.
That's fine, Your Honor. There was also exhibit 4-9 where I did ask him about to read from the record, and the court didn't want him to read that at the bottom about the prior doctors. Dr. Scher's written there. I think that's important for the jury to know that she went to this doctor before.
I'm sure he testified on that.
He did. He talked about it.
I think there's adequate testimony for that. So Yes. I'll admit 1 through 6 and 13 through 15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For example.
That's up to you, Your Honor.
Not for that time. Right.
All right, they're all done.
All right, and then was there anything else?
I got a 1-4.
That's the list of medical bills of plaintiff.
That is actually a list that counsel
Yes,
prepared.
sir. Yes, sir.
Counsel prepared.
Okay, that's not coming in now.
I would do it in closing. I'd like to show the jury the list instead of writing it down.
Well, to the extent that there's evidence supporting it, sure.
And if the court wanted to know about
So you, I think, Dr. McKenzie testified as to Exhibit 2. Did you want to move any of those in?
no, plaintiff is considering that to be hearsay.
Sorry. We offered 206, 207.
What's wrong with you?
Those as party admissions of plaintiff.
Admitted into evidence.
I'm being told no.
Your Honor, I think all of McKinsey should be excluded because they're hearsay. She said she doesn't work for this facility anymore.
Okay, him whining is actually pissing me off. So we're gonna switch to the really cool part, which is Cardi B really wilding out on this dude tomorrow. Just want to acknowledge a few of these real quick. Slytherin Dragon. Oh my God, I love Harry Potter. Like love. I think at one point for Halloween one year, I actually dressed up as Harry Potter. I drew the thunderbolt on my forehead and everything was amazing. But so I love your name, Slytherin Dragon. Says, I'm left-handed, so that means I'm perfect, and so is my work. I can't believe this lawyer said that. And again, sitting down while speaking to a judge, defending your client that they're paying for. We'll talk about that too. Because here's what happens. If she is not able to pay these doctor's bills or these medical bills, and there's a lien, one of you guys, I think it was Midnight Snack right here, mentioned this lawyer must be working on a lien too. When you have personal injury cases, we call this tort law, right? Civil cases, tort law. When you get into that personal injury space, lawyers can work for you, and it's based off of how much your award would be for damages. So now does the 24 million make a little bit more sense? Because if this incident happened in 2018, what are we, 7 years later? 7 years later, he's likely either promised a third of the damages or 30%. I just wanted to clarify that because Midnight Snack, you brought up a good point. All right, for those that are falling asleep, I think we're on here for probably another 2 hours. This is my longest Saturday stream ever. But we are going to day 3. We covered day 1, we covered day 2. We are now going to day 3. Day 3 starts with Cardi B on the stand. And this is the viral moment that many of you have seen throughout the week. Me and my team were able to catch some of it. So we put a video out, I think 2 or 3 days ago, and we captured this live. So we were able to get it out. But there's also the receptionist that broke up the fight between Emani and Cardi B. And she's going to testify too. So that's the second witness of day 3. There's also another, I think Dr. Finky, who is Cardi B's doctor. He is going to testify too. And then there's one other person. So we just got 4 more people to get through, actually 3 really, aside from Cardi B. And then we're all done for the night. And then your girl is going to relax and enjoy this wonderful Saturday. Why don't we jump on in and pick it up? I saw this part, some of you guys haven't, but this is what caught my attention throughout the week. And I'm going to skip all the procedural stuff.
We're just meeting and conferring about.
He doesn't know what he's doing. He's a terrible lawyer.
Want to propose?
I want to see Cardi B destroy him on the stand.
Was it facing you or was it facing Miss Ellis?
The camera was facing me. When I got off the elevator, her phone was here. Then when I was walking and she was behind me, and then she said, "Oh my God, y'all, Cardi B, Cardi B." I looked back and the camera was like right there, like practically on her chest type stuff. I'm like, yo, why are you recording me?
Okay. And you've seen like, you know, police officers where they have a camera on the front of them. Have you ever seen that where a police officer will have that?
I never seen that, but that was her phone, not a camera.
I understand, but I'm saying, have you ever seen a security officer, a police officer have a special camera on their chest which records what occurs in front of them? I'm not saying she was recording you. I am asking you this question. If she was recording you, why does it matter?
Because she's a security guard and I'm going to a doctor's office. It definitely mattered.
You were causing a disturbance. Maybe
I
she
wasn't
wanted to
causing
record
a
you.
disturbance.
Here it goes.
Let's not talk over
Here it
each other
goes.
and go on. Wait for him to finish
Sorry.
asking the question before you answer.
Do you own the building of 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
No, I was walking to a doctor's office.
Do you agree that you were a guest in that building? You were
Yes.
a visitor, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. When a security officer tells you to leave, are you
Done with
supposed to
it.
leave?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Sustained, if that's been answered, we covered this yesterday.
You were causing a disturbance in the building.
She started the disturbance.
Did you also?
Ma'am, if you hear an objection, please wait.
Oh, sorry.
I'm that should.
What's wrong?
Do you remember yesterday you said that there was a verbal altercation between the two of you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And an altercation is a fight, isn't it? It's a verbal fight. You had a verbal fight with her.
Asked and answered.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Sustained.
You used the F word during that fight, didn't you?
Yes.
What other words did you use? Tell us in your own words what you said.
I said, bitch, get the fuck out my face. Why are you in my face? Why are you recording me? Ain't you supposed to be security?
Tell it to
Why?
her now. Go ahead.
Huh?
Say it again. Say it.
Objection, Your Honor.
You want me to say it to
I
her
want
face?
you to tell it to her face what you said on that day so she can hear it for
The
herself. again.
objection is sustained.
And Your Honor, do we have civility in the
Yeah,
courthouse?
why don't we just take the temperature down a little bit? If you have actual questions to ask her, please do.
Look at how Cardi's looking at him. This took me out the other day when we watched it. She's like, who do you think you're talking to? Because would you, if we weren't in this courtroom, be able to get this close to this woman and say what you're saying to her right now? He wouldn't be able to do it. He wouldn't be able to do it. So pay attention because it's about to, like, for the next 30 minutes, enjoy. This was wonderful.
So it's not the time to argue with her.
What were the words that you used when you got off the elevator to this security guard who's no longer security guard at this time?
Objection to argumentative and also covered yesterday.
It's been covered several times, so it's asked and answered. It's the objection sustained.
What did you tell Emani Ellis yesterday?
You need one.
What were you holding in your hand at the time when you got off the elevator?
Objection. What's your argument?
Overruled.
He's so bad at that.
Nothing, correct? You weren't holding anything, were you?
No.
You had both of your hands free to do whatever you wanted to do, correct? Yes or no?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And if you wanted to scratch or cut her face with your right hand or your left hand, if you wanted to do it, you could have done it, correct? So
But
you're
I
not
didn't.
disabled.
But I
right?
didn't because I had a baby inside me.
How did she
Time
know?
out, time out. Let's slow down the pace just a little bit before the opportunity to give objections and for the court reporter. What was the objection?
Argumentative, relevance.
Overruled.
And again, I would ask that counsel lower his voice. This isn't.
So, Your Honor, I was told yesterday that my voice was too low by others, so that's why it's a little bit higher today, so that everybody can hear what I can say, as well as the witness.
I think that there's a difference between volume and tone. I think the volume is fine, the tone is a little bit argumentative.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I apologize for that. I will try to do my best to tone it down. So, again, I will ask you to tell us and admit to this fact that you are not disabled, correct?
I'm not what?
Are you disabled?
At that moment, no.
No. Are you disabled?
Overruled.
Are you disabled? Yes or no?
At that moment, when you're pregnant, I'm very disabled. You want me to tell you things I can't do?
Fine. What was your disability on February 24th of 2018. What was your disability?
I was pregnant. I couldn't protect myself, even if I wanted to. She's like twice my size.
No problem, no problem. Let me ask you this.
How
How many months pregnant were
You
you?
need to wait for the answer.
Okay.
You done, man?
How many months pregnant were you?
I was around 13 to 12 weeks.
Months? 4 months? 3 months?
3.
3 to 4 months. Fair enough? Did you have a bulging belly?
No, I didn't.
Did Miss Emani Ellis know that you were pregnant?
Objection, cultural speculation.
Do you know if Emani Ellis knew that you were pregnant when you walked out of that elevator?
No, I didn't know. But she knows that I'm a patient. When you're a patient to go see a medical anything, you shouldn't even try to fight nobody. You don't know what disability they have.
Now, let me ask you this question. When you say you were disabled, were you disabled in your upper extremity, your arms? Were your arms disabled? The reason I'm asking is I want to make it very clear for everybody that your arms can go up and down, and they could go up and down now, and they could go up and down on that day as well. You agree to this?
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered in a different way, and I guess that's fine.
I'll let.
Oh,
you
his
answer this
questions
once.
are
He's gonna ask
comical.
it again.
If my arms were disabled? No, my arms weren't disabled.
Can you raise your arms up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you? You don't have to do it physically. I'm saying, are you able to do it?
Yes.
And on that day, you were able to do it as well, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
Okay. That's all I'm asking.
Really tell.
Aside from your disability of being 3 to 4 months pregnant, do you have any other disabilities?
No.
Do you have a disabled placard? Are you legally disabled in any way?
Why don't you walk, Hudson?
And
Oh, this
the
smoke.
hoodie that you had on, what color was it? Was it black, white, yellow, purple, pink?
I really don't remember.
And was the hoodie over your head or
Yes.
no? You wore it for what reason over your head? To protect your identity?
It could be I don't really want people to recognize me. My hair not done. My makeup not done. I probably just woke up. A lot of reasons.
And when you went there in the afternoon at 1:30 p.m., had you just woken up at that moment? Well, shortly before 1:30 p.m. on a Saturday?
Objection, relevance.
Sister.
When you went to the building at 1:30 p.m., were you fasting or you had eaten something before you went to see the doctor?
Sister.
Now, when you saw Miss Emani Ellis and you got out of the elevator, I'm not asking who did what. I'm asking, was there any contact between you and her of any kind? What that means is fingers to fingers, shoes to shoes, knees to knees, any contact between you and Emani Ellis of any kind. Was there? Yes or no?
No.
So she didn't touch you, correct?
No.
So if somebody comes here and testifies that she did do something to you physically, you disagree with that testimony, or you will, correct?
She didn't touch me.
Okay.
She didn't get to touch me. No. She was going to touch me, but she didn't get to touch
When
me
you say she was going to touch you, how do you know that? You
because
assume?
we were chest to chest at one point.
So then your chest did touch, right?
I'll say that, but you did say when I got off the elevator.
Okay.
We
Let's-
we walked a little bit. That's when we got chest to chest. When we got off the elevator, we didn't do no contact.
I understand. So here's how we're going to do this. The date of the incident is February 24th of 2018. You agree?
Yes.
Now I'm going to talk to you about the whole day, not just the minute you got off the elevator. When I say the whole day, from the moment you got off the elevator, you saw Emani Ellis, you had your fight with her, whether it was verbal or not. At some point, she went away and you went away.
Mm-hmm.
So during that segment of time of your life, which was how many minutes in your opinion? 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute?
It was probably like a minute 45. It was so quick. It was really quick.
So from during the 1 minute and 45 seconds.
No. I didn't say 1 minute.
We haven't had a question yet. Please phrase one that's intelligible.
During the few minutes or 1 minute or whatever minutes it was that you were with Emani Ellis, during that period of time of your life and her life, during that segment, just hold this now, during that time period, at some point, you were chest to chest. You agree?
Yes.
There was physical contact between her chest and your chest, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you had the chest to chest contact, at that moment, were you angry?
I was mostly nervous.
Were you angry?
Yes, I was angry.
How angry were you?
Depends on the level of angry, to be honest with you.
Let's talk about the levels. I'm going to go from a scale of 1 to 10. On the scale of 1 to 10, what was the level of your anger when you were chest to chest with this person on the day of the incident? You were at a high level of anger when you were chest to chest with her, correct?
Objection recommended.
I don't think I was like on a high level of angry. I was more on a high level of concern, very concerned.
And why were you concerned?
Because I'm pregnant and this girl's about to fucking beat my ass. Hello?
Hello. Hello, I'm here. So.
Hello. Honestly, that was my favorite moment of this week. She says, because I'm fucking pregnant and this girl's about to beat my ass. Hello? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, oh, that's the other shirt. We're going to have a full collection after this part right here. Hello? Oh, we got to go back.
Objection recommended.
I don't think I was like on a high level of angry. I was more on a high level of concern, very concerned.
And why were you concerned?
Because I'm pregnant and this girl's about to fucking beat my ass. Hello?
Hello. Hello, I'm here. So when she was going to beat you, like you just testified, what did she do to have you believe that she was going to beat you? What did she do?
She was on my face, chest to chest, and while we arguing, she's backing me. So we practically arguing, and I'm backing, and she's like walking forward.
Right. And she's, you said she's bigger than you, is that correct?
Absolutely.
How do you know that?
I mean, look.
I'm looking at you. What is your basis? Are you saying she's physically bigger, she's taller?
I mean, you have a medical record,
I
right?
don't have anything. I'm not asking you the question.
I mean, I was 130 pounds at that time.
So she's overweight, right? In your opinion.
Objection, no.
She's a little.
You don't need to answer me.
Okay.
Little thick.
Did you make fun of her that she was overweight when you were there in the hallway?
I don't think so.
Did you call her fat?
No, I was calling her a bitch.
Bitch?
Yes.
Do you think that's respectful to call a security guard a bitch?
Objection.
Is that how you talk to everybody?
Objection.
Now, you said you felt, I don't know the words. Let's go back to it. Did you feel scared, threatened, afraid at the moment your chest was touching?
Absolutely.
You were scared?
Absolutely.
And you had your cell phone on you, right?
I did, but she's in my face.
That's fine. Did you
focus on the question?
Did you use your cell phone to call Karan Newton, your security guard, who was downstairs, or the police?
Objection.
Did you call anybody for help?
Over.
When I got inside the doctor's office and I said like on the little bed thing, I told him, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened. Meet me downstairs when I leave. I'm gonna call you when I leave.
If you were really scared and really afraid, isn't it true that you could have called your security guard to come upstairs and help you? Or you could have called police. That was a possibility because you had your phone in your hand, correct?
Compound mischaracterizes the testimony that the phone was in my hand.
You had your phone in your pocket on the day of the incident?
Objection, relevance.
Can we agree that you didn't call your security guard to help you after the incident, correct? To help you. You did call him, but you didn't call him to come upstairs.
I apologize. I thought it was mischaracterizes the testimony.
I didn't call him to help me. It was already done. It was done.
Okay, now let's talk about the fingernails. Okay? Fingernails.
Something new?
Well, I want to show a couple of things about the fingernails. So, This side of the ruler, okay, is 2 centimeters. You need to bring it closer, can you see it from there?
Objection, Your Honor, you went over this yesterday.
I'm sorry.
2 centimeters. Do you know the size of 2 centimeters? How big it is?
That's an answer,
I have like an understanding of how it would be. Yeah.
2 centimeters. A little bit less than an inch. Okay? Now, Miss Emani Ellis had a scar to her face of 2 centimeters long, and she received plastic surgery for that. And my question to you is, did you at any time see a scar on Miss Emani Ellis's face, or a cut, or a scrape, at any time during the time of the incident?
No. And she couldn't get a scratch from me because I didn't touch her.
I understand that's what you're saying. I get it. Did you look at Miss Emani Ellis's left cheek at any time during the incident? Did you specifically look for that because you thought there might be a scar on her face? Or did you not look?
Objection. Compound and relevance.
Did you look at Miss Emani Ellis's face when you were arguing with her at the time of the incident?
I was looking at her face, but I wasn't looking like, she got a pimple on her face? No, I wasn't looking at her details or anything.
So if she had a scar on her face or cut
I wasn't looking at
with her at the
Look
time
at
of the
Cardi's eyes, bro.
I was looking at her face, but I wasn't looking like, she got a pimple on her face? No, I wasn't looking at her details or anything.
So if she had a scar on her face or cut, you wouldn't be able to know because you weren't focusing on it, right?
Oh, amazing.
Assistant. Counsel, shoot the fact witness. She didn't see a star. 121.
You testified yesterday that when you go to get your nails done, you tell your nail person to be careful not to make your nails too sharp. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Do you tell them that every time you go to get your nails done?
Objection, relevance.
Said that yesterday, bro.
Did you tell your nail person that before you had your nails done, just before this incident?
I didn't have to because of the shape. So the shape that I had that week, it wasn't like a shape that is like harming. It was like a square coffin shape. So it didn't have like no points or like sharp edges and stuff like that. I mean, there's pictures of me of that week everywhere. So
Do you have a picture now with you?
Like
You're
ninja. I hire people for that.
The nails that you have on now, are they sharp and pointy?
You asked me this yesterday.
You consider them pointy?
No.
Can those nails that you have on now, can they become sharp to the point where they could cut somebody if you were to scratch them?
Relevance. Assistant.
Did you see any skin or any blood underneath your fingernail after the incident? Any of your fingernails?
There was no physical incident for me to even see nothing like that.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying if you saw anything.
No.
Okay. Did any of your fingernails break after the incident?
No.
All 10 of them were in perfect condition?
Yes.
When you went to see the doctor, Dr. Finky, did he look at your fingernails? Did he go over that with you?
No.
Did you even bring it up to him?
No, I just told him, like, it's like, this is your security? This is your security?
Besides your chest-to-chest touching, did anything else touch?
No.
Okay, and you're a firstborn child?
To my mother, yes.
Okay, and you have other siblings?
Relevant.
Other brothers and sisters? Right?
Relevant. I would have objected.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, and as you testified yesterday that the baby in your stomach that was 4 months or 3 to 4 months old was your first child, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you've had other children, correct?
After? Yes.
Your Honor, relevance.
Assistant.
Okay. Now, back to the words. I asked you yesterday if you used the N-word, if you called Miss Emani Ellis the N-word. You said you did not, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay. But you've said that word before in your lifetime, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Assistant.
And in your music, you actually say it many times, correct?
Objection,
He's a
relevance.
rapper, bro.
Do you know what the word ghetto means?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did Miss Emani Ellis call you ghetto?
I don't remember.
If someone called you ghetto, would that make you angry?
Objection, relevance.
Me?
Yeah.
If somebody calls me ghetto, it depends on how you're using it, but I don't really feel offended if you call me ghetto.
Did Emani Ellis tell you that you're stupid?
Your Honor, relevance.
Listen to the objection. Almost every single question is getting a relevance objection. That means even on this, because I mean, if he's calling her as a witness, these are supposed to be open-ended questions. None of them are relevant, chat. None of them. None of them. Why do you care if she's the firstborn child? Why do you care, like, you know, about some of these things that have nothing to do with this incident? Why do you care if she uses the N-word in her music? Because you could not get her to say on the stand that she called your client an N-word. She didn't. She didn't.
I really don't remember. She did. She was cursing at me though.
What were the words that she used?
You're gonna get the fuck out of my building. You're gonna get the fuck out of my building. I can do whatever the fuck I want. And then it's like when I was telling her, it's like, why you recording me? She's like, it's my fucking phone. It's my phone. You're in my building. That's what she was telling me. And she was like, oh, yeah. She also was saying like, I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a fuck who you are.
Okay. And you remember?
Think about that. We heard Emani as the first witness at the very beginning of this stream. Emani did not say any of that. We did not hear any of that. We did not hear what Emani said. We only heard what Cardi said to her.
Her telling you that?
I remember that.
Those exact words?
Yes.
And did that make you angry?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. When you get angry, you black out and maybe not realize what happens next.
Mhm.
Your Honor, relevance.
Do you know if you blacked out on the date of the incident? At any time?
I think
All right. And when you were yelling back and forth, and you were speaking and yelling and screaming, you were, correct?
See?
You were yelling and screaming at each other,
Yes.
correct? And you were doing that. Did your spit come out of your mouth and go onto Emani Ellis?
I don't think so. No.
But it's possible, right? Because when you're speaking, sometimes you use many, many words, the spit comes out, correct?
Objection.
You agree with this?
I'm proud of objections.
Well, relevance, Your Honor.
You can answer.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think it'd be happening. I don't know.
Could it be that Miss Emani Ellis was not recording you with her phone? Is that a possibility?
Objection called for speculation.
Aside from what you've just told us now about the recording, is there anything else that you have? Any other testimony about how you know Miss Emani Ellis was recording you with her phone?
She told me when I told her, why are you recording me? She said, oh, my bad. She practically apologized.
Did she apologize to you?
If you say, oh, my bad, when I'm telling you why you're recording me, to me, that means you're recording me. And it's right there, right now. It's on my face.
Well,
not on my face, literally on my face. I'm trying to be as detailed as possible, but she had it right here on her chest, like this.
Honestly, I will say this, like, you can tell when you're being recorded or when you're made. Shout out to the mobster. You can tell when you're made, as if you're trying to be low key. I mean, I have spent some time with some very large content creators, and I still do. And I can always tell when somebody has recognized somebody in the group, or myself or someone else. You can always tell because they're like, is it you? Is it really you? And then they're afraid to say anything. And I was just in Atlanta this week. Like, everybody in Atlanta is super friendly. Like, it's super chill. But they'll come up to you like, is it really you? And it's just like, yeah. I mean, I've had it happen a few times. I think I was at a car wash once in Atlanta. And somebody came up to me. They were like, I'm sorry. And I saw her looking at me and I was just like, okay, this is freaking awkward. I'm going to look over here or do something else or like go in a different area. But the woman was like, are you AV? I was like, in fact, I am. Like for me, it's new to me. So I like it. Some people are just not cool. Like they want to keep their privacy private and like enjoy their off time if they're not working. You know, some people don't like it, but I can always tell whenever I'm around other big content creators or people that have notoriety, I can see it from across the room. And I'll always be the one. I'm like, hey, you're about to get made, or that person recognizes you. 3, 2, 1. Hi, are you this content creator? Like almost on clockwork. But I like saying hi to y'all. So if you ever see me, I'm good. I'm good. Come say hi.
And when Miss Emani Ellis told you to leave the building, you refused to leave, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you were trespassing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Assisting.
Where did you go? Did you leave the building? Did you go to your doctor's office? Where did you go next?
To my doctor's office.
And where did Miss Emani Ellis go?
I don't know.
Did she see you walk into the doctor's office?
Objection, false speculation.
Assisting.
Did you see Miss Emani Ellis when you walked into your doctor's office?
Did I saw her?
Right.
We was arguing. The receptionist came out. She got in between us. They were like kind of like she was like trying to calm her down. The doctor was already coming out, and he's like, go to my office. I'm like, after that, I just went to his office and I never seen her again.
And when this, how long after, from the moment you saw Miss Emani Ellis, how long after did the doctor Finky come out of his office? Was it in the middle, towards the end? Can you give us an estimate of time? Sure. So, just for argument's sake, I'm going to estimate the time was 2 minutes. I'm not saying it was. It could have been half a minute. Just for argument. So during the 2 minutes that you and her were outside in the hallway, screaming at each other, whatever you're doing, for those 2 minutes, how long after the 2 minutes, or sorry, how long from the beginning of the 2 minutes to the end did Dr. Finky come in? So he could have came in at 59 seconds, 119 seconds, 1 second. Do you understand my question?
But it wasn't 2 minutes.
Time out. Sorry, go ahead.
It wasn't.
I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
Let's do it again. How many seconds, I need to know this, how many seconds were you and Miss Emani Ellis in the hallway? Let's just pick a time. You pick.
I'll say from like the beginning all the way to like walking down, it had to be like a minute or less.
Okay. And you say walking down, you mean walking into Dr. Finky's office or leaving the building?
Excuse me?
When you say walking down where?
Remember, I got off the elevator, so I'm walking, trying to find the room, the office. So in between that was like the minute there. Like I like the verbal dispute, it had to be like 20 seconds of that.
Fine. When did Dr. Finky come out of his office?
At the end.
When it was all done, correct?
Mm-hmm. Well, when Tiara was calming down, she was still like screaming and like trying to explain herself to Tiara. I just walked away.
All right. When you got off the elevator, was there anyone else in that hallway or in that vicinity?
No.
And how long did it take before Tiara came out?
How long did it take?
And that's Tiara Malcolm.
Yes.
What's your best estimate?
Like 40 seconds at most, or like 50 seconds, like around there. I don't know.
So you and Miss Emani Ellis were alone for approximately 40 to 50 seconds before anybody came out into the hallway, correct?
Yes.
And in those 40 to 50 seconds, anything could have happened.
Objection.
Right?
Assisting.
You could have scratched her face, you could have cut her face in those 40 seconds.
We're not going to engage in speculation. If you have fact questions, ask her, please do so.
When you had the fingernails on that day, what color were the fingernails? Do you remember?
They were like
Green?
no, they were like orangey.
And you said that there were some kind of flat stones on them?
Yes.
Were those flat stones on all 10 fingernails?
Most likely, yes.
Were the 10 fingernails all the same size and had the same exact stones on them?
Mm-hmm.
So if there was one stone,
Yes.
if there was one stone, it would be one stone times 10? Or is one might have 3 stones, another one may have 1 stone? Do the stones change?
Objection. Vague, ambiguous, false speculation.
What do you call them? The things that you said yesterday, what did you call them that were on your fingernail?
Flat rhinestone.
Flat rhinestones. Were any of them sharp?
Not if they're flat, they're not sharp. If they're like 3D, like popping up, they sharp. But if they're flat, they're not sharp.
Okay. And do you ever wear the ones that are 3D?
Objection relevance.
Were you wearing the ones that were 3D on the date of the incident?
No.
At any time?
No.
And how do you know that those rhinestones that are 3D, how do you know they're sharp? Why did you just tell us that?
Why are we talking about things that she didn't testify she was wearing?
Thank you, Judge.
Do you remember how many rhinestones were on each fingernail? If it was 1, 2, or 3?
Objection, that's the answer.
Sustained.
Aside from that day, the date of the incident, which was February 24th of 2018, aside from that day, have you ever seen Miss Emani Ellis either before or after that day?
No. Honest truth, I wouldn't even recognize. Like I totally forgot how she looked until I came here again. Like.
Well, isn't everything you just told us the honest truth?
Yes.
Now, when Miss Tiara Malcolm came outside, she came outside in about 40 to 50 seconds, and she came out first, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long after that?
Yes.
How long after that piece did the doctor come out? Because he came out after her, right? They didn't come out together, did they?
Tiara?
I withdraw. Piece of time. But anyway, when Tiara Malcolm came outside, did she come by herself or with the doctor or someone else?
She came out by herself.
So how long after she came out did the doctor come out?
He came out like 4 to 5 seconds later, 3 seconds later.
When Tiara Malcolm came outside, how did she get between the two of you if you were chest to chest?
She literally, she was like, "What are you guys doing? What's going on? And what's going on?" And then she was like, "This bitch just fucking hit me. This bitch just hit me. I'm about to fuck her up." And I'm just like, I was so confused because it's like, no, I didn't. Like, I didn't hit you. And then that's when like Finky came out, and he's like, what's going on? Go to my office. So I just like went to his office and stuff like that. Like, that's it. Done.
Right, but you testified that Tiara Malcolm at some point was in between the two of you.
Yes.
You got a hamburger bun with a hamburger.
Yeah.
She was a hamburger, and the two of you were the buns, correct?
Yeah.
Right. How did the hamburger get inside the bun?
I'm not sure if I gave her space or one of us gave her space. She wasn't like really like in. She was just like, "What are you guys doing? What is this?" And then she just got in the middle because she just was like going crazy. I don't know where she just turned up like.
And you just testified now that Emani Ellis was yelling that you hit her,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
She was saying it,
Mm-hmm.
and you didn't hit her.
No.
Did you take a swing at her?
No.
When Miss Tiara Woods was in between the two of you, did you try to take a swing over Miss Tiara Woods?
No.
How tall are you?
I don't know who Tiara Woods is, but.
Tiara Malcolm, I call it. Tiara Malcolm. How tall are you? How tall are you?
How tall I am?
Yeah.
5'3".
Okay, how about on that day of the incident when you had your shoes on? Were they flats? Were they heels? What was it?
It's like flats.
So, and do you know how tall Miss Emani Ellis is?
No.
When you were standing face to face, were your eyes like the same level, or did she look taller? Did she look shorter? What is your recollection?
We was face to face, so she's practically like my height, or just a much taller, but she was practically my height. But she is like
What? Hey,
security heavy.
what does security heavy mean? Just tell us. There's no harm. What does that mean?
Like she just looks a little like she could protect the building. You know what I'm saying? She just looked more developed.
And aren't security guards to be more developed than you?
Oh my God! Security heavy. Oh. I love Cardi B, man.
Did you at any time tell Miss Emani Ellis that you were pregnant?
No.
That building, you agree, is not Cedars-Sinai Hospital, correct?
Objection, next witness. Also, this was covered.
I withdraw. The building you were in was a medical building, correct?
Yes.
But it wasn't a hospital.
No.
Was it a hospital?
No.
And there's all type of different tenants that
No,
are
go
in the
back.
building, right?
Go back.
Do you know?
Not Cardi B disrespecting your client and then like having a good time doing it.
If there were, did you at any
Looks a little security heavy.
what does security heavy mean? Just tell us. No harm. What does that mean?
Like she just looks a little like she could protect the building. Type building. You know what I'm saying? She just looked more developed than me.
And aren't security guards to be more developed than you?
Objection, relevant.
Assistant.
Did you at any time tell Miss Emani Ellis that you were pregnant?
No.
That building, you agree, is not Cedars-Sinai Hospital, correct?
Objection, next witness. Also, this was covered.
I withdraw. The building you were in was a medical building, correct?
Yes.
But it wasn't a hospital.
No.
Was it a hospital?
No.
And there's all type of different tenants that are in the building, right?
Objection, next submission.
Do you know if there were other tenants that had offices in that building?
Objection, relevant.
Assistant.
You were on the 5th floor, correct?
Yes.
And when you were walking down the hall, there were other doors there, correct? It wasn't just Dr. Finky. There was other different offices there, correct?
Objection, relevant.
Assistant.
When you were getting angry, did you believe that your anger would harm your baby?
Objection, relevant.
Assistant.
When you went to see Dr. Finky, did you tell him, I got so angry right now, something happened, whatever you told, is it harmful to my baby? Did you ask him?
Objection.
Assistant. Councilman, everything.
Earlier, well, I'll withdraw that. Did you post anything about the incident of February 24, 2018 on the internet?
Objection, relevant.
I think I said something because around that time she did went live and said something, and my fans caught it, and she was just practically saying like all of these lies about me and stuff like that, and I was like, I did not touch that girl at all. I never really got into details about it.
And when she was posting things, she was telling other people that you assaulted her or hit her or did something physical, correct?
Objection, relevant.
Yes.
And then you replied and posted things as well, correct?
See, this went over my head the first time we were covering this. Because this is the clip that I saw and that many of you guys have been seeing on social media. Why is this lens like acting loud? Okay. All right. So what I was going to say is that Cardi is talking about an important part of this, which is social media. So not only did Emani bring this lawsuit, Emani is also out there like going live and talking about the situation. And Cardi B fans are probably like Beyonce fans, like, the Beehive. Right. Or, Taylor Swifties, like people are very loyal to artists that they love. And a lot of people like Cardi B. So the information got back to her. Like whenever anybody's talking about me, y'all be sending me emails. I'm very tiny compared to all these people. But at the end of the day, when someone has an audience versus someone that doesn't, and if somebody's talking about them, the information is very quick to get back. This went over my head the first time I watched this testimony But see, it's interesting. Actually, it's very interesting that this lawyer that's asking her questions has very rarely brought up the social media beef that these two have. Cardi's bringing it up, and I appreciate that in retrospect now that I'm seeing this portion a second time. Y'all want security heavy shirts?
Yes.
Do you remember what you posted?
It was, I don't think I posted something. I'm not even sure if it was a comment or like if I did like a live or something. It had to be quick. I was like, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here. Trying to get some money.
What was that?
I said, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here. Just trying to get some money.
Who's trying to get some money?
She is.
How do you know?
Because she sued me for $24 million.
Did you sue her?
No.
Why?
Did you sue her?
Objection,
Did you ever apologize on those internet or emails or whatever you posted? Did you ever on the posts apologize for anything that you did that day?
Objection, relevant.
Do you feel by using all those words you should have apologized?
Objection,
Are you aware that your security guard spoke to Emani Ellis in the lobby shortly after this incident? Are you aware of that?
Last submission.
I'm not aware of that. He didn't tell me he talked to her.
Okay. Are you aware that your security guard, Karan Newton, on the day of the incident, apologized to Miss Ellis on your behalf?
Objection.
Did your security guard tell you that he apologized to Miss Ellis on your behalf at any time?
Objection. Asked and answered. Argumentative. Last Sunday.
Have you ever been assaulted and battered in your life?
Objection, Your Honor.
Have you ever been abused in your life?
Counsel, if you're out of questions, you can ask the question.
That's embarrassing. Counsel, if you're out of questions, that means he's out of questions. If the judge has to say move along, if you're out of questions, because now his questions are discombobulated, they don't make any sense. They have nothing to do with the case. Let's go back to those last 5. Run it back. What are you asking?
On your behalf at any time.
Objection. Asked and answered. Argumentative. Last Sunday.
Have you ever been assaulted and battered in your life?
Objection, Your Honor.
Have you ever been abused in your life?
Counsel, if you're out of questions, you can ask the question.
Have you been abused?
Did you know that by your actions, you took away the feeling of safety for Emani Ellis?
All right. Counsel?
Yes, sir.
Are you done?
I have a few more questions.
Have them be fact-based.
Yes, sir.
The feeling of safety.
And do you agree that this incident, which we're talking about, why we're all here today, is occurred 7.5 years ago? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, that's 2,741 days ago, based on my math. How do you remember all of these details that you gave us from 2,741 days ago?
Objection. As to the days.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember like the basics. I don't remember like the whole. I remember the basics. Like it was, but it's not really much to remember. It was a in and out thing.
All right, and have you ever used your nails to scratch yourself? Like if you get a bug bite, have you ever done that before?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant.
She said a bug bite.
Did you have any jewelry on you at the time of the incident, whether it was on your hands or your neck?
Objection. As the answer. Relevant.
When you were in the hallway, did you block Miss Ellis from leaving? Even if it was for 1 second.
No.
Did she block you from leaving?
Yes. She blocked me from moving. She was right in my face. She was right in my face.
Okay. And when you were standing there, were you facing Dr. Finky's office or a different side? Do you understand the question?
Objection. Negative.
I withdraw the question. When this whole thing happened, did you start to move around in a circle, or were you standing physically in the same spot the whole time?
Objection, ask the answer, I think it covered it.
When you say that she was blocking you, were you facing towards Dr. Finky's office? Yes?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karan Newton, how long was he your security guard as of the day of the incident? For how long?
Sustained.
Sad. So
Would you
sad.
consider yourself a peaceful person?
Objection.
Sustained.
You can't even get her to answer a question, bro. That's one good one. You could do it.
And after you saw Dr. Finky, you spent about 15 minutes with him, you left the building, correct?
Yes.
When you left the building, did you see Emani Ellis as you were exiting?
No.
Did you see your security guard downstairs?
Yes.
And he was in the lobby area waiting for you?
That's the answer.
Sustained.
Okay. And when you left the building, you went to the parking lot, or was the car waiting for you outside?
Objection.
Sustained.
That I've heard this called, at least in my comment section, people have called that the power yawn. Let's watch it one more time from Miss Cardi, the power yawn. Wasting my time. Quit wasting our time.
Aside from Tiara Malcolm and Dr. Finky and Emani Ellis, who were in that hallway, were there any other people there?
No.
Did any other doctors come up to that floor?
No.
You're sure?
Absolutely.
How are you sure?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were in the 5th floor, did anybody come from the stairwell up to hear what happened? If you know, do you know if anyone did?
I apologize. Objection returned.
I'll withdraw it. I will ask it differently. When you were up there outside the hallway with Emani Ellis, did you see anyone else, whether it was a security guard, another doctor, or someone else, come up from the stairwell, which was close to the elevator area?
Objection, ask the answer.
Sustained.
I forgot to ask you one thing about when you were chest to chest. Did you ever touch Emani Ellis's face or nose with your finger?
No.
You never touch her nose like this?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take our morning recess. I'm going to start back up at 10:50. Time to come out. The first case, if anyone is going to return, don't call me accused for doing research. We'll see you at 10:50.
Still power yawn. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the first, the worst. And I apologize. This is my lens right now. Sometimes it bugs out. We have been streaming for 6.5 hours, so it's probably overheating, to be honest. But this attorney just now, that is the worst direct examination you'll ever see in your life. There it is. There it is, chat. That is the worst direct you will ever see. I don't think I've ever seen a sadder direct. I mean, wow. Wow. All right, we're going to skip ahead. It looks like Cardi does come back. I have not seen that portion after this morning break. And then we have 3 more witnesses. Whew, I have not streamed on a Saturday this long, folks, but it is absolutely worth it. So why don't we continue on, and then all of us will be caught up with days 1, 2, and 3 before we come back on Tuesday for what I believe to be day 4 of Cardi's trial. So let's keep going. Let me just skip. Jury is leaving right here. Judge has left, so they're it looks like the receptionist is the next witness. This should be.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Tierra Malcolm. Spell it?
Yes, please.
Tierra, Malcolm, Malcolm.
Great, thank you.
Come on,
Please watch
Tierra.
yourself.
Come on, Tierra.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Malcolm. My name is Peter Anderson, and we just have a few questions. I'll try and make it as quick as possible. Where were you working in February of 2018?
Women's care, OBGYN doctor's office.
Thank you. And do you recall an encounter between Cardi B and the woman to my left?
Yes.
Okay. What was your position at the doctor's office in February 2018?
A receptionist, front office.
Okay. And did Cardi B have an appointment that day?
Yes.
Was it a Saturday?
Yes.
Was there, to your knowledge, were there any other offices that were open that day?
No.
And do you remember the time of the appointment?
It was the end of, we purposely closed, so we had early day, maybe between 12 and 1, I'm assuming.
Okay. And what do you mean by purposely closed?
For Cardi B, we
maintain-
didn't want anyone there.
To maintain privacy?
Yes.
So, to your knowledge, how did you learn that there was an encounter between the two?
Well, I was waiting for Cardi B's arrival, and I heard commotion out in the hallway, and there was a door to exit right where I was sitting. So I opened the door and I looked, and I heard and saw the commotion, and that's how I learned that something was going on outside.
Could you please describe for the jury what you heard and saw when you opened the door?
I saw them in the corner, Cardi B's back to the wall, and just a lot of arguing and, just confrontation.
Okay. Do you recall anything that Plaintiff Ms. Ellis said?
It was just very argumentative as far as, cursing and, just be this, be that. I don't know if I can curse, but.
So we've heard just about everything so far. So
It's been one of those trials.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I immediately walked over there and got in between them and was like, whoa, my thing was I'm at work. So the first thing that really came out of my mouth is to Miss Ellis, just as far as, what are you doing? You're at work, go back to your post. And then I don't know how long it was, but I couldn't get her. I just wanted everything to go away. I just was trying to calm everything down, take Cardi B into the office, and I was trying to go. It was my sister's baby shower, so I was trying to get out of there. But I mean, that wasn't on my mind then, but just to calm the situation down. And
she's amazing, firstly. I need to figure out what edge control she is using because I need to buy that tonight. Listen, Tierra's doing a great job. Notice that I think we have switched. I don't know if it was announced on camera, and oh my God, this camera's pissing me off right now. But Tierra is testifying. Who's asking her questions? Not the shitty lawyer for the plaintiff. The defense team is asking Tierra questions. You know what? Y'all were right. It's the glasses. The lens focuses on my glasses. That's crazy. Okay. So Tierra's cute. She's measured. She's fun. She's going to be a jury favorite. I can see it. She's personable. Cardi was already personable, but I can see Tierra is personable. And since it's switched, this is either a voir dire or it looks like it could be a witness for the defense team. I think it is because as we were watching the end of the day yesterday, they were arguing about keeping Tierra's testimony out. So the shitty lawyer is probably going to do a bad job at cross-examination, but let's just see because Sis is doing a great job so far.
To get her into office.
How did Ms. Ellis respond?
I don't even know if she heard what I asked because it was just more of just being upset. And no, I'm not going to do that. And just, them still exchanging words even with me. And
Was Ms. Ellis yelling at Cardi B?
I mean, it was pretty loud for me to hear. It was still the same volume from when I could hear them while I was in the office down the hall. So I would say so.
Was Ms. Ellis cursing at Cardi B?
There was definitely curse words, yes, on her end.
When you were there, did Miss Ellis attempt to strike Cardi B?
There was hands going while I was in the middle. I know no one landed, or I was, I didn't even realize, I guess because my adrenaline, that I had a mark on my forehead. So besides me getting a scratch, nobody, as far as them two, hit each other.
Who scratched you?
Based off of, like I said, I didn't know that I even got scratched until I went into the office, and the nurse was like, "Tiara, your forehead." But I can only assume Cardi B was behind me because that was my main concern.
Objection calls for speculation.
So Cardi B was behind you, and you were facing who?
I was facing Miss Ellis.
And you got hit on your forehead and didn't even realize it at that point.
Yeah, blood.
Just let him finish the question.
Oh, sorry.
And so you got hit, you were facing Miss Ellis, and she was swinging away?
I can say there was definitely, people talk and like this type of action going on.
Right.
Yeah.
And you were hit on your forehead,
Yeah,
which was facing Miss Ellis, correct?
Yes.
What happened next?
After, just going back and forth, Dr. Finky came out. Once he came out, I believe after that, I don't even really remember what was said, but I know I continued to take Cardi into the office, to her exam room, and then I went back to the front.
Okay. Did you witness Dr. Finky try to get Miss Ellis to leave the hallway?
Yes, that's what kind of, since he came out and he was talking to her, that's what kind of distracted her, gave us the opportunity to just go into the office.
Okay. And do you recall anything that he said to her?
I think he was on the same temperature as me. Just, you're at work. Why are you up here? Go back, downstairs. And what are you doing? Type of energy.
Okay. And so you turned around and escorted Cardi B into the doctor's office?
Yes, I followed behind her to go to the exam room.
When you were face to face with Miss Ellis, I think you could see her face?
Yes.
Did you see any scratches on her face?
No.
Did you see any cuts on her face?
No.
Did you see any blood on her face?
No.
Did you see any injury at all on her face?
No.
Did you see any spit or spittle on her face?
No.
Did anyone spit in that encounter?
Objection calls for speculation.
While you were there, man.
While I was there, no.
Did you hear Miss Ellis yell at Cardi B, and excuse my language, "I will fuck your shit up"?
Something, something along those words.
At any point in time in that confrontation, did Cardi B hit Miss Ellis?
No.
At any point in that confrontation, did Cardi B cut Miss Ellis with Cardi's fingernails?
Objection calls for speculation.
While you were there?
Oh.
No.
Did you hear Cardi B use the N-word, excuse me, I apologize. Yeah, no, did you hear Cardi B use the N-word? You know what I mean by the N-word?
Yeah. No.
After this encounter and Cardi B had gotten into the doctor's office, at any point after that, did you talk to the building management about what had happened?
Yes. That was a Saturday. So Monday, my supervisor and Dr. Finky wanted to make a report since there was an incident, and the importance of making sure our patients, their privacy isn't compromised. So yeah, they asked me to go downstairs with them or with my supervisor and make a report.
After this incident, did Plaintiff call you? Miss Ellis call you?
It was, yes, it was a call transferred to my line, and it was her on the other end of the call.
How long after the incident? How long after February 24, 2018?
Maybe, I can't recall exactly, but at least within, 3 months. It wasn't right after, but it wasn't too long after.
Can you tell us what the sum and substance of that conversation was?
I'm just kind of upset about what happened. She got fired. She couldn't believe that happened and wanted, I guess, to see if I can assist in any way since I was there. I pretty much replied as respectful as I could and just said, this is my place of work and I really can't have anything to do with this.
And was there any other thoughts that you had when she told you, did she tell you she was planning on suing Cardi B?
I don't remember word for word, but based off of our conversation, I assumed that was probably going to be one of her steps. But in my mind, I just was kind of shocked that she was calling based off of what took place. I figured, she was at fault, so that was surprising that she would call me.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Okay.
All right.
Agent?
Oh my God, am I ready for this cross?
Thank you all for coming back. Good morning,
Good morning.
Ms. Tiara Malcolm. When Miss Emani Ellis called you several months later and asked you to help her, what is the reason that you chose not to do so?
Well, main reason, I didn't feel like she was in the right. I felt like based off of her position, working at the office, everything was handled unprofessionally, and going back and forth. She didn't work at our office, but clearly Cardi B was a patient going, she had a purpose at that building where she worked at. So I didn't feel, I don't know what I would help her with. I don't think if I told my truth, it would help her. So.
Were you aware that Miss Ellis was a security guard at your building?
Yes.
Do you understand that the security guard is supposed to go from floor to floor to make sure everything is safe? Are you aware of that?
I don't know the rules.
I'm sorry, what was your question? Oh, relevant.
Had you ever seen Miss Ellis on other days aside from the date of the incident? And I will represent you. The date of the incident, for purposes of all my questions, will be February 24th of 2018.
I believe that was the first day I seen her there.
Okay. When you saw her, when you got to work, did you see her anywhere in the building?
No.
What time did you get to work?
On a Saturday, maybe around 8.
8 a.m.? And had you ever spoken to Miss Ellis before the date of the incident?
No.
Is there any reason why, when you would go to work at the 8920 building, Wilshire Boulevard building, for how long had you been working there before the date of the incident?
For about For about 7 years, just about.
And during those 7 years, did you see other security guards in the building?
Extra relevance, consistent.
And when Miss Ellis's attorneys asked you to cooperate and sign a declaration, did you do that?
Form.
Not a form. Did you ever sign a declaration under penalty of perjury on August 26, 2025, which would be yesterday?
A declaration. Sorry, I'm not.
May I approach her?
Sure. Relevant,
Did you
You
give
sound like
permission
Ross.
to the other side to sign a declaration under penalty of perjury in this case?
Okay.
Have you ever signed any document related to this incident?
Oh, God.
Did you make any
Ask the
type of
question.
formal complaint to the building about this incident?
This man cannot ask a freaking legal question correctly. Like, just try, man.
When my supervisor wanted to make a complaint, since I was there, yeah, that's when I went downstairs with my supervisor.
And who did you make a complaint to?
Douglas Emmett, the property management manager that managed the building.
Okay. And what was your complaint? What did you say?
They just wanted me to tell them what happened and the concern of the privacy of our patients.
Are you a Cardi B fan?
I know her music. I guess I listen to her music. I listen to hip hop.
Okay. And you like her music, right?
Yes.
Yeah, she's talented.
All right. Have you ever gone to any of her concerts?
No.
Have you ever? Well, I'll withdraw that. Okay. And for purposes of the visit on Saturday, the doctor's office decided to close to give her a special appearance to see the doctor, correct? I withdraw the question. When Cardi B came to the office, the purpose of her coming to your office was to see Dr. Finky for medical care, correct?
Yes.
When you went outside into the hallway, the confrontation that you testified about was already occurring before you got there, correct?
Yes, that's what made me go outside.
All right. Do you know for about how long this confrontation was going on before you made your way outside?
I was sitting there waiting, so as soon as I heard the noise, it wasn't that seconds after was when I heard it, so I don't think it was going on that long.
Okay. Did Cardi B, while you were there, in any way touch Miss Ellis?
No.
Did Miss Ellis in any way touch Cardi B while you were there?
No.
When you got there, were they chest to chest? Were they touching chest to chest?
I couldn't really see Cardi B because she was kind of cornered with her back against the wall. I really just saw Miss Ellis in front of her, and that's what made me rush and get in between them.
Okay. And when you say you saw her back against the wall, how were you able to see her back from where you were standing?
Objection to spiritual.
Were you assuming that, I withdraw the question, were you assuming that Cardi B's back was up against the wall when you saw that?
No, I'm not assuming. I could see it because I literally looked down the hall when I opened the door.
And was Cardi B's back actually touching the wall or was close to the wall?
I don't know if it was touching her. It was close. I didn't.
And you know that this incident happened 7.5 years ago, correct?
Yes,
And
that's
you
why I
remember all
don't
these-
remember if her back was touching or inches away, but I know it was very close to the wall.
And it was a very long time ago. So how did you remember all these details? Did you write them down somewhere? Did you record it, or is this just off of memory from 7.5 years ago?
I just remember. There's certain things I remember when I was 4. I just remember because it was a confrontation, and I was sitting there ready to go because I had to drive all the way to Tarzana, and it was a story that I had to my sister coming back, like, you can't believe why I was late type of story.
Right.
So,
And your purpose of coming here is to help Cardi B or help Miss Ellis?
my purpose is to tell the truth.
Of course.
That's my purpose.
And when Miss Ellis or her attorney tried to reach out to you, you refused to speak with them, correct? But when Cardi B's attorneys spoke to you and reached out to you, you talked to them immediately and you signed a declaration for them on the spot, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
When you were there, you got in between the two of them. I want you to think of it like a hamburger bun. You're the hamburger and the two of them are the buns. How did you get in between them? Did you physically push them apart? Did they magically back up from one another? How did you get in between them?
Magically?
I just like you said, it was 7 years ago. So I'm walking upset because of what I'm seeing, and that's just how I am when I see. I mean, it's not like I see it all the time, but seeing what was going on, I just immediately. That's just what I did. I didn't really think about. I didn't really have a plan. That's just what I did to try to calm it down.
Okay. And Miss Ellis, who's sitting to my left, you heard her cursing at Cardi B on the date of the incident?
Yes.
You actually heard profanity.
I actually heard profanity.
Many different.
Yes.
How do you know it wasn't Cardi B that was using the profanity?
They have 2 different voices.
Okay. Was Cardi B using any profanities on the date of the incident?
Yeah, she was upset.
Did she use profanity?
Profanity, yes.
F word?
Curse words.
Bitch, F you, all that, correct?
Yes.
Are you done?
And you don't really know what happened before you got there, correct? You have no way of knowing.
I wasn't there before I got there.
So if there was any physical contact, whether it was spitting, scratching or cutting someone's face, you wouldn't know that because you weren't there during that time period before you got there, correct? Do you understand my question? Let me withdraw it. In the, let's just call it the 40 to 50 seconds while there was a confrontation, I'll give you that estimated time. During the 40 to 50 minutes of seconds when they had their confrontation, you would have no way of knowing what happened during that duration of time because you weren't there. Is that fair?
Yeah, I wasn't there. I only heard.
So anything could have happened, right?
Objection to speculation.
Correct?
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Emani Ellis could have hit Cardi B.
She wasn't there.
Okay, I withdraw it. When you saw Cardi B that day, you spent time with her, right? In your medical office, correct?
Not a lot of time, but I spent the time from taking her to her exam room, making sure she was okay, and once the last patient was checked in, I was out of there.
Okay. And how long did you spend with her?
Not that long, maybe a minute. If that.
When the patient
I mean, when we went into the, just to make sure you're saying,
No.
when we went into the office, how long did I spend with her? Yeah, maybe.
15 minutes, half an hour?
No, I was still ready to go. Maybe a minute.
Did you notice that she was wearing, do you notice that she had fingernails? Did you look at her fingernails?
I don't.
Everybody
remember
has
that.
fingernails.
Did you notice that Cardi B had long fingernails on the date of the incident?
Objection, Mr. Curtis, the evidence and argument that
Did you see the size of Cardi B's fingernails on the date of the incident?
Size.
I don't. I don't remember her having or seeing her nails.
And when you see, have you ever seen her before? Does she wear long fingernails?
I don't know what she wears.
On the date of the incident, would you agree that because you did not look at her fingernails, you have no idea as to how long the fingernails were on the date of the incident? Is that true?
Culture speculation, like speculation.
When you said that you saw arms flying, you also testified a moment ago that you weren't sure whose arms were flying, correct?
Mr. Curtis, testimony.
I believe I stated I was facing Miss Ellis, so Cardi B was behind me.
Right.
So I could only see the arms that were flying in front of me. I can't recall. She was behind me, so I think I would have felt something behind me.
Okay. So if Cardi B had taken a swing, you would not be able to see that.
Most likely I would. Oh, sorry.
See, I'm not talking about feeling. Would you agree that because Cardi B was behind you, if she took a swing without touching your body, you would not be able to see that? True?
This characterizes the testimony and this culture speculation.
I didn't see her hands flying on the side of me.
I understand that. But again, I would like to know the answer to this question.
What was your question? I'm sorry, I forgot.
Of course. So the question is, because you were facing Emani Ellis, you have no idea what Cardi B was doing at that moment, right?
Objection.
So if Cardi B was...
She was pretty much like the back of the chair. That's how close she was to me.
I understand.
So I didn't feel anything or see any hands come from behind me.
Understood. But if Cardi B took a swing, because you were not facing her, you were focusing on Emani Ellis, you don't have that eye.
No, I didn't see her hands.
You would not be able to know what she was doing.
Right.
So if she took a swing, you wouldn't be able to know. Fair?
Okay, yeah.
As far as the, what would you characterize the injury to your forehead?
A cut. I was just bleeding a little bit.
It was bleeding.
Yes.
Okay. How did that cut get there? I withdraw the question. Did that scratch or cut or anything get there at the time of this incident?
Yes, it definitely wasn't there before I went outside.
Okay. So now we're going to get into this. There's only three options, and you could add more if you want, but I'm going to give you three. The cut came from you, the cut came from Ellis, or the cut came from Cardi B. Or make up your own. Where did the cut come from? And if you don't know, you can say, I don't know. Do you know?
It definitely didn't come from me.
Okay, so that's out. You got two more.
And
Ellis and Cardi B.
Cardi was behind me. So the only assumption that I had was it was from Miss Ellis because she was facing me.
Okay, but did you ever see Miss Ellis take her fingers or her hand or any other object and cause damage to your head? Did you ever see that?
I seen hands trying to reach over me. So, like I said, the adrenaline and everything was going so fast. But being that she was in front of me and hands were going like this, that's the only realistic assumption I can have is that that's why I got cut.
Oh, but you're assuming, correct?
Objection.
You're asking her to assume that's
Let's take a quick comedic break. Tiara is doing fantastic on the stand right now. This lawyer is in the land of the reach. Okay. For those that know, I'm a big Game of Thrones fan. And one of the places in Game of Thrones is called the Reach. It's the land of the reach. You just reach for things. You reach over here, you reach over there, you're reaching, you're grasping at straws. We're in the land of the reach. And D.L. Hughley is going to remind us about retching around, reaching.
Walk everywhere. And we all had one of them country ass grandmamas you could never understand, man, but they steady trying to talk to your ass. Sit down and reach around and turn that
Retch
around.
Retch.
You done dropped it, now wrench it off.
Wrench it off.
What are you talking about? I don't know how to wrench shit off. You heard what I said. Wrench around and wrench it off.
Wrench.
They only got shit like Viagra for grandparents. I don't know about y'all, but I don't want my grandparents fucking. I don't want to call the house. You don't know what the fuck you're hearing now.
I don't want to hear all that. Okay. We don't want to hear all that. But seriously, wrenching around, like that is what this attorney is doing. It's the wrench around.
Are you assuming?
Your Honor, objection.
Yeah, why don't we go on?
How do you know that Cardi B's fingernail didn't cut your forehead?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Assisting.
She was behind me.
You don't need to answer.
Oh, sorry.
Did Dr. Finky see the cut to your forehead?
I believe so. His nurse is the one who pointed it out.
Did you receive any medical treatment for that cut?
No, I just put some alcohol, alcohol.
So you agree that something physical happened when the three of you were there because you got cut to your face. Is that fair? Something physical happened.
Objection, relevance.
If I got cut, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Okay. So would you agree that there was a physical fight?
No.
So you just got cut from the air?
Objection, Your Honor.
Assisting.
Did Miss Emani Ellis have any fingernails?
I just realized something. He said, so you just got cut? Didn't your fucking client just get cut?
Yeah.
I don't remember if she had fingernails.
Was Emani Ellis angry at the time of the incident?
Yes.
Was Cardi B angry at the time of the incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
Assisting.
And back to the hamburger question, did you at any point use your hands to separate the two of them, Emani Ellis and Cardi B?
No.
So did you just squeeze yourself in? How did you get in there?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Assisting.
When you had the conversation with Miss Ellis on the phone, did you actually speak with her?
Yes. On the phone? Yes.
Yeah. And let me ask you, when you were on the telephone, did she tell you anything, Miss Ellis, when she was talking to you about it?
From what I can remember, just being upset about what happened, her no longer being employed there, and I don't remember the word for word.
So she, Miss Ellis, was basically asking you to assist her in some way to be her witness, correct? That was the purpose of the call?
Objection, post protective issues.
Did Miss Ellis's attorney contact you?
I don't remember that.
Did Miss Ellis ever come inside your office at any time between the date of the incident and today?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
Do you know if Miss Ellis spoke with Dr. Finky at any point?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
As far as your background, do you have any professional degrees?
I got my AA at West LA College. I'm a real estate agent. That's about it.
Good. And have you ever been convicted of a felony?
No.
And aside from Dr. Finky's office, were you working other places during that time period? Or was that your main job?
That was my main job.
And at this time, you no longer work there, right?
No.
And on the date of the incident, because Cardi B was your patient, you felt that it was necessary to go outside to bring her inside to help her get inside for the medical appointment, correct?
Objection, relevance. Asked and answered.
Assisting.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
God, he should have asked those damn questions at the beginning. He saves it to the end. He doesn't know what he's doing. Real quick, guys, I do want to shout out one quick person that sent me a Cash App. Knows I'm doing a marathon today. I've never done 3 days of a trial in 1 day, but I wanted to make sure you guys are ready. And honestly, on Tuesday, I think I'm ready for day 4. We might skip down and go straight here. I don't know yet. But shout out to Michael Love, who sends me a $100 Cash App. Okay. He says, I see you working. AV healthy brunch on me tomorrow. I will take it. All right. We here. We have 2 witnesses left. Almost done. But I think this brings all of us up to speed. For anybody that has missed the trial, I'm going to chop this up and put it in chapters. If you're watching this on replay in the future, you're welcome. But yeah, Tiara has done an excellent job by far the best witness so far, I believe.
All right, any questions from the jury? Oh, you have them? Okay, good.
Sherry might have a question or two from her for her. Let me skip ahead. What that question is. Judge is looking over it.
Did you actually close your office to maintain privacy from Cardi B?
Yes.
And when you do that, was it your custom practice to also notify the building security?
I honestly don't know if that was done or not.
Did you normally do that, or were you?
That wasn't my task, no.
Okay. Do you recall the N-word coming out of Cardi B's mouth?
No.
Can you describe Cardi B's emotional state during and after the incident?
Upset, emotional, worried about the reason why she was there. I don't know if I'm sure.
You don't know the details?
No, I don't know.
In terms of the medical issues? I mean,
Yeah.
Testimonies that she was there for a pregnancy checkup.
Yeah, so just concerned about that and being upset about her privacy.
Did you notice whether Miss Ellis had a phone or a camera during the incident?
She had a phone in her hand.
She did have a phone in her hand?
Yes.
All right. Those are the questions that I think are appropriate. Any follow-up from defense?
Oh, no, no, no.
All right. For Finn?
Yes, just one follow-up. The day when when you decided to close your office to have a medical appointment, that was a Saturday. Was your medical office usually open on Saturday?
Yes.
And you usually close around 1:30 or 2 or 3 or you go all day?
No, it's half the day. So usually, from what I can remember, the last patient is around noon or 11:45 noon, somewhere around there.
Isn't it true that Cardi B was the last patient of the day?
Yeah, she was the last patient. So we finished our morning and made sure she was the last one.
You work right there. I'm sorry. You work on Sundays as well?
No.
In the half a day on Saturdays when you're there, were you in charge of closing the office?
Your Honor, this is outside the scope of the questions.
Assistant.
No further questions.
All right. Who's witness be confused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for coming down.
Subject to recall.
Did you subpoena her?
No.
Then I don't think it's subject to recall. All right. All right. We want to resume the direct of Ms. Cardi B.
Yes. Party's coming back up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And real quick, y'all give Tiara a huge round of applause. Like, she did great. Oh, Tiara, she did wonderful. Cardi B is coming up one more time. Tiara did not flinch. She was just like, your inexperienced ass ain't getting nothing out of me. So Cardi B is coming back up briefly, and then we will go to our final witnesses.
Yes.
So that was
Yes.
that was the 776 cross, and now
Yes,
the
yes,
defense.
yes, yes, you are, yes, yes.
Do you want to resume this take stand then?
Oh, okay.
I think we're all ready for recess, that's all.
All right. You're admitted. You're still under oath?
Yes.
All right. Counsel. He asked the question.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
I apologize. Okay,
See,
then
I
it
wasn't
is your
right.
turn.
You are going to go beyond the scope.
We already discussed that. He was lodging objections, but you're going to be asking questions? Is that the plan?
Yes, Ms. Moore is going to be asking the questions and the request is.
Yeah, we're all
No, we discussed you can go beyond the scope. Just typically,
We're
if
all
it's
done.
your witness, you're doing the objections, okay? I'll let it go this time. Go ahead, Ms. Moore.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Cardi, can you tell us how you got into the music industry?
This is for Teen.
How I got into the music industry? Well, I became like a social media personality, and I had a manager at the time, and he always noticed that like I will always like do songs my way, like my wording. And I was like, "You're really witty and you're really quick. You should try making music." And I was like, all my friends in music, if they make it, just think I'm gonna make it.
If you just pull the microphone a little bit more towards yours and sit one part there.
Okay. So I was just like, if my friends haven't made it yet, I'm gonna make it. And he was like, just try it. No one hurt you to try. So I tried it, and I really enjoyed like listening to like the end result. It's like almost like cooking for me. Like I was like, oh, I'm not sure if I could cook, but I like the end results. Like I did pretty good. And that's how I got into music.
Were you doing any television?
Yes. Well, not when he suggested that like you should try to do music.
But later, were you doing any television?
Yes.
What type of TV?
Reality TV.
Reality. What show was it?
Love and Hip Hop.
Love and Hip Hop. Where? Love and Hip Hop.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled, but please move on.
Yep. When did you release your first mixtape?
Objection, relevance.
Yes, I'll give you some background, but it's a little bit more.
Sure. I'll cut to the chase. Cardi, do you have a record deal?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
With who?
Objection,
Shut
relevance.
up.
Overruled.
Atlantic Records.
Do you have any platinum certified songs?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Shut up.
Do you have any Grammy awards?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Oh my God, I can't.
Somebody asked her about her siblings, you asked her about her birthday, you asked her a number of questions.
Sure, happy to move on.
So,
Happy Darn, thank you.
all right.
Cardi, why did you want to keep your pregnancy a secret?
I wanted to keep my pregnancy a secret because I just had a hit record. I haven't had my album out, and everybody that I work with, they were very scared. You know, like I finally made it, and like people that like been in the industry also for like a while, it was like, I don't know if anybody a female rapper has ever came out pregnant on their freshman year without an album, just 1 or 2, 3 records. So I was very nervous. I was also kind of like, even though I was on TV, when I first had my first big record, Bodak Yellow, I was really like getting used to big fame, bigger stages and stuff. So I was just so worried about overwhelmed with what everybody was like saying and thinking, and I felt like I was just letting a lot of people down. But
And when you were face to face with Mrs. Ellis, did you ever threaten to get her fired?
No.
And I want to be very, very clear. Did you ever spit on Mrs. Ellis?
No.
Did you ever call Miss Ellis the N-word? Apologies.
No.
Cardi, where were you living in 2018?
In 2018, I was living in between New Jersey and Atlanta.
Where were your regular OBGYN doctors?
Objection, relevance.
Why were you in LA the week of February 24th?
I was doing NBA All-Star Weekend, and I just had like a whole bunch of promotional things to do out here in California.
Was part of your work, did you have to attend an NBA game?
Yes.
Yesterday, plaintiff's counsel asked you some questions about your hair. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And one of the questions he asked you was, on the date of the incident, did you have black hair, blonde hair, or different color hair? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Do you remember how you responded?
I don't know. I really don't remember what color hair I had.
Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness some photographs, please.
Can you show them to counsel first?
Of course.
And provide a copy?
Yes, I have one for you right now.
Anybody free mark?
No, I think it's for refresh your memory.
Yes.
You want to type in order?
Yes, that's on your other page, because I think it's.
And this is a photograph of who?
I'm sorry, counsel, it's her direction, she can identify for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
232?
Cardi, put this in front of you. Cardi, can you please look at this photograph and tell me, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this photograph?
That is me out here in LA at a All-Star Weekend NBA game.
And does this picture refresh your recollection about what your hair color was that week?
Yes.
What color was it?
I'll say like a ashy, dirty blonde.
Can you see your nails in that photo?
Yes,
And were you wearing acrylic nails or some other type?
acrylic.
And I think you testified yesterday that acrylic nails can last you up to 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes,
Are those the nails you had the entire time you were in LA?
yes.
How would you describe those nails looking at them in the photo?
I'll say, to my taste, they're like kind of short. They're square, they're boxy. They have like stones, flat rhinestones in the middle. They're orangey.
I'm sorry, did you say the flat rhinestones are in the middle?
Yeah.
And how long would you estimate I know you said you feel like they were short, but could you estimate how long you feel like they were?
Like an inch, maybe less, an inch or so.
And what shape are they?
They like coffin square.
Are those the nails you were wearing on the day of the incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence and publish it for the jury.
Ooh, we got a picture. I want to see the nails.
Cardi, do you remember, did you get your nails done before you came to LA or after?
It's most likely before LA.
But they were the same nails the whole time you were here?
Yes.
I have no more questions at this point, Your Honor.
All right, you ready?
I don't know.
So the photograph that we're looking at there, what date was the photograph taken?
I'm not sure the date, but I know it was that weekend of All Stars and stuff.
Okay. And what time of day did this photograph, what time of day was it taken? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
It had to be like around the 6 p.m., like whatever time like game start. It really depends. Like that week, it was just, I'm not sure, but it wasn't like a night. It was like probably in the afternoon or something.
And when you go out at night, do you change your clothing and fix yourself up to prepare for the evening?
Action.
Were you dressed this exact way when you saw Dr. Finky on the date of the incident?
No.
So you changed your clothing completely different than this, correct?
Yes.
Could you have also changed your nails?
Objection, cultural speculation.
No. It's not that easy to change acrylic nails.
But you told us before that it would take about 2 hours to do that, correct?
Yes. But I know for a fact, I mean, if you could track down that whole week, I had these nails on for sure.
Yeah. Your Honor, I would want to zoom in the photograph just to show the nails better than what we can see. With the focus on the left hand or right hand.
Well, that works.
That's wonderful. Thank you. So if we look at that, that's your right hand, correct?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
And if you wanted to scratch someone with those nails and cause them to have a cut to their face, you could do it with those nails, can't you? The nails that we see in this photograph, are they sharp in your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it's 3 from the photograph now.
No, they are not sharp at all. Those are not sharp nails.
Now, you heard a witness, Tiara Malcolm, a few moments ago in the last 15, 20 minutes. She testified that she also had a cut to her face. Do you remember hearing that in court?
Yes.
So how did she get the cut on her face? If you know, how do you, if you know?
It wouldn't be for me.
Is it possible that when you were reaching over, you cut her face?
Objection.
And the rhinestones that you see there, you consider those to be flat?
Yes.
And you consider yourself to be a freshman in 2018. Does that mean you just started your career in music and rapping and all that?
Yes.
So before 2018, you were not a rapper?
I was.
When did you first start?
I first started rapping in 2016, but I became a superstar for rapping in 2017.
Okay.
So just being blessed in. So
All right. And why was it, aside from what you've told us that you feel being a freshman and being pregnant, the two didn't match? Was there any other reason aside from that you wanted to keep your pregnancy a secret? Earlier, you testified that when you went to the doctor's office on the date of the incident, you wanted to keep your pregnancy a secret, correct?
yes,
And the reason you wanted to keep it a secret was because you were a rapper, correct? Why did you want to keep your pregnancy a secret?
Like 17 times.
in my career, I didn't tell my parents yet. I was just very overwhelmed.
And when you thought that your secret was being violated, it made you angry, correct?
Objection, recommended, testimony, lack foundation.
Okay.
Yes, I feel like my privacy was completely being violated. I wouldn't want to be anything that has to do with my medical records or anything. Even if I do cosmetic surgery, I don't want people to be in anything that has to do with medical in your business. It's just especially something that is so sacred as your pregnancy is yours.
And you would do anything to protect that privacy, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
And aside from
Struggle lawyer.
Your assumption that you were being recorded by Miss Emani Ellis, was there any other assumptions that you had at the time of the incident?
Objection, argumentative, this characterizes the testimony.
Ask.
You had a belief, a state of mind, that Emani Ellis was recording you at the time of the incident, correct?
Objection, outside the scope of being direct.
Ask the question. Ask a legal question on the roll. You can do it, buddy.
All right. Any redirects? All right. Any questions from the jury? I'm not seeing any hands. All right. You step down then? All right. I think we're not going to have another witness before lunch. Or, I'm sorry, does plaintiff have another witness for after lunch?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right. Does plaintiff rest?
No, Your Honor.
Well, are you going to have a witness after lunch?
I would like to discuss this outside the jury.
All right. Okay, folks, we're going to take our lunch.
Look at how Cardi B was looking at. Do you have any more witnesses? Because we just about done, okay? We just about done. Go back. Cardi B was just like, hold on, Ninja. You got anything else? Because we need to be done with this case. Let's bring it back. She paused. She stood up. She said, hold on.
Have another witness for after lunch?
We do not, Your Honor.
Look at her. She said, you got any other witnesses for after lunch? Judge says that. Cardi's looking at him like, do you? And he says, no, Your Honor, but I do have some other stuff.
Plaintiff rest?
No, Your Honor.
Well, are you going to have a witness after lunch?
I would like to discuss this outside the jury.
All right. Okay, folks.
I would like to discuss this outside of the presence of the jury. That's why Cardi's making that face.
We're going to take our lunch break now. We're going to resume back at 1:30. In the meantime, please not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 1:30.
All right, they took a long ass lunch. I only see two witnesses. One is very quick, but let's see what they say after lunch here.
And the court this morning is lined up for Peterson. Basically, he was supposed to have his witnesses lined up for this afternoon, call them out of order. I explained to him and the court this morning that I had 3 witnesses, which are Dr. Azizulai, Ms. Parsi, and Michael Schultz, and they are unavailable for today, and we wanted to call them out of order, requesting that the court allow them to testify on Tuesday.
Okay, well, you have me draft for proof with respect to whether or not their testimony is relevant to anything?
Yes, Your Honor. So, may I do that now?
Well, I thought you said you didn't know what they were going to say.
I spoke with them.
When?
During the break.
Okay. And what are they going to say?
So Dr. Azizulai is going to say that he had been advised there's a disturbance in the building. His assistant, Ms. Parsi, went upstairs to the 5th floor. He did not go to the 5th floor. Michael Schultz was on the 5th floor as well.
Okay, let's start. Keep with the doctor. So what's he going to say?
The doctor's going to say that there was a disturbance in the building.
Okay, that's undisputed.
And that's it for him.
Okay, so we don't need him, right?
No.
Okay, So it's an witness?
Ms. Parsi is his assistant, went upstairs to find out what was going on and witnessed the confrontation between the three individuals, the two individuals and the person that intervened, Ms. Malcolm.
So she's going to testify to what she saw, which includes the disturbance and
only.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Only what she saw, and it could go to the scratch on Ms. Malcolm's head. You can gain some information how that came about. I didn't discuss that with her. However, she was present during that piece. And Michael Shoke was a patient that was on the 5th floor walking in the hallway, and he's a witness to the entire confrontation.
And so let's go back to when you identified these people.
They've been on the witness list for many months now. I'm not sure if it was the 2024 one, however, definitely in July, it was there. I can check my records. They've known about this, and it's the same issue that they had that we had.
And so when did you learn of Mr. Schultz?
We learned of it when an investigator did investigation several months ago, at least several months ago, and found out that he was an actual witness, an eyewitness to the incident. Your Honor, the only witness list that I have is from July 25th of 2025.
Working hard for the money.
It's not on that one.
Working hard for the money.
I have a copy.
Patty.
I see him.
Yeah.
Mike Shaw.
Michael Show, Aziz Olahi, and Parsi are all on that one. Mr. Lamb and I had a conversation about this at length. We created this list together. He told me his witnesses. I told him my witnesses. He signed this. They've never objected to it one time till recently, and the only reason they've objected is to. I'm not clear why they want to do it. It seems to be very one-sided that they can exclude our witnesses, but we can't exclude theirs. So I would ask the court not to exclude ours, since the court has not excluded theirs.
All right, what's Mr. Schultz going to testify to?
Mr. Shoke is going to testify that he was a patient at a different doctor's office on the 5th floor, and he was walking in the hallway to go to the bathroom, and he saw the incident and saw it with his own eyes.
All right, for the defense.
First, Your Honor, just so the record is clear, counsel did say that he could not continue with witnesses today. He did mention something about taking people out of order. I have told him that I don't think he has that right, and earlier today I mentioned that taking witnesses, defense taking witnesses out of order is not the same thing as the plaintiff being unable to proceed with witnesses at the time of trial. As the court knows, trial was continued several times. The 2024 witness list jointly filed does not have any of these people. These people were first listed in the July 2025 witness list, and we did object, but that ruling, that has never been heard by the court to this point. They were first identified in July 2025. We were not told what their potential testimony would be. We were told that Dr. Aziz Olahi.
Well, he's not testifying because he doesn't have anything bad.
Right. And the other ones, we were told there's one that was a receptionist and shot a guest. So we were not given any substance at all. At no point did they disclose that, and counsel was unable to disclose it this morning, and now he's making certain representations. The fact of the matter is, and I should also say that we are ready to proceed. We've got two more witnesses, Dr. Rosenberg, who's the designated expert, and Dr. Finky, and we want to get this trial done. We're ready to go.
Okay.
May I respond one thing, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
So
Think about that. Cardi's only going to put on 2 witnesses. This ninja still has 3 more. Let's just end it on Tuesday. It's going to end on Tuesday.
Derogatory responses back in 2022, the same way that the defendant responded and said there's 2 individuals who are witnesses, that is the same way that plaintiff responded. It's the same thing. And it's attached to plaintiff's opposition to defendant's request to produce witnesses at trial. It was filed with the court yesterday or the day before. It has all of the discovery. I'm sorry, actually no. This one has a discovered defendant, but I do have the discovery of the plaintiff. It was used in this case by the opposing side. They knew that we had these witnesses that we didn't know their names. And the 2024 expert designation was not real because we had agreed to put the trial around this time, and I don't really remember doing anything with the witness list. That may be a list that they created and they filed. I definitely don't remember signing that. I don't think my signature would be on that document. So if they prepared something and filed it, I was not part of it. They just decided to file it on their own.
I was just going to say, what I think counsel is saying is that he did not identify any of these three people back in 2024. He's now contesting
2022.
But, well, no, I'm talking about the witness list.
I think I understand, and so I think here's the issue: is it certainly would have been appropriate for both parties to have done the investigation at the outset. Set of the case to identify who these witnesses were. That didn't happen. It sounds as though both sides engaged in investigative work after discovery was closed and identified new witnesses. I'm going to take plaintiff's counsel's representations at face value, and that they were recently identified. These witnesses were on the July 25 joint trial witness list. To the extent that they were identified, the people were identified after discovery was closed, I think it's appropriate that they be allowed to testify. But it's going to be on a short leash. And I indicated during the pre-trial conference that I'm relatively liberal in the interest of expediting the process in case the call witnesses out of order. And so we'll suspend the plaintiff's case now. We'll start the defense case. But your witnesses need to be here Tuesday morning and they're not testifying.
I understand your will defense speak. They didn't give me 24 hours notice. It's fine. I'm not that picky. My question is, will Dr.
So the next two witnesses are Cardi's witnesses. She said, "You ain't ready, Ninja. I got my people right here, right now. Since you're not ready, you still have 3 witnesses to go. Guess what? We're going to go with mine. I only have 2. I don't need to fight you on this. We are absolutely going to a verdict on Tuesday, chat. So this is a little bit of a plot twist. These next 2 witnesses are Cardi's witnesses and not his.
Rosenberg and Dr. Finky be testifying this afternoon, so at least during the lunch hour I can do some preparation.
Your Honor,
yes.
I got 2 voicemail messages which we can play, which were not particularly coherent from counsel, that says that he doesn't have witnesses.
Okay, I've already ruled on that. So
Yeah,
do
no.
you have witnesses for the second?
Yes, and I advised them as soon as he told.
I'm not disputing the 24-hour notice.
Please stop interrupting.
Well, sorry, I was going to respond to the 24-hour notice. We did, in fact, tell him as soon as he said that.
Do you have witnesses for the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. We'll see you then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Listen, Cardi is ready to go. She's like, stop playing games with me. I think you guys are telling me that she's pregnant now. And she's like, dude, you dragging me to court for all this retching around, all this reaching, Gloria. What are we doing? So because he is scrambling and scraping and just doesn't, we're going to do this on 1.5 time. I will tell you guys, it's 8 o'clock. I've been streaming since noon. So I'm very confident in Cardi's witnesses. This is pretty important. So I am going to put them on 1.50. I hope you guys don't mind, but it's just been a long day. It looks like we have the first one right around here. And then look, this one is standing up. I just see the back of his head. It already pisses me off. And he's probably trying to give them a scheduling update after that lunch break.
This was presented. The court was advised, and everybody was advised that it was on February 24th of 2018. If the court would take judicial notice of People magazine, I can put it on Elmo if the court wishes to see it. It was published on February 19, 2018 at 11:25 a.m. Eastern Time by People magazine, which shows this exact same photograph. So it would be a misrepresentation.
Oh my God, we don't care.
I have Mr. Chuck Grossman.
That he looked on the internet?
Well, he does my investigations at this time, and he would be testifying that this photograph was taken on February 18th of 2018. That game that she's speaking of, the All-Star game, was on February 18th of 2018. It's a whole week before. So I would like to recall the plaintiff. I'd like to call him somebody to clarify this issue. That's all I'm asking.
Your Honor, Your Honor, that photograph is provided to us by Atlantic Records. We have someone who can attest to that, Justin Grant. When you search up that photo, you find it was from February 18th, 2024. That was All-Star Weekend in 2024. And there are people that have reposted it and incorrectly put 2018. So what the plaintiff's counsel is saying is not accurate. It was 2024.
Oh, God.
I mean, 2018. You know what I'm saying? February 18th, 2018.
I will stipulate that the date is February 18th of 2018. The problem with that testimony, or the problem with that representation from counsel is this incident happened 6 days later.
Right, and that was my point of view. She
No,
testified
hold
she
on,
was the same
hold on.
Amazon.
No, Your Honor, she testified that she got this picture taken on the same day. She testified under oath that at 6 p.m. on February 24, 2018, this picture was taken. That's false. That is a false statement. Her own attorney admits February 18th of 2018 is the date of this photograph.
Okay. I'm not going to have the jury waiting for this. We're ready to call the next defense witness.
There's one other issue, Your Honor.
How is that?
I did have a conversation with the witnesses that I have. They're unable to appear Tuesday morning. It's not possible.
Okay, then you're not going to call them.
I understand that that's the court ruling, but I just want to put on the record as soon as I learn that I cannot produce them Tuesday morning.
Okay. All right. You want to bring in the jury?
Oh man, I thought I muted it. Sorry, I sneezed in y'all's ears. I'm like, oh yeah, let me just. Sometimes I have that like deep sneeze too. I apologize. That was all up in the mic. Gross. Gross. Sorry, y'all.
Case in chief, we're going to begin the defense case in chief. And does the defense have a witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense calls Dr. James Rosenberg.
All right.
I believe maybe an all back.
Okay. You want to retrieve him?
While they do that, we're gonna skip ahead to 1.5. The girl is tied. The girl tied.
S. Rosenberg, R-O-S-E-N-B-E-R-G.
Perfect, thank you. You may take a seat, please watch your step.
Thank you.
First Cardi B witness. Her side. She's a psychologist, I think.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Dr. James Rosenberg. I'm a licensed medical doctor in California. I specialize in psychiatry.
Can you please outline your professional education for us?
Yes, I studied philosophy and molecular biology at UC Berkeley. I then did a year of surgery research at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including coronary laser angioplasty research. I attended medical school for 4 years at UCLA. I then did an internship in primarily specialties of surgery and cancer medicine, including neurosurgery and cardiothoracic surgery. I then did a 3-year residency at the UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute in psychiatry, and I did a fellowship in forensic psychiatry at the Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland with a Dr. Philip Resnick.
Okay, and what licenses and board certifications do you hold?
So my license is to practice medicine in the state of California. I have a lifetime board certification in psychiatry. In 1996, I got my second board certification in forensic psychiatry, a subspecialty of psychiatry involving the legal system. That's every 10 years. I renewed it for another 10 years until 2016. And then due to a very bad experience I had in a criminal case, my wife and I decided I wouldn't renew it again. I would stop doing criminal work.
Okay, can you please briefly summarize your professional experience as a psychiatrist?
So after I completed my training and came back to my fellowship, I became assistant director of psychiatry at the West Los Angeles VA Medical Center and ran the locked psychiatric intensive care unit at UCLA Teaching Service and was there for a few years. I was a member of the UCLA Medical School faculty for 16 years. After I left the VA, because my forensic consultation practice started to get busy, I always continued to see patients at least one day a week unrelated to any legal matter. Most recently, it was 22 years at a nonprofit community mental health clinic in Van Nuys, providing psychiatric evaluation treatment of homeless and low-income individuals. My forensic psychiatry practice, the first half of my career was primarily criminal cases, approximately 200 murders, mass murder, serial criminals, and other types of major crimes. The second half has been primarily civil litigation matters of brain injuries, catastrophic physical injuries with PTSD claims, and employment-related matters. I consulted over the years to the United States Attorney in Washington, D.C. on organized crime in the Eastern District of New York, for the Medical Board, the Attorney General, and also for 8 years I was a consultant to the show Law and Order Special Victims Unit.
Are you qualified?
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to show Exhibit 220 to the witness. Dr. Rosenberg, it's Exhibit 220 in the blue binder.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm at 220.
Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, this looks like the first page of my resume or curriculum vitae.
And can you please flip through it and let me know if that's a true, correct copy of your receipt?
Yes, this is the most current version, last updated February 2023.
Thank you. Your Honor, defendant moves to admit Exhibit 220 in evidence.
I checked it out.
Hold on.
Have you been retained as an expert on behalf of defendant Cardi B in this case?
That's my understanding.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to conduct a psychiatric evaluation of Ms. Ellis's emotional injury claims related to the incident on February 24th, 2018.
Have you served as a retained expert in previous cases?
Yes, both criminal and civil matters, probably over my career, maybe 1,500 times.
Experts are paid for their time. What is your rate that you charge for the time that you spent working on this case?
So I charge, my base rate is $550 an hour, which is for reviewing records, my face-to-face examination of Ms. Ellis, scoring the psychological testing, and writing a report. My rate for testimony in deposition, which was taken in this case, or a trial like today, is $800 an hour, and there's a 4-hour blocks.
Does your fee depend in any way on whether your opinion is favorable to Cardi B?
No, that's never been the case. For example, I've never worked on the lien, which does involve that type of interest from my non-attorney standpoint.
Do you recall approximately how long you've been engaged on this matter?
I believe it's been since early 2023.
Okay, and how much have you charged in this matter over those 2.5 roughly years?
Well, for reviewing the records, which I've had to re-review, and additional records, examination, psych testing, my report, preparing for deposition with plaintiff's counsel, I think I've thus far charged something a little over $30,000.
Okay, and I believe you testified that you conducted a psychiatric evaluation of the plaintiff as part of your duties in this case. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the psychiatric evaluation is, to me, a broader term that consists of the triad of reviewing records, conducting a face-to-face examination, and scoring and utilizing the psychological testing that was administered during that examination. So it's a matter of integrating and correlating and weighing the information from those three sources.
And can you please, just a little more detail, explain what happened during that evaluation in this case?
Certainly. So I believe it was in July, maybe around July 21st, 2023. So it took about, I would say, roughly 6 hours. The entire examination was audio recorded. And the first half of the examination was the administration of the psychological testing, where using gold standard psychological tests, I provided them to Ms. Ellis. I was there with her the entire time and made sure she understood the instructions, and then she filled out the answering sheets, circles or bubble and answer sheets as she went along. The second half of the day was the interview. And in accordance with generally accepted principles, whether it's a patient care, clinical setting, or forensic setting like this, the interview involves a wide variety of background areas in order to establish a baseline, some of these risk and resilience factors for developing a psychiatric disorder. So it includes, for example, a brief developmental history, education growing up, employment, social marital relationships, medications, general medical history, substance use history, if any, whether there are any family history of any psychiatric or medical conditions that are relevant and carry a genetic risk for Ms. Ellis, as well as legal issues like workers' comp claims, so a variety of background areas. And then to establish that baseline in detail, what Ms. Ellis was like, let's say in a month or so before the incident in this case, then a brief discussion of that incident, and then in detail tracing the onset and course of her reported emotional and other symptoms and how that's affected her, in the context of also correlating that with her real life day-to-day function and any health care that she sought out and received.
Okay, based on that examination, did you reach any conclusions with respect to whether the plaintiff suffered a mental or emotional injury as a result of her encounter with Cardi B?
Yes, I did reach an opinion, like as with all my opinions, I reached an opinion with reasonable medical probability in that regard.
Thank you. And what was that opinion?
My opinion is that there is no significant evidence that Ms. Ellis sustained an emotional injury at any point in time in this case, from the time of the incident to present, with the understanding that an emotional injury, from my standpoint, consists of the onset of one or more psychiatric diagnoses in accordance with the American Psychiatric Association's guidelines or criteria, or the substantial worsening if there was a pre-existing disorder, and that in my opinion, Ms. Ellis has never qualified for that in this case.
Cardi B psychologist said this lady didn't suffer any psychiatric injuries. Like, what are you talking about? Tell us why.
Thank you. I believe you testified that one of the parts of your examination was psychological testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please briefly?
I know you guys want it at normal speed. I've been going for almost 8 hours. I'm exhausted. So I'm trying to get through this fast. So we're just going to get through it real quick. It's almost done. We have one witness after this. This is why I'm doing it at normal speed. Typically, I will do it, at faster speed. Typically, I do it at normal. But because of the, I've been here for a long time. This is, I normally do not do 3 days of trial in one day. This is very rare for this channel, but we're getting it done to get you guys ready.
Explain what those tests were.
Yes, so again, what's very important is first the choice of tests. I use gold standard tests that are well validated scientifically and recognized as appropriate tests for this context. So the purpose of the test is that first they have validity scales that look at how somebody's approaching taking the test and what information that says generally about how the individual may be approaching reporting an emotional injury claim, as well as on the test specifically. They then include a variety of clinical scales: anxiety, depression, PTSD, physical symptoms, substance use, cognitive symptoms, meaning things like memory, attention, concentration, personality, psychosis, a variety of factors like that.
And can you please identify what tests are administered?
Yes, so I administered the MMPI-3, it was either the MMPI-3 or the MMPI-2-RF. Those are the current ultimate gold standard tests. You have to pass that test, for example, to fly a passenger jet, to be in the Secret Service. You have to pass that, or the other test I gave, for example, to become a law enforcement officer in California. So I gave the MMPI-2-RF or the MMPI-3. I gave the only other gold standard test of that type, the Personality Assessment Inventory, or PAI. And then something that's very secondary is I gave a brief screening cognitive test, a simple 10-minute test used in primary care that looks at things like attention, memory, concentration.
And can you please summarize for the jury what the process of taking the MMPI-2 or 3 test looks like?
Sure. So, I first asked if the individual is familiar with it, and then if she can see the answer sheet in the booklet, have her read the formal instructions at the beginning of the test booklet and tell me that she understands them. And then it's a matter of answering about 335 questions where you bubble in on a separate answer sheet, true or false, for those questions. And then I take the results of that, and I use the test publisher's official scoring software, which I have on a laptop computer, input those answers, and then generate a statistical report based upon her answers. It provides a variety of scales and scores, and then narrative text, meaning it provides a text description of what individuals like these scores tend to look like, although it doesn't talk specifically about Ms. Ellis. And you would never want to make an opinion about somebody based on just a test. Again, it's a matter of correlating them with your overall evaluation, with the interview and the record review.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to show Trial Exhibit 229 to the witness.
Is not want to publish it at the point?
Not at this point.
Okay, I thought he, I know the objection point. Just publish it.
Thank you. Can you please turn in the blue binder to Exhibit 229?
Okay, I'm at 229. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes. So this is the report of the MMPI-2 psychological test that I administered to Ms. Ellis on July 21st, 2023, and which I provided along with other documents to opposing counsel before my deposition.
And does this document refresh your recollection as to which version of the MMPI-2 test you conducted in Ms. Ellis' case?
Yes, I gave the MMPI-2. That and the MMPI-3 are the most recent, and again, the gold standard tests worldwide in this kind of a context.
Thank you. And that report that you have in front of you, did you create that document yourself?
Well, I created it in the sense that I inputted her answers into the test publisher software on my laptop. I then double-checked the answer through a process that's provided by the software. And then I had the software generate this report, again, using statistical algorithm that is intrinsic to the software. I don't personally score any of the scales. I don't personally write out any of the text interpretation that's in it. My job is then, how do I use that information once it's available in an overall assessment?
And is it fair to say that you used this report as an analytical tool in reaching your conclusions with respect to Ms. Ellis?
Yes, again, considering all the information available to me from the records, the exam, the testing, I utilized inductive medical reasoning, a best fit logical reasoning, the same reasoning I would use if I was in an emergency room, if I was a surgeon or I was a radiologist.
Do you use the software and the reports that are generated from it regularly in your psychological evaluations?
Yes, I've used these tests several hundreds of times. I have the highest user rating qualification from both test publishers.
Okay, and do you recall when this particular report was generated?
My best recollection is I generated it shortly after the examination had been completed, but I just apologize, I don't recall a specific date.
Thank you. Defendant moves to admit Exhibit 229 into evidence.
Objection here, sir.
Your Honor, may I publish page 2 of Exhibit 229?
Right.
All right, and Dr. Rosenberg, you can see at the top there. I suppose you could look at the binder as well.
Some of y'all see me running out of gas. Like you're like, thank you, AV. You're welcome, Nene.
That's much better. Thank you. Okay, yes, sir. I can see it now. I wasn't able to see that.
Thank you. If you look at the top of the page, it says validity scales. Can you please explain what that means?
Yes. So these are the most important scales of their type for this and the MMPI-3 of any test in the world, any psychological test. The validity scales look at how somebody is approaching the test. The first two scales, Grin and Trin, variable and true response indicator, look at whether somebody understood the test questions and responded to them in a consistent fashion. So those first have to be valid before you can go on to interpret the rest of the test. The remainder of the validity scales, the vast majority of them, look at their F scales because they look at infrequent responses. These scales become more and more elevated if an individual endorses or answers questions endorsing symptoms that are infrequent, meaning that even somebody who actually had that mental disorder would not actually endorse them. And these scales are scored against a large statistical population, cross-section population of the United States. And then the last couple scales, the L scale, looks at a different type of potential manipulation, portraying yourself in an overly positive or virtuous light. And then the last one is just a correction to that.
Thank you. And what do Ms. Ellis's test results in this case show you?
I'm sorry,
specifically with respect to the validity scales.
Yeah, so looking at these, it's more fun to do it from memory, but looking at these scales, they demonstrate that when Ms. Ellis took this test, that she generated scale elevations in the range that only reasonably could be interpreted as either severe symptom exaggeration or symptom fabrication. From a psychiatric standpoint, obviously, I'm not giving a factual opinion. So if we look at F, the third one over with a T-score of 83, so these are compared against a normal bell curve of statistical scores where a T-score of 50 is in the middle. And every time you go out 10, you're going out another standard deviation. So at a T-score of 83, the F scale that looks at things like anxiety, depression, PTSD, she generated a score more than 3 standard deviations above the norm. And statistically, only 48 people out of 100,000 would actually generate that score, even if they really had the condition. If we then look at the other scales thereafter, the FS scale, S is for somatic, meaning physical symptoms. The FBS, which is the fake bad scale or symptom validity scale, and the RBS scale, those look at physical health symptoms and they look at cognitive symptoms like attention, concentration, primarily if you're evaluating a brain injury claim. And so on those scales, with the understanding that, as I'll discuss, Ms. Ellis has not sought out any type of, my review the Kaiser records in my audio record interview, any type of physical health problem whatsoever, and certainly hasn't had a brain injury. These elevations are extraordinarily high. The FBS, or fake bad scale elevation of a T-score of 102, at 5 standard deviations above the norm, only 2 individuals out of 1 billion would actually have that score if he or she had the actual disorder. So these are extremely high. They're far beyond the range of somebody who could just be distressed and is trying to emphasize how distressed she is, or so-called cry for help. These are in the range of elevation that no individual, even with the conditions, would reasonably have at that statistical elevation, putting aside that she doesn't even claim those types of symptoms in the first place.
Thank you. What types of symptoms would that be?
So for the FS, to have an elevation on F sub S, which is somatic or physical, especially a significant elevation, you would have to have a serious physical health condition. Let's say you have cancer, or you recently had a heart attack, or you're in heart failure, or you have uncontrolled diabetes, things like that. FBS is particularly sensitive to symptom fabrication or exaggeration in individuals who've had traumatic brain injuries. But again, even if you had a severe disabling traumatic brain injury and you were in a rehabilitation facility, your elevation would be maybe a T-score of 70, 75. Again, at 102, where it's 2 people in a billion, no individual who even had a brain injury would reasonably endorse that score. Where again, they get elevated the more and more you endorse symptoms, but no person who actually has the condition would actually report those symptoms. And then RBS is cognitive. So again, it looks at things like attention, memory, and concentration. And again, hers is elevated in the range of 4 standard deviations. So, it would be well over 100 million to 1 that she would actually have those symptoms.
Thank you. Can you please turn to page 10 of the report?
Of the psych testing report?
Yes. Towards the bottom, you see is written diagnostic considerations.
Yes.
Can you please explain what that section is saying here?
Yeah, so again, the report doesn't talk about Ms. Ellis specifically. It talks about, at a statistical level, individuals who have these scales and scores tend to look like this. And the diagnoses that are suggested are rank ordered in priority of how likely they are. And so the first diagnosis listed is malingering of somatic and or cognitive symptoms, primarily generated by the elevation of the F sub S, the fake bad scale, and the RBS. And so, and malingering refers to the intentional gross exaggeration or otherwise fabrication or manipulation of symptoms for secondary gain in the field of psychiatry, and is actually in accordance with the American Psychiatric Association's published guidelines.
And again, this section of the report, like everything else, this was generated as a result of the test publisher software. Is that correct?
Yes, the test publisher software, statistical scoring, which involves hundreds of thousands of individuals, and then detailed mathematical statistical algorithms that are used to score this test and prepare this report.
You testified earlier that there were other psychological tests that you administered. Are the results of those tests similar with respect to symptom exaggeration or fabrication?
Well, I'd say yes and no. The other test, the personality assessment inventory, does not have as sensitive of validity scales to detect exaggeration or other manipulation, though it does show some evidence of that. But when we look at the clinical scales on the personality assessment inventory, Ms. Ellis generated such huge elevations for scales like anxiety, physical symptoms, PTSD, depression, again, several deviations above the norm that make no reasonable sense unless somebody was actually, for example, so ill that she required inpatient psychiatric care on medications, was critically ill or terminally ill with physical health conditions. The other inconsistency is that on the MMPI-2RF, she scored, accepting her symptoms at face value, she scored very high on symptoms for paranoid thinking at the level of somebody with a paranoid psychotic disorder like schizophrenia. And that was not seen on the PAI. So that would be an inconsistency between them, but it also would be another example of symptom endorsement that makes no reasonable sense except for intentional gross fabrication or outright fabrication of symptoms in this case. At that level of paranoid thinking, again, would be like a uncontrolled schizophrenia requiring acute inpatient care on medication. But by the same token, taking it at face value, it is,
Not the doc saying she's schizo.
from my standpoint of relevance to the trier of fact, in evaluating somebody with that degree of paranoia and suspiciousness, how that individual reacts to or responds in neutral situations, social situations, potential arguments.
You mentioned a high paranoid thinking score. Is that, that's right?
I'm sorry, so what did you say?
Did you mention a high paranoid thinking score? Is that how you phrased it?
Yes, on the three key scales of the MMPI-2 for paranoid thinking, again, typically seen in something like schizophrenia, she had significant elevations on those scales, all three, again, in the range, which the we see here in the text report, how the report interprets it, at the level of somebody who's a paranoid psychotic with delusions, not just somebody who feels a little stressed or like somebody's looking over her shoulder.
And as a professional and a psychiatrist, how would you interpret that score in this case?
Oh no.
So again, I think there are only two reasonable ways to interpret it. One would be that it's another common manifestation of how somebody in an emotional injury case produces either gross exaggeration or outright fabrication of symptoms in an attempt to look injured. The alternative is that part of somebody's baseline where in day-to-day interactions, she interprets normal or neutral interactions as a personal attack. But the only other reasonable alternative, taking at face value, would be she actually has a psychotic mental disorder like paranoid schizophrenia with things like hallucinations, believing that there's a plot to have her killed, satellites are watching her, her phone is bugged, things of that sort.
And based on the other elements of your examination, did you make a conclusion as to which one of those would be true here?
Well, I think reasonably from a psychiatric standpoint, given all the other information available to me, the reasonable interpretation is that it's another example of severe symptom manipulation, exaggeration, or fabrication. But again, it also has to be considered, again, from a factual standpoint for the trier of fact. Does it demonstrate?
Man, I just love him. I want him to come to me with every argument I get in with anybody, especially in the comment section. Y'all know some of these people be coming for me. I just want to read a comment. I just want this doctor to go and be like, yo, can you just tell these people they're crazy? And he'll do it. He's going to be like, yes, AD, listen, paranoid schizophrenia right here. Well played, Cardi B. Well played.
Paranoid thinking that can affect how somebody reacts in a situation or a disagreement.
But to be clear, are you diagnosing Ms. Ellis with, for example, schizophrenia?
No, that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, because in schizophrenia, and obviously there's a spectrum. There are individuals who are very well controlled on medication. I know I've had schizophrenic patients, who are run corporations and do very well, but the vast majority tend to have very severe and chronic courses, often homeless in mental institutions. And so, but with these levels of scores, if you actually had schizophrenia, you would function at a very low level. You wouldn't be able to maintain reasonable family relationships. You wouldn't be able to hold a job. You wouldn't be able to function in major life activities. And again, you would require psychiatric hospitalization and antipsychotic medication.
Did you diagnose Ms. Ellis with any psychiatric conditions?
No, again, since I equate, for a case like this, emotional injury with have you developed one or more psychiatric disorders as a result of your allegations of the incident with Cardi B, I have no diagnosis for her because she has sustained no emotional injury.
Okay, and apart from the test results, are there any other factors on which you base your conclusion that plaintiff hasn't suffered any mental or emotional injury?
Yes.
What are those?
So the first factor is that, again, I accept Ms. Ellis's report or allegations of what happened that day in that incident. reasonably from a psychiatric standpoint, that would be a stressful or upsetting situation. You might be mad or angry for a day. You might lose some sleep over it. It might be in the back of your mind for a few days. But reasonably, people don't develop psychiatric disorders like an anxiety disorder, depression, from an argument or an unpleasant interaction like that on a single basis. That just makes no reasonable sense. And as we'll discuss, it makes even less sense in Ms. Ellis's case, because it turns out, although she didn't share them with me when I asked, she's had multiple other traumas in her life. And according to her, those didn't cause emotional problems. So she obviously must have great resilience. And it would make no sense that this much more minor thing somehow would, and most people wouldn't. The other reason is that, well, I have a few reasons, but I promise I'll stop talking. So another reason it's important to understand that this doesn't constitute a trauma. Again, accepting Ms. Ellis's report of what happened at face value, it doesn't constitute a trauma. It would be.
And he has a self-talking timer. Yeah, let's bring in Stephen Colbert. I'm done.
A stressor to some degree on an interpersonal basis, but under the American Psychiatric Association standards for what constitutes a trauma, for example, to be able to develop PTSD, this does not meet that. It has to be something like life-threatening accident, illness, witness to violence. So, for example, physical or sexual abuse growing up, kidnapping, sexual assault, military combat. These things are traumas, and they can lead to PTSD. An argument or unpleasant interpersonal interaction isn't a trauma and can't lead to PTSD. And that's particularly important for us, since some of Ms. Ellis's most dramatic scores on the psych testing have been profound elevations of PTSD scales, again, in a range where no individual who actually had PTSD would reasonably generate those scores.
Are there any other factors?
Yes, so another important factor is, again, in accordance with the published generally accepted guidelines of the American Psychiatric Association in our diagnostic manual, whenever there is a psychiatrist or psychologist is doing an evaluation in a legal context where financial gain or some other type of secondary gain is at stake, you always have to consider and rule out the risk of intentional manipulation for financial gain. And in that context, in this case, Ms. Ellis has demonstrated a significant pattern of inconsistencies and other symptom validity issues. For example, in my audio recorded examination, again, there's an audio recorded record, she told me, with the exception of a couple sessions of family therapy when she was 12 because her sister had been sexually assaulted by a neighbor, she could not recall a single trauma in her entire life growing up. Couldn't remember a single one in response to my detailed question. Whereas, for example, in her deposition, she reported that she was a victim growing up of domestic violence in the home, gang violence, other violence. Schoolmates were shot and killed. She was physically mugged in high school. Her car was broken into several times. None of those were reported to me. So those represent an important mismatch in a legal case where an individual potentially tries to make everything about the incident that can be compensable in a lawsuit. Another example along the same lines is in my audio recorded exam, she told me that all of her emotional problems from the day of the incident, in this case, February 2018 to present, have been entirely due to what happened with Cardi B and absolutely nothing else. And she couldn't identify any other stressors in recent years that could be relevant. Whereas again, in her deposition testimony, the same year, January 2018, her mother was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. Later in the year, her mother had radiation therapy for cancer.
Objection right to privacy of the mother. You can describe the issues more generically.
My apologies, Honor. Sure. And the same year, one of her friends committed suicide. And then, again, none of those things were shared with me. So that would be another example. I do have a couple more.
Setting aside that mismatch that you're discussing, are there any other general topics, general factors on which you base your conclusion?
Yes. So another factor that I have to consider as a psychiatrist and medical doctor is there a mismatch across sources of information, considering the records I've reviewed, the psych testing I did, the interview. So another factor, which is very important, is to correlate somebody's subjective, meaning what she reports, emotional injury claims of injury, with real life day-to-day function as a more objective measure. So in this case, if I accepted Ms. Ellis's reports at face value, particularly with the psych testing, she would have profound off-the-charts PTSD, profound disabling depression and anxiety, profound disabling physical health conditions. Whereas when I compare that to her real life function, she's had intact relationships with her, loving relationships with her family, which would not be reasonable in context, particularly of profound PTSD. That she's, in a few months after the altercation and continuing to the present, she's had a job that not only has been higher paying for her, but has been more demanding, requires top excellent interpersonal skills, how to deal with people, troubled youths, and emotional resilience, and has, per deposition, performed it well.
Power yawn.
Mismatch. She also reported to me that since the incident, she's traveled to Hawaii, Las Vegas, Mexico, though she couldn't remember, supposedly, that if she'd gone to other places or how many times. And again, even if you look in the psych testing report that was generated, particularly severe PTSD, you don't want to leave your house, you don't want to interact with people, you withdraw from your family, the future looks bleak to you, you don't have a job. These things are completely contrary.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, before we get to the struggle cross, y'all check out Nick, my brother. Oh my God. I love me some Nick Starro. Okay. I've learned a lot about Vikings lately and where he's from. And I thought about him this summer. I was like, I gotta hit Nick up. He says the only ways the plaintiff could do worse is if every witness does the snapping fingers at her. I mean, the jury's already on point, and Nick knows it because I'm sure he's been covering this, but like the jury has been asking questions with almost all of the witnesses that the plaintiff side has brought up. I'm going to drop the link to Nick's channel if y'all want to check him out. Brother to this channel. I mean, I went through some bullshit this summer. He was the first person to reach out to me, and I just so appreciate him. Like, he has a good heart. There's not a lot of good people in law too, man. But Nick is one of them. And, you know, we had a loss at the start of the year with Jeff, Legal Vices. And, you know, I met Nick through that space and through Lead and through others. He's such an awesome creator. A few content creators have popped in tonight, and Nick is one of them. So I really do mean that when I say, guys, please check out his stuff. He's amazing. He was one of the only people that stuck on YSL in the early days with some other law tubers. It was just a few of us. It was a handful. Nick was one of them. And I'm just so happy he's here tonight. Let's check the rest of this debauchery out. The struggle lawyer is coming up. I anticipate that this is going to be a dumpster fire. I haven't seen it yet, but I know that this is going to be crazy. Look at him. Look at him. Our Stephen Colbert on the stand there is taking a swig of some water, whatever is in his thermos. He is ready to go.
Thank you, Ellis. Good afternoon, Dr. Rosenberg.
Good afternoon, sir.
I took your deposition on August 5th and went over all of your opinions, correct?
We went over all my opinions, but it's very clear that you didn't ask me for all the factors in support of my opinions.
Okay. But I did take your deposition and took about 2 hours.
Yes, sir. You were extremely polite and professional, which I appreciate.
Thank you, though.
Here we go.
So you testified today that you billed $30,000 in this case. Is that often the charges that you bill for the type of case that's litigated and without the time for trial, of course, up until trial? Is that a reasonable amount of billing in a case like this?
I would say in a complex case that spans over years, that's probably true of maybe 25% of my litigation matters that I work on.
Okay. And in addition to the $30,000 that you received, you're also paid $1,800 by my office, correct?
Yes, sir, for my deposition fees.
And for today, you're being paid another $10,000 to prepare and appear here and testify and go back and forth. Is that fair?
I think that's reasonable, yes, sir.
Could it be higher than that?
I don't think so. I think that's a reasonable estimate.
So my estimate is about $40,000, correct?
Yes, sir, I think that's very reasonable.
And in the past 29 years, you testified at your deposition, or I can ask you now, is it true that in 70 to 80% of cases, you testified on behalf of the defense up until recently, correct?
Yes.
And there's a well-known lawyer that we all know, no need to mention names, but recently he's been giving me some more work, so your 70 to 80% has gone down to 60%, correct?
More work on the plaintiff side, that's right.
And as far as the attorneys, Cardi B had an attorney before Mr. Kossoff and other lawyers. In working with their firm, you worked in 5 other cases with them?
That sounds about right, sir, yes.
And with their new law firm, Davis, Wright, and Tremaine, with Mr. Peterson, Mr. Lamb, and all the other attorneys involved with them, you worked in 15 cases with their office, correct?
Yes, over the past 20 years or so, that's correct, though I've never worked with these particular attorneys before.
And would you agree that in 90% of cases that you were hired in, you basically remain the expert on the case and you don't withdraw, correct? About 90%.
I apologize, I don't recall a case in which I have withdrawn.
So are you saying that every single time the defense hires you in a case, you remain the expert in that case without giving them an opinion before you testify? Is that what you're saying, sir? So when you were hired by Cardi B's office, by her lawyers, when were you hired from?
I believe it was sometime early in 2023.
Okay. And when you were hired in 2023, did you ask, let's try that. Did you examine Emani Ellis in 2023, right? Or was it 2024?
Sorry, I need to interrupt you, sir. I believe it was July 21st of 2023.
Did you ever do any type of examination on Cardi B?
Given that that would be inappropriate since she wasn't the plaintiff with a psychiatric claim, I did not, sir.
Right, but she was involved in some type of altercation, correct?
Objection. I don't think it's relevant. It's not relevant whether she has any names or not.
And what is your understanding as to what is the basis of this claim? What is Emani Ellis' claim? Why is she here in court?
My understanding is that she felt that she was verbally mistreated by Cardi B, including foul or demeaning language, that Cardi B touched her face with a long fingernail and caused some injury to her face, and that also resulted a month later in Ms. Ellis being fired from her security job.
Okay. Do you know, in psychiatry, do you treat patients that deal with assault and battery?
In my patient care practice, putting aside legal matters?
Yes.
What is it for being ambiguous as a deal with?
Have you treated patients for injuries related to assault and battery in your career since 1994 as a psychiatrist?
A few hundred times, from very simple to extremely severe injuries.
When you say simple, what is an example? What are you saying to us?
Yes. So by simple, I don't mean to say it's not important or it's not serious to the person, but I mean, for example, let's say somebody being pushed or a hand on a shoulder in an aggressive way or something like that, all the way up to people who are beaten and kicked on the ground with skull fractures and being hit over the head with clubs, and, pistol whips, a variety of things, stabbed.
And when you treated the various patients, would you treat them more than once? The ones that you're speaking of?
Typically, and again, it depends on the setting. As a medical doctor, I spend a lot of time in emergency rooms, so there it might be once. But over the course of my career, overwhelmingly, particularly 22 years in a nonprofit clinic in Van Nuys, I would treat them on a repeated basis. Some of them I would treat for many years, although those tended to be individuals with major mental disorders like bipolar or schizophrenia.
Okay, and if you could just look at the other binder on your left, please.
Pardon me one second, sir.
Yeah, Emani's lawyer, I don't know where he's going with it.
Yes, sir. Where should I look?
Yes, if we can look at exhibit 1-003.
I'm there, sir.
At the time of your deposition, had you reviewed this page?
Objection. Beyond the scope, right?
As best I recall, sir, I had not reviewed this particular page.
Do you remember in your deposition, I asked you if you reviewed all of Miss Emani Ellis' medical? Remember that?
I apologize. I vaguely remember that, and I don't remember what my answer was.
Bills being paid.
Is he doesn't from medical? I don't know what I'm done.
Okay. Thank you. If we can go to exhibit number 2.
I'm at exhibit number 2, sir.
You reviewed the medical records and bills of Dr. McKinsey, correct?
Yes, I haven't done so recently, but I did earlier in this case.
And we went over this together at the time of your deposition, and you expressed that for purposes of workers' compensation, the treatment was reasonable, but maybe for this case it's not. Do you remember testifying to that, Dr.
Objection beyond the scope, direct and also beyond the scope of this deposition.
Do you have his presentation?
Lola, Lisa, it's just not hitting. Colbert is unbothered. He's thinking about, look at him.
He's like, what am I going to have for lunch later this afternoon? I need to pick up the kids at this time, maybe book my flight. He's doing other tasks in his head or making his to-do list. This cross is that uneventful. Maybe I should get my driveway repaved, pay the landscapers this week. Maybe the employees, whatever else I can think of at this time.
As far as any type of physical injury, isn't it true that you are not giving any type of expert opinion about physical injury, correct?
Aside from her inconsistent reports of whether or not she's actually touched on the face by the fingernail, that's correct, sir. I'm not a plastic surgeon. Other than that, I'm not giving any testimony with regard to physical injuries.
And when she came to your office, did you examine her face to see if she had a scar?
As I do,
yes or no? I'm sorry.
I observed her across the table for several hours. I didn't specifically examine her face.
Did you have an intention to look for the scar on her face? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you physically go up to her face and look to see if there was a scar?
No, sir.
Are you giving any opinions about Miss Emani's physical scar on her face, whether she has one now, she had one from this incident, anything to do with her plastic surgery? Giving any opinions about that?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, also beyond the scope.
Okay, and in formulating your opinions, did you review Miss Emani Ellis' medical records?
Yes, sir. Those were extremely important to me, actually.
Okay. And you reviewed the medical records from Nicole McKenzie, is that correct? Do you remember that?
I haven't recently, but I have in the past, yes, sir.
You can look at it. Did you review Exhibit 2?
Yes, sometime before my deposition, but I've not looked at them since.
And you reviewed Exhibit 3?
Yes, sometime before my deposition, but not since.
Okay, and you reviewed Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 5?
Let me take a look here. Pardon me a second. As best I recall, yes, but not recently.
And in formulating your opinions, did all of these exhibits assist you in your formulating opinions and coming up with your opinions for us today?
The Kaiser records were extremely important because she had several visits and didn't report a single emotional problem, didn't ask for any care related to
Objection, non-responsive.
So I guess no question. Did you rely on the records to form your opinions?
Only the Kaiser records.
I didn't ask you about Kaiser.
Oh, I'm sorry. You asked me about Kaiser records earlier. You mean just the ones I'm looking at in the notebook?
I never said the word Kaiser. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm sorry. I guess when you said medical records, that's what I was interpreting.
Yeah, I'm talking about the medical records from Dr. McKinsey, a psychologist, the medical records from Dr. Avila, a psychologist, the medical records from Dr. Mulligan, a plastic surgeon, and the medical records from Dr. Norman, pain management doctor. Did you review these records? You testified in one go, yes. And the question is, did you use these 4 medical records in formulating any of your opinions that you testified to today here in court?
No, sir.
Okay, so when you said there was inconsistencies, didn't you mean that, well, strike that. When you said there's inconsistencies, you found those in the medical records that I just asked you about? Isn't that true?
Maybe I had previously. I don't recall if that's in my deposition testimony, but I did not consider those in formulating my opinions for today. It was the Kaiser records.
Okay, the Kaiser records that you're speaking of. Isn't it true that the Kaiser records, any medical treatment that Emani Ellis received at Kaiser, it has nothing to do with this case. It has nothing to do with assault and battery. It's something totally unrelated, correct?
Objection, speculation. Hearsay.
So we're about to proceed.
Why did Emani Ellis go to Kaiser Hospital?
Objection, speculation.
Do you know why, from reading the medical records and bills, do you know why Miss Emani Ellis went to the Kaiser Permanente Hospital?
Yes, Your Honor. The answer is yes.
Why did she go to Kaiser Permanente Hospital?
Well, April 2022 was for an annual history and physical, comprehensive. November 2022, comprehensive history and physical. April 2023 with the PA was for reported hand pain.
Everything that you just told us right now about Kaiser Permanente Hospital, as a medical doctor, and in reviewing all these records that testified you read, wouldn't you agree that those medical treatments have nothing to do with this incident? Agreed? Yes or no?
Objection, very ambiguous.
I disagree. They're extremely important.
I didn't ask you if they're important. I agree they're important. Going to the hospital is important. My question is, if the medical treatment that was received at Kaiser Permanente Hospital, if it has any relation to medical treatment received by Emani Ellis related to this incident that occurred on February 24th, 2018, was it?
For my purposes, yes.
Okay. So are you telling us that Miss Emani Ellis went to the hospital in 2022 and 2023 because of injuries related to this incident? Is that what you're testifying to, doctor?
No.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. What you are telling us is you used some of the medical records from Kaiser Permanente Hospital to formulate some of your opinions in this case. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's
yes. Thank you.
And you use that for your different type of studies, your MMPI studies, and all types of different testing that you did, correct? But just so we're clear, the actual treatment didn't have to do with assault and battery or a physical injury. Is that right?
This has been asked and answered several times.
All right, and then I want some clarity on the other 4 documents. The psychological. Well, let me ask you this: as a psychiatrist, do you believe that psychological care with no medication is a respected medicine?
As a general principle, yes.
Have you referred your own patients to receive psychological care?
Oh, innumerable times, yes.
And whether it's a PsyD or PhD or some other type of psychologist that's licensed, you agree that patients can receive medical care from those types of professionals and actually benefit from that type of care. You agree?
Well, it's not medical care, but I do agree that they can receive very helpful, effective mental health care.
So are you saying mental health care is not medical care?
Objection, stasis.
In general, unless it's a psychiatrist, mental health care is much broader and refers to non-medical healthcare providers, psychologists, LMFT, social workers.
Oh my God, I love these.
Do you believe that patients benefit from mental health treatment with no medication?
For the appropriate indication, yes, sir.
And how
I wonder if I have time to go get cheese.
does it help if they go to a psychologist and they talk about their problems from your perspective? You're a psychiatrist. You are the man who would know. So when a patient goes to a psychologist and they talk about the problems, they explain the problem, why does that help the patient? Why?
I don't know what. I don't know that it's relevant. So if you can establish any foundations to why we're talking about other patients.
Did Emani Ellis receive psychological treatment in this case, based on your review of the medical records and medical bills from 2 different psychologists? True?
Yes.
And from your review of the medical records, she went to 7 treatments with Nicole McKenzie and other doctors from her office. Is that true?
Objection beyond the circumstances.
That sounds about right, sir. Yes.
And she went to Dr. Avila, another psychologist. She went to his office and got treatment from other providers that worked under him for a total of 12 treatments, correct?
Objection beyond the circumstances.
That sounds about right. Yes, sir.
And those 2 psychologists, setting aside this case, is there any reason why you as a professional would not refer a patient to these 2 psychologists?
Objection.
I withdraw the question.
That's
If we were to
why I
talk
want
about,
to leave. It's so uninteresting.
Do you remember at the time of your deposition, you said to me that you testified under oath that you worked alongside Dr. Mulligan in cases before? True? About 10 times?
Well, you say alongside. I've been on the same side and on the opposite side in several legal cases, not like next to him in surgery.
I understand. But you worked alongside him, meaning you worked on the same cases in about 10 different times, correct? That was your testimony.
Yes, I don't know if it's 10 on the same side or 10 in total on both sides. I'm happy to accept whatever you say.
Right. And you're affiliated with UCLA?
Not anymore. I was a professor for 16 years, but not anymore.
Okay. And Dr. Mulligan is also affiliated with UCLA? Is that how you know him?
I don't know if he's currently affiliated with UCLA or not, so he certainly has excellent qualifications.
Right. You said that at your deposition. Your words were, he has very impressive credentials, correct?
Yes.
Do you know Dr. Mulligan to be a clinical associate professor at UCLA?
Objection. Stipulation. Beyond the circumstances.
At your deposition, you stated that you cannot say that the diagnosis was malingering. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
What does malingering mean?
Well, yeah.
I don't know if you meant that or what I meant by saying I could diagnose.
Why don't we start with what does malingering mean?
So malingering is an official diagnosis of the American Psychiatric Association. It's not a disorder, but it's a diagnosis, which refers to a pattern of intentional exaggeration, fabrication, or other manipulation in a legal context for secondary gain. For example, in a criminal case, it could be trying to appear psychotic to avoid criminal punishment. In a litigation like this, typically for monetary gain.
And you testified at the deposition that you cannot say that the diagnosis was malingering. Do you remember saying that?
Ms. Ellis, absolutely, I did say that, sir.
Do you remember meeting Miss Ellis? Do you remember that encounter?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Miss Ellis that you were sorry about what she went through? Did you tell her that?
Yes, based upon her description, I told her I was sorry what she had been through, and it was a pleasure to meet her.
And the testing that you did was in 2023, 5 years later?
Yes, sir.
Would it have been beneficial to have done your testing and interview and all the different things shortly after this incident?
I think that would have been beneficial as well, but also doing it again later is also equally beneficial.
Okay. And do you remember I asked you about discovery? If you reviewed any discovery and you said you had not. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you actually asked that the defense provide you with the discovery so you could review it and that you would then give us additional things. You remember that in your deposition?
Objection. This is testimony.
I don't recall, but I know I said that if I received additional information of any type, I'd happily review it, consider it, and it could modify my opinions.
Have you received those discovery responses?
No, sir.
Do you remember also testifying in your deposition that it would be beneficial to your opinions to see Emani Ellis a second time? Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And that if you saw her a second time, that it could further modify your opinions in this case, correct?
Objection. This is testimony.
Potentially, yes, sir.
And between 2018 and 2023, before you saw Emani Ellis, between that 5-year time span, her psychological or psychiatric condition could have changed, correct? She could have got better. She could have recovered, right? Sure.
I'm sorry, between 18 and 23?
Yes.
That's certainly a possibility.
Okay. And when she saw Dr. McKenzie for 7 visits and other doctors that work in Dr. McKenzie's office, those 7 visits, you say that psychological care helps. Maybe it helped her.
Objection.
Possible, correct? Do you believe that Miss Emani Ellis benefited from the psychological care she received from Dr. McKenzie? Yes or no?
Guys, you know we've been in it for the long haul when Keyshawn just says, "Shut up!" Keyshawn always has like the great comments, the funny comments. When you get Keyshawn to just say, "Shut up," you are not doing a good job as a lawyer.
And she also received from your review of the medical records, 12 visits from Dr. Avila's office and staff, correct? You testified to that. So would you agree that 7 plus 12 is 19 visits of psychological care? True?
Yes, I feel very confident in that. Yes.
Okay. Appreciate that. When you refer your patients out for psychological treatment, do you usually give a limit on the course of care, or maybe 5 visits, 10 visits, 12 visits, or you just refer them out to psychological providers?
I'm usually quite precise, but it also depends on the type of psychological care or psychotherapy. Some are time limited but on purpose. Others could go on over the course of somebody's lifetime.
Why don't we focus on what the term?
Yes, sir. Also, we talked about the distinction in your deposition between factual opinion and psychiatric opinion. And you said that you cannot say what did or did not occur in the incident. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So basically what that means, just to break it down, is you don't know how this incident occurred. Is that fair?
Outside of a psychiatric context.
5 minutes,
that's
Chad. We
actually
got
it's not
it.
my business
You can do
to
it.
determine what happened.
And
Do it.
isn't it true that you don't know if Miss Emani Ellis was assaulted and battered by Cardi B? You just don't know, correct?
Factually, that's correct.
And you also don't know if Emani Ellis was cut on her face by Cardi B. You don't know that, correct?
Objection, the unscope is evidence.
Have you ever spoken with Cardi B at all during the course of this case?
No, sir. I've never spoken to her or had any other type of communication with her.
Would it have been beneficial for you to hear Cardi B's version of what happened in this case? Would that help you in your expert?
I'd certainly be happy to weigh that and give it consideration, but my focus was on emotional injuries of the plaintiff, Ms. Ellis, not on an evaluation of Cardi B.
Understood. But would it have been beneficial to at least hear her version of what occurred in the case? Would that help you? Objections? I withdraw the question. Thank you, Doctor. No further questions.
It's a privilege to see you again, sir.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank
All right,
God. He's done.
You testified
Woo-wee.
earlier as to your understanding of the facts of this case.
Got it, Chad.
Could you please explain what sources that's based on?
I'm sorry, I've never told you.
I'm sorry. You testified earlier as to your understanding of the facts of this case. Could you please explain what sources your understanding is based on?
Yes, so it's based upon my review of Ms. Ellis's deposition, the available medical and mental health records I reviewed. Again, understanding several of them I haven't reviewed recently. It's also based upon my detailed audio recorded several-hour interview with Ms. Ellis. And again, in the course of doing my interview, I accept hypothetically at face value that what she's telling me is correct. And then later I form my opinions, which may include opinions regarding symptom validity. But it's not my role to make a factual determination.
And all of those sources that you've reviewed, the facts come from Ms. Ellis or statements that Ms. Ellis made. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does that make sense to you that you would rely on Ms. Ellis's own statements in forming diagnosis or lack of diagnosis as to Ms. Ellis?
Objection outside the scope.
Well, if it's a patient care setting, you typically rely only on what the patient tells you and accept at face value, and the person's there for help. In a legal context, it's not appropriate for me to accept what somebody says at face value without corroborating it against psychological testing and available records.
You testified that you did not formally diagnose Ms. Ellis with malingering. What does a formal diagnosis of malingering require, and why did you not? Discretion. Why did you not diagnose Ms. Ellis with malingering?
Because although Ms. Ellis meets the fundamental criteria from a psychiatric standpoint of gross symptom exaggeration or outright fabrication and a pattern of inconsistencies across information, she's had so many traumas in her life, both growing up and other losses and traumas around 2018, that I can't rule out that she has some sort of emotional problems at a mild level, but they just wouldn't be related to this case.
You evaluated Ms. Ellis 5 years after the incident, according to Ms. Ellis.
Yes.
Right. In your professional opinion, what is the likelihood that Ms. Ellis would not present with any emotional or psychological injuries up to that date that would be related to the incident, but then after this date would suddenly develop emotional or psychological injuries related to that incident?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, unintelligible. No.
I'm sorry, I'm not here.
Over.
It makes no reasonable sense, and there's no significant likelihood that that would be the case from a medical standpoint. Again, the incident itself, taken at face value, constitutes a situational stressor, a stressful interpersonal interaction. It certainly does not constitute a trauma, as I discussed. And for somebody to not have a psychiatric disorder and emotional injury for 5 years thereafter, but have significant evidence of symptom manipulation, and also to have the resilience to, by her own accord, report not have psychiatric problems from all the real trauma she has had in her life at other times. It makes no sense that she would suddenly develop it at this point.
Thank you. Give me just a minute. Nothing further.
All right, thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Please don't tell me he's coming back up. I'm about done.
For any type of other types of injuries that you brought up, someone was shot at school, a family member got sick, all these other things that you brought up, where did you obtain that information?
It's actually very interesting. And it's also outside the scope. I thought
It's the same.
Did you see any other psychological records or bills related to Emani Ellis prior to this incident?
outside the scope.
It's the same.
You generated a report, correct, on November 22nd of 24?
Objection outside the scope.
It's the same. That's basically one-line questioning whether or not your client had earlier onset of symptoms. So you're going to do that.
Yes, sir.
When you said, when counsel just asked you some questions about inconsistencies and lingering, you said there were inconsistencies. Where were there these inconsistencies? Was it the time when you interviewed her one time, or was it in the medical records?
Objection outside the scope.
As I had tried to explain, it was a combination of my review of the records, psychological testing, and my interview, comparing those as well as intrinsic validity issues within some of those sources.
Which medical record shows an inconsistency? Which one?
The extremely important Kaiser medical records.
What does the Kaiser medical record say that's inconsistent?
That in, again, April 2022, she went for complete history and physical. She specifically denied any kind of mental health issues, specifically denied anxiety, sleep problems, had no reported mental health problems, no request for care. Same thing in November 2022 with Dr. Muhammad. And then in April 2023, when she went in for her hand pain with the nurse practitioner, they also did a review of systems and asked her about symptoms across the board, which is typical for Kaiser. Absolutely no emotional problems whatsoever, no request for mental health assistance.
Okay. So are you telling us that when Emani Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente on day November 29, 22, respectfully, when she went there for vaginal discharge, she should have told that doctor that she had psychological issues? Is that what you're saying, doctor? Yes or no?
Over. It was a different entry. I'm not talking
That's not what I'm asking, doctor. Again, should I repeat what I said, or can you just?
I don't think he's going to base his opinion on that record, Councilman.
You reviewed this record, Kaiser Permanente, correct? You reviewed it. You just testified about it. 161 pages of records. And you said that these records show inconsistencies. And now my question is, are you telling me that my client went to Kaiser Permanente for vaginal discharge on November 29th of 22, and at that visit, she's supposed to tell the doctor that she has psychological problems? Is that your testimony, doctor?
Objection. Argument is.
Are you telling us that every time someone sees a doctor, a medical doctor for a cough, sees a dentist for their broken tooth, sees a podiatrist for the broken toe, they have to each time tell the doctor, I have an emotional injury, I have a psychological injury to that medical doctor? Is that what you mean?
Objection. Argument.
What do you mean by inconsistency in the Kaiser records? Tell us in your own words.
Well, I just mentioned this example. 3 key entries where she went to them were for history, physical, and general checkups, where everything was covered.
Show me the book. Show me the book. Blue book.
Okay, why don't you let him finish the answer before you ask me the next question?
Yes, sir.
So,
Are you done, Doctor?
no, Your Honor, thank you. So again, one was April 2022, Dr. King. The next was November 2022, Dr. Muhammad. The next was nurse practitioner Leon, April 2023. Where these are records where, for Kaiser electronic medical records, I asked about other types of conditions, and there were no complaints at all from her that she had a mental health problem or was asking for any kind of care, despite these profound elevations on her psych testing. And in that first one with Dr. King, April 2022, she actually specifically denied problems with insomnia or anxiety, which covers a significant aspect of her symptoms.
Doctor, my request is you show me these 161 pages where it says what you're saying so that I can confirm so myself. It's in front of you in the blue book under Exhibit 212. You're more than welcome to look at it.
He is embarrassing his own client. Why are you, she's sitting right next to you at the table. Why are you talking about her discharge, bro? What the fuck? What is wrong? What is this case?
Objection, let me know the truth. Objection, Your Honor. I withdraw the question. Let's go to another issue.
What is he doing?
The plaintiff's emotional injury
Stop.
ended before she went to Kaiser.
No, you
agree that there would be no inconsistency because the psychological injury ended prior to that medical visit. Do you agree with that?
Objection, speculation outside the scope.
It makes no reasonable sense. It's not possible.
Why is it not possible? Why can't she recover? She could have recovered before she went to the Kaiser. She could have recovered, couldn't she?
Which question would you like to answer?
Could Miss Emani Ellis have recovered in 2021 or 2022 before she went to Kaiser Hospital? Is that possible? Yes or no?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Taking her symptoms at face value,
What's
it's not
wrong
possible.
with
It's contradictory.
So in her mind, in her brain, she felt that she recovered after seeing these psychologists. But why would she tell Kaiser that she has a psychological problem if she recovered?
I'm sorry, counsel. So she does an exam with him in 23?
No, Your Honor.
When did she see him?
Yes, that's
Okay, and you're saying that she recovered prior to that, but then had the onset of symptoms when she was with him?
My question is if the plaintiff recovered in 2022, before she went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital, she had recovered, would there be any reason to tell Kaiser she has an emotional injury? Yes or no?
It makes no sense.
I understand, but if it's true.
Right, I think we're done here. Do you have anything else?
In 2023,
Yes, we're done.
when
Stop.
Miss Emani Ellis saw you, did she tell you she was still experiencing emotional injuries from this incident?
Yes, in both the interview and particularly the testing.
And when she told you she was suffering from emotional injuries, did she believe that you're a psychiatrist? Did she know that?
Objection, speculation.
Did you disclose it?
Okay, we're beyond the scope here. Why don't you focus on what was in the redirect?
You said there were some inconsistencies in the Kaiser records. Isn't it true that when Emani Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital, she went there for reasons other than psychological reasons?
Objection, assisting.
Assisting.
In fact, aside from, well, I'll try that question. The first doctor you said, Dr. King, that she saw, Dr. King, right?
It wasn't the first doctor she saw. It was first of my 3 examples. That was April 2022, sir.
When she saw Dr. King, where did she see Dr. King?
Objection.
I think we've fully exhausted the scope of the sign-up question. Do you have anything else?
Melts our minds at that point.
Aside from the inconsistencies that you reviewed, well, actually, let me ask you, the inconsistencies that you're telling us about in the record, in the Kaiser records, these are non-psychological records, correct? That's right? I'll close with this. Objection. If you say yes to that, we're done. Objection. I just want the truth.
Yes, say yes, say yes.
Yes, sir.
Say yes. Yes, thank you. Jesus God.
I don't see anything. All right, can you put this excuse?
Yes.
God.
All right, folks, that's going to bring us to our afternoon break. But we
So bad.
25. In the meantime, please not discuss case with anyone, including other jurors, no forming opinions. They're doing research.
Oh, I feel so bad for this jury. I've never felt bad for another jury ever, ever, ever. This is just so terrible. Okay. All right, chat. This is the longest I've ever live streamed on my channel, I think. Let's get Dr. Finky, 15 minutes. Dr. Pinky, Inky Brain. I don't know. I'm tired. Let's go. Cardi B, I did it for you.
Pinky and the brain.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
It's David Finky, D-A-V-I-D, F as in Frank, I-N-K.
Perfect, thank you. You may proceed, please watch your step.
Oh my God, Greta. Talk about discharge. What is wrong
Good
with
afternoon,
you?
Good afternoon.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an obstetrician and gynecologist
And where are your offices located?
in Beverly Hills at Wilshire and Lapeer.
Is that a medical building?
It is. It's a Beverly Hills medical building, I think.
And were you in those offices in February of 2018?
Yes.
And what floor were you on?
The 5th floor?
What floor?
5.
Oh, sorry. And were you ever affiliated with Cedars-Sinai in any way?
I completed my OBGYN residency there in 2010 and then remain on staff. I'm not employed by Cedars, but I'm affiliated. I admit all of my patients to the hospital.
Okay. On the 5th floor of this building in 2018, were there cameras in the hallways outside your office?
No.
And did your office sometimes make special arrangements for celebrity clients for privacy or security purposes?
We do.
And in 2018, did you have an open up? Should I put this? Open office on Saturdays? Did you work on Saturdays?
I worked Saturday office hours for about half a day for around 10 years.
To your knowledge, did anyone else in that building have Saturday office hours?
No.
In February 2018, did that building have a building office?
Yes.
And what floor was that on, Tino?
4.
Okay. And did the building have a receptionist?
Not a receptionist.
Okay. Do you recall an incident in February 2018 where there was an argument with a security guard?
Yes.
Okay. And is that security guard in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you point her out, please?
Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. How did you learn of the incident?
I was in my office in my office's office, and then heard a lot of yelling. So I immediately got up, ran down the hall, and went out into the hallway.
Do you have a clear memory of what happened next?
Yes.
Any particular reason that you have that clear memory?
It's never happened before.
And what did you do after you ran down the hall towards the yelling?
As soon as I got into the hallway and realized what was going on, my receptionist was between the plaintiff and the defendant, and there was a lot of yelling, a lot of finger pointing, and at one point, my receptionist was struck, not hard, but I remember it was like on the shoulder kind of thing. I think it was her right shoulder, and there was a phone in the security guard's hand, and the phone kept going back from the ear to point and then back to the ear, and at one point, kind of both hands were kind of flailing, but not closed fists or anything like that. More swatting.
Did y'all hear that? Dr. Finky said Emani had her phone in her hand.
Did your receptionist show you a cut on her forward afterwards?
I believe so. Very minor.
Okay. And what is the receptionist's name who was between Ms. Ellis and Cardi B?
Tiara.
So you see all that. You've gone out and I'm sorry. Where was this? Was this in your office or in the hallway?
The main hallway of the 5th floor, just right outside the elevator.
And you hear yelling. You open the door. You see what you've described. What happened next? Let me ask. What did you do next?
We tried to de-escalate the situation, separate the two, and get our security guard back in the elevator and off the floor.
Do you remember anything that you said in trying to de-escalate?
I remember repeatedly. I was trying to match sort of with body, language, the intensity of it to get across the point that this was not okay, and this is your job.
And who did you address that to?
Ms. Ellis.
Okay. And did she say anything in response?
I don't remember. There was a lot of name calling going back and forth between the two and threats, that type of thing. But my primary objective was to get our security guard back in the elevator and off the floor.
And how did you accomplish that?
Repeating myself over and over and over. And I can't remember if I was holding the elevator door open or I've been trying to think about that. I have no idea. I remember pushing the button if it wasn't, but just to try to get the elevator there and get Ms. Ellis back on it.
Did you come between your receptionist and Cardi B, between them on one hand and Ms. Ellis?
I think to the side.
Okay. What did you tell her to try and get her to move into the elevator?
To stop and to do your job.
Did you say that repeatedly?
Yes.
Did you say it in a loud voice?
Yes.
And what was she doing when you were saying these things?
Yelling and pointing. I think at that point, there was enough distance between the parties that there was no longer, any gestures that could be construed as violent. But.
Okay. And at that point, had Cardi B and the receptionist gone back into the office, into your office?
Yes. As soon as Ms. Ellis stepped back on the elevator, Cardi and Tiara were headed back into my office.
At any point, were you face to face with Ms. Ellis?
Yes.
And can you ask me how close you were?
It was close proximity.
Okay.
Within a foot.
Okay, within a foot of her face.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
Sorry. Did you see on her face any scratches?
No.
Did you see on her face any cuts?
None.
Did you see on her face any blood?
No.
Did you see any injury at all on her face that day?
None.
And did you see spit or spittle or any other fluid on her, anywhere on her?
No.
During the course of this, did you hear Ms. Ellis say something to the effect, and I apologize, I will fuck your shit up?
Yes.
At any time, did you see Cardi B spit on Plaintiff?
No.
Did you see her spit on anyone?
No.
Did you see Cardi B take a swing at Plaintiff?
No.
Did you see Cardi B hit Plaintiff?
No.
Did you see Cardi B scratch or cut Plaintiff with her fingernails?
No.
Did you see Cardi B threaten to get Plaintiff fired?
No.
Did you hear Cardi B call Plaintiff the N-word? And by that, I mean the whole N-I-G-G-E-R.
No.
Did you hear Cardi B call Plaintiff fat or poor?
No.
Did you ever see... Did you see Plaintiff... I think you saw Plaintiff hit your receptionist, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Left Coast Mod. I'm trying to stay up. I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady, and all you other Slim Shadys are just imitating. So what? Just please stand up. Dr. Finky is Slim Shady with the glasses on and a beard. This is Marshall Mathers.
At her deposition, Plaintiff testified that she was, quote, just focused on getting downstairs, close quote. Is that consistent with what you saw?
No.
Okay. And why is it not consistent with what you saw?
It took me, I would have guessed 30 to 45 seconds to get her to get back on the elevator.
Okay. After you got Plaintiff in the elevator, what did you do next?
Went back into my office.
And did you examine Cardi?
I saw her that day, yes.
In the patient room?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have 3-inch nails on her fingers that day?
No.
Okay. And how is it that you know that?
I make a point of looking at people's fingernails. I have no idea why. It sort of lightens the room when you're doing an exam, when you're about to do a pap smear, to say, oh, that's a really cool color. Where'd you get it? I can kind of tell all of the nail trends in the city, because it's bizarre that once you see one type of nail polish, then that next 2 months, everyone has it. And it would have just stuck out to me.
To your knowledge, did Cardi B complain to the building about Plaintiff's conduct?
No.
Did you take steps to make the building aware of Plaintiff's conduct?
Yes.
And what steps did you take?
I called our practice administrator that day, and given what I had witnessed of the conduct of our security guard when I was out there, I said she needs to go. Then my administrator on Monday morning, I think, took Tiara down and made a statement for the building, and then the building proceeded to do what they did.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, I hope it's been
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Oh, here we go.
920 Wilshire Boulevard?
Yes.
Are you aware that across the street from your office at 9025 Wilshire Boulevard?
Nobody cares. You're across the street.
When I approached you outside and I wanted to speak with you, isn't it true that you were unwilling to speak with me? Is that correct?
Yes.
And when the defense wanted to speak with you, you did talk to them, correct?
Yes.
You even prepared a declaration, and you gave them permission to sign it on your behalf?
Yes.
And you are here because you want to testify in favor of your patient, correct?
I'm here because I'm one of 4 people who were in the hallway that day.
Right.
And
Tell him, doctor.
I'm here to tell you what I saw.
And you've been, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I'm just flabbergasted by the allegations that don't seem congruent with what I saw that day.
Right. On how many occasions did you speak with the attorneys from the defense?
In person or over the phone?
Combined.
In person once, twice, including today. Over the phone 3 times.
What did you talk about that was so important 3 different times?
They wanted to know what I knew. They wanted to see if they could get a hold of Tiara, who no longer works at our practice. That's the nuts and bolts.
Okay. You are a licensed gynecologist in the state of California since 2007?
Yeah.
In your field, your specialty deals with below the waist, correct?
Yes.
What is the reason you would think to look at Emani Ellis's face when you have 2 people that are yelling at each other with someone in between? Was there a reason that you were specifically at that time looking at Emani Ellis's face to tell us whether there was a scar, a cut, or anything to her face?
When at that moment, she was closer to the elevator, there probably was about 3-4 feet between the 2. And I got between her and them. And the elevator was directly behind her. So I was making direct eye contact to try to be as assertive as I could.
Okay. Isn't it true that you don't remember what you ate a week ago? Fair?
Objection.
This incident happened 2,741 days ago, 7.5 years ago. You agree? In those 7.5 years, did you take any notes of what happened on the day of the incident?
I did not.
So everything you're telling us right now, from 7.5 years ago, is from your memory of what occurred, correct? And having all these conversations with defense counsel maybe help refresh your recollection, correct?
No.
No?
The majority of solidifying it in my brain over all these years is partially because the people who were involved in it, who were there that day in my office, would recount the story from time to time. And it was a very vivid memory and interaction.
When you got there, Tiara Malcolm, your receptionist, was already outside, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Are you aware that Tiara Malcolm and even Cardi B have testified that for 40 to 50 seconds, you and Tiara Malcolm were not there? Are you aware of that?
I would guess it was shorter than that, but if their recollection is 40 to 50 seconds, I mean, as long as it takes me to go down the hallway and out into the hall, the type of yelling that was taking place was alarming. And so it was like, get there right away. I can't give you an exact time frame, but it wasn't more than 40 to 50 seconds.
And aside from Cardi B, do you service other celebrities?
I do.
Many different ones?
Over the years.
It's your impression, it's right there. It's important to you to help Cardi B in this case so you can continue to receive celebrity clients, correct?
It's very important for me to tell what happened that day and to ensure that anybody coming to my office, celebrity or not, doesn't have that type of experience.
Understood. But you had not gotten there until after many things occurred between the 2 of them, correct?
Excellent.
Earlier, you testified that you saw Emani Ellis hit your receptionist.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
How come your receptionist didn't say that?
Objections.
Are you aware that your receptionist who was facing Emani Ellis did not say that? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Did your receptionist ever tell you that Emani Ellis hit her?
Yes, in the recollection of everything back and forth, and then she had a thing on her forehead.
Right.
It was very apparent to me that no hits landed on anybody else except for her.
Okay.
My receptionist.
And your receptionist specifically told you that Emani Ellis hit her, correct?
I saw it.
I understand. But did your
I
receptionist...
don't know that she remembered it. I mean, I don't. Everyone's adrenaline was kind of elevated. And once, we kind of recounted, there's some background as well. We had an attorney visited our office a few times in the weeks after the incident, inquiring what happened and various things, leaving a business card. So we talked about it a lot. And I think we both concluded that the only one who was smacked was her.
Okay. Did that receptionist make any type of claim against Miss Emani Ellis?
No.
Why not?
Objection calls for speculation.
In your declaration, you state that on one occasion, plaintiff's counsel left a business card. I'm the plaintiff's counsel. Did I leave a business card in your office? Do you know? I withdraw the question. Do you know if I left a business card in your office?
You're a cop.
Me personally, I do not. It was a male, dark hair, darker beard, and a different receptionist got the business card, who wasn't working that particular Saturday. And I think at one point I came out on a different occasion when this person came to the checkout desk, not the check-in desk, on a different date. And I said, you need to leave.
Okay. The declaration that you signed yesterday, have you read it?
It was read to me.
Okay. Can you look at the photograph in front of you?
Could you identify the counsel, please? Sure.
Do you see the photograph? I'm sorry, I don't remember the exhibit number, but it's a photograph of Cardi B from 2018.
Your Honor, it's exhibit 232.
Thank you. Okay. The record is exhibit 232. Do you see the photograph?
I do.
Are you aware that this photograph was taken on February 18th of 2024, which was 1 week before the incident? Are you aware of that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know when this photograph was taken?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, but it probably was around the time of the incident, I guess.
And now, if you look at the fingernails, since you're a fingernail man, if you look at these fingernails in the photograph,
Fingernail.
rude, I'm just making a joke. The fingernails that
If you look at the fingernails, since you're a fingernail man, every human being, male or woman, has fingernails. Everybody has nails, dude. He's so weird. Like, he's a terrible lawyer.
in this picture, are these the same fingernails that Cardi B was wearing when she entered your office on the day of the incident?
I think so.
Are you sure?
I didn't memorize them, but I know that they weren't 3 inch long with the spear at the end.
But you're not sure if these are the same fingernails, correct?
I believe they are.
Was Cardi B's hair this way when she came to your office, the same way in this photograph here?
So,
Was Cardi B dressed this way when she appeared in your office?
objection, relevance. Okay, so.
When you came out into the hallway, did you hear Cardi B yelling profanities at Miss Ellis?
Yes.
What were some of the words without going into detail? The F word?
F's and B's and all of it.
So both sides were yelling at each other?
It was an epic yelling match.
Okay. And when you heard this epic yelling match, it was so loud that you heard it while you were inside of your office? Is that correct?
There's an additional hallway in between the main hallway and the office I was sitting in, and all the way up the south side of the building. It took a lot of energy for me to hear.
When you walked out of your office, you didn't know what areas of the body Miss Emani Ellis was claiming injuries to at the time, correct?
Objection.
I withdraw. Do you know what areas of the body Emani Ellis, what areas of her body were injured at the time of the incident?
Objection. Argumentative by foundation, contrary to all the others.
Did you have a reason to focus on any part of Emani Ellis's body when you came out?
No.
So, in your state of mind, when you walked out, you heard lots of screaming, 3 different women doing something, and you were focused on the whole thing, weren't you?
Yes, that was before I asked her to leave multiple times, of course, but face to face.
Right. But when you did come out, you saw 3 different women and your receptionist in between, Cardi B and Emani Ellis, correct?
Yes.
And when you were facing that, your focus was not only at Emani Ellis, it was at everybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a lot of commotion and yelling and screaming and excitement at that very moment, right?
Correct.
And for how many seconds when you first arrived, for how much time passed before Emani Ellis went away?
It seemed like a long time. It probably was 45 seconds.
So in those 45 seconds, did you have a chance to examine Miss Emani Ellis?
I didn't examine her. I looked at her.
Okay. Did you specifically look at her face for some reason?
I was looking directly at her face for at least 20 seconds or so, repeating myself over and over and over.
Right. And when you were doing that, you weren't looking for a scar, were you? Or a cut or any kind of damage to her face? Sarah?
Oh.
Do you have any experience in plastic surgery? You may answer no.
Define plastic surgery.
You're the doctor.
I do cosmetic procedures on the vagina and the vulva, and I also do microneedling with radiofrequency procedures, CO2 laser ablation of things. I don't do the face.
So, if there was any damage to Miss Emani Ellis's face, if there was any kind of injury to it, would you have known?
I would assume I would see blood or a big scrape or some physical damage.
And when you were out there and you were between the 3 of them, the 3 women, when you were there, and in those 45 seconds, did you see the cut to your receptionist's face at that time, not later?
No.
You didn't see it?
I never looked directly at her until we were back in the office.
But at that time, it was there, right? During 45 seconds, it was already...
Well, sometimes little scratches like that might not show up for a little bit.
What's a little bit?
Well, if I just scratch my hand like this, I might see it out in the sun, 10 minutes later from just erythema.
Okay, so if Emani Ellis had a scratch, she could also develop it 10 minutes later. You just testified to that. Isn't that true?
That's what your counsel says, that's what he testified to, but I would object, Your Honor. This here,
All right, let me ask what this witness is talking to.
When you spoke to defense counsel 3 times, which attorney was it? Was it Mr. Anderson or Mr. Lamb or Ms. Moore?
Over the phone, Ms. Moore.
Every time?
Probably, yes.
And for you to come down here and testify, you had to at least cancel half a day of your work, right?
I canceled my whole afternoon on a day's notice.
Are you getting paid to be here?
No.
And why are you testifying if you're not being paid? Were you subpoenaed?
I was not.
So you came voluntarily?
I did.
And they believed that you would appear here today in court with no subpoena. That's how confident they were that you were here to help us, correct? When Cardi B came into your office after the incident, what did she tell you?
I apologized. She was more calm than I thought she would be. She didn't complain about the incident or to me afterwards, which I was kind of surprised about as well. I would have been upset if I were the client. And then we proceeded to help her with what she came in for.
Could it be that she didn't apologize because she was the one that assaulted Miss Ellis? Did you
How about stopping with the could it be's and just ask him what happened, what you saw, what you heard, what you smelled?
Can you look at the photograph again? The one that you have in front of you, is it 231 or 232? This one. In the photograph, you will see fingernails with some rhinestones on top of them. Do you remember seeing rhinestones on Cardi B's fingernails when she came into your office on the day of the incident?
Yeah, I mean, they were decorative. She was not made up. She was in plain clothing, but the nails were done.
And those rhinestones, were they sharp and pointy?
I think rhinestones in general have rough edges.
They're not sharp. They're not sharp and pointy.
On the front side of the nail, on the top of the nail, they look like they project.
And I see that you're wearing glasses. Do you wear them? Were you wearing glasses at the time of the incident?
I'm 99% sure I wasn't, because up until a couple years ago, I just wore contacts.
Were you wearing contacts?
Yes.
God damn, left coast. Raining.
The struggle lawyer is finished. Left Coast Mana has become a stream sponsor and added some more memberships. He's at the 50 level. He has joined BAM and many others. We got like 10 minutes left of this, guys, and your girl has been on for 9 hours. I gotta go eat. But if you're receiving a membership from Left Coast Mana, please say thank you. Please, please, please. He is helping us get to the next level. Now I'm invested. I want to go to day 4 on Tuesday. Now I'm invested. Please say thank you to Left Coast.
You said that you were one of 4 people in the hallway. So that's you, Cardi B, Miss Malcolm, and the plaintiff?
Correct.
Was there anyone else in the hallway?
No.
Is it correct? Counsel asked you about cuts bleeding to cuts and scratches tend to bleed more if they're on the face than if they're on some other part of the body?
Objection calls for expert opinion outside the scope of this witness.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Is there a difference in the tendency to bleed if the cut or scratch is on your forehead or cheek than if it's on another part of your body?
The head face is generally, has greater blood flow, smaller blood vessels.
Yeah. As a fingernail guy, have you seen fingernails where the rhinestones are flat? They're actually just little inserts. They look like rhinestones, but they're flat.
Objection calls for speculation.
I have seen objects put into, I would guess it's an acrylic nail, and somewhat varied. I have seen that.
Yeah. Do you have any recollection now, 7.5 years later, whether the rhinestones in that photograph and on Cardi's fingernails were actually 3-dimensional or were flat?
Objection calls for expert opinion.
No recollection.
What's that? No further questions. Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, no further questions. Thank you. All right, any questions from the jury? All right, this witness be excused.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor. All right, does the defense have any more witnesses to call?
All right.
All right, let's go to the press.
Yes, sir.
All right, that concludes the presentation of evidence. We have some work to do on jury instructions, but there's a number of jury instructions that I can read now. So rather than do those on Tuesday, I'm going to read the set of jury instructions. There will be additional jury instructions read on Tuesday. The order in which I read these instructions is not important. So to the extent that I read some today and some on Tuesday, pay no attention to the fact that they are given at different times. Does not mean that any have any more significant meaning than any of the others. And the parties have stipulated that the jury instructions do not need to be recorded by the court reporter. So at this time, she can stop doing so. All right, and again, I'll read these quickly. They'll be available to you in the jury room. Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence and will hear the closing arguments of the attorneys. It is my duty to instruct you on the law that applies to this case. You must follow these instructions as well as those that I previously gave you. You have a copy of my instructions with you when you go to the jury room to deliberate. You must decide what the facts are. You must consider all the evidence and decide what you think happened. You must decide the facts based on the evidence admitted in this trial. Do not allow anything that happens outside this courtroom to affect your decision. Do not talk about this case or the people involved in it with anyone, including family or persons living in your household, friends, coworkers, spiritual leaders, advisors, or therapists. Do not do any research on your own or as a group. Do not use dictionaries or other reference materials. These prohibitions on communications and research extend to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic device or media such as cell phone, smartphone, TV, computer, tablet, device, the internet, any internet service, any text or instant messaging service, any internet chat room, blog, or website, including social networking websites, online diaries, to send or receive information to or from anyone about this case or your experience as a juror until after you've been discharged from your jury duties. Do not investigate the case or conduct any experiments. Do not contact anyone to assist you, such as a family accountant, doctor, or lawyer. Do not visit or view the scene of any event involved in this case. If you happen to pass by the scene, do not stop or investigate. All jurors must see or hear the same evidence at the same time. Do not read, listen to, or watch any news accounts of this trial. You must not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. If you violate any of these prohibitions,
jury
communications and research, you may be held in contempt of court or face other sanctions. That means
3 days
in jail, pay a fine, or face other punishment for that violation. I will now tell you the law that you must follow to reach your verdict. You must follow the law exactly as I give it to you, even if you disagree with it. If the attorneys have said anything different about what the law means, you must follow what I say. In reaching your verdict, do not guess what I think your verdict should be from something I may have said or done. Pay careful attention to all the instructions that I give you. All the instructions are important because together they state the law that you'll use in this case. You must consider all the instructions together. After you've decided what the facts are, you may find that some of the instructions do not apply. In that case, follow the instructions that do apply and use them together with the facts to reach your verdict. If I repeat any ideas or rules of law during my instructions, that does not mean that these ideas or rules are more important than the others. In addition, the order in which the instructions are given does not make any difference. Most of the instructions are typed. However, some handwritten or typewritten notes may have been added, and some words may have been deleted. Do not discuss or consider why words may have been added or deleted. Please treat all the words the same, no matter what their format. Simply accept the instruction in its final form. You may consider the ability of each party to provide evidence. If a party provided weaker evidence when it could have provided stronger evidence, you may distrust the weaker evidence. You may consider whether one party intentionally concealed or destroyed evidence. If you decide that a party did so, you may decide that the evidence would have been unfavorable to that party. If a party failed to explain or deny evidence against them when they could reasonably have done so based on what they knew, you may consider their failure to explain or deny in evaluating that evidence. It is up to you to decide the meaning and importance of the failure to deny evidence against the party. During the trial, you received deposition testimony that was read from deposition transcripts or shown by video. A deposition is the testimony taken of a person before trial. At a deposition, the person is sworn to tell the truth and is questioned by the attorneys. You must consider the deposition testimony that was presented to you in the same way as you consider testimony given in court. Before trial, each party has the right to ask the other parties to answer written questions. These questions are called interrogatories. The answers are also in writing and given under oath. You must consider the questions and answers that were read to you the same as if the questions and answers had been given in court. A party may offer into evidence in the oral or written statement made by an opposing party outside the courtroom. When you evaluate the evidence of such a statement, you must consider these questions. Do you believe that the party actually made the statement? If you do not believe that the party made the statement, you may not consider the statement at all. If you believe that the statement was made, do you believe it was reported accurately? You should view testimony about an oral statement made by a party outside the courtroom with caution.
How fast it happened.
During the trial, you heard testimony from expert witnesses. The law allows an expert to state opinions about matters in the expert's field if the expert has not witnessed any of the events involved in the trial. You do not have to accept an expert's opinion. As with other witnesses, it is up to you to decide whether you believe the expert's testimony and choose to use it as the basis for your decision. You may believe all, part, or none of an expert's testimony. In deciding whether to believe an expert's testimony, you should consider the expert's training and experience, the facts the expert relied on, and the reason for the expert's opinions. The law allows expert witnesses to be asked questions that are based on assumed facts. These are sometimes called hypothetical questions. In determining the weight to give the expert's opinion that is based on the assumed facts, you should consider whether the assumed facts are true. If the expert witnesses disagreed with one another, you should weigh each opinion against the others. You should examine the reasons given for each opinion and the facts or other matters that each witness relied on. You may also compare the expert's qualifications. A witness who was not testifying as an expert gave an opinion during the trial. You may, but are not required to accept that opinion. You may give the opinion whatever weight you think is appropriate. Consider the extent of the witness's opportunity to pursue the matters on which the opinion is based, the reasons the witness gave for the opinion, and the facts or information on which the witness relied in forming that opinion. You must decide whether the information on which the witness relied was true and accurate. You may disregard all or any part of an opinion that you find unbelievable, unreasonable, or unsupported by the evidence.
Why would he read jury instructions if they still have 3 people to go?
Ms. Ellis claims that she was harmed by Ms. Almanzar's negligence. To establish this claim, Ms. Ellis must prove all of the following: the defendant was negligent, the plaintiff was harmed, and the defendant's negligence was a substantial factor in causing plaintiff's harm. Negligence is the failure to use reasonable care to prevent harm to oneself or to others. A person can be negligent by acting or failing to act. A person is negligent if that person does something that a reasonably careful person would not do in the same situation, or fails to do something that a reasonably careful person would do in the same situation. You must decide how a reasonably careful person would have acted in the defendant's situation. Causation. A substantial factor in causing harm is a factor that a reasonable person would consider to have contributed to the harm. It must be more than a remote or trivial factor. It does not have to be the only cause of the harm. Conduct is not a substantial factor in causing harm if the same harm would have occurred without that conduct. Ms. Almanzar committed a battery. To establish the claim, plaintiff must prove all the following: the defendant touched plaintiff with the intent to harm or offend her, that plaintiff did not consent to the touching, that plaintiff was harmed or offended by defendant's conduct, and that a reasonable person in plaintiff's situation would have been offended by the touching. A plaintiff may express consent by words or acts that are reasonably understood by another person as consent. A plaintiff may also express consent by silence or inaction if a reasonable person would understand that the silence or inaction intended to indicate consent. Ms. Ellis claims that Ms. Almanzar's conduct caused Ms. Ellis to suffer severe emotional distress. To establish this claim, Ms. Ellis must prove all of the following.
Take a breath because the judge is ready to go home, Jamie. Shout out to Jamie who sent me $25 Cash App. Says, or Venmo says, let's go marathon Saturday. I cannot believe I did 3 days of a full trial in 1 day.
That defendant's conduct was outrageous. The defendant intended to cause plaintiff emotional distress.
Oh my
That plaintiff suffered
God.
severe emotional distress, and that defense conduct was a substantial factor in causing plaintiff's severe emotional distress. Emotional distress includes suffering, anguish, fright, horror, nervousness, grief, anxiety, worry, shock, humiliation, and shame. Severe emotional distress is not mild or brief. It must be so substantial or long-lasting that no reasonable person in a civilized society should be expected to bear it. Plaintiff is not required to prove physical injury to recover damages for severe emotional distress. If you decide that plaintiff has proved her claim against defendant, you must also decide how much money will reasonably compensate themselves for the harm. This compensation is called damages. The amount of damages must include an award for each item of harm that was caused by defendant's wrongful conduct, even if the particular harm could not have been anticipated. Ms. Ellis does not have to prove the exact amount of damages that will provide reasonable compensation for the harm. However, you must not speculate or guess in awarding damages. The damages paid by plaintiff are for the harm caused by defendant fall into 2 categories called economic and non-economic damages. You'll be asked in the verdict form to state the 2 categories of damages separately. The following are the specific items of economic damages claimed by Ms. Ellis: past and future medical expenses. The following are the specific items of non-economic damages claimed by Ms. Ellis: physical pain, mental suffering, and emotional distress. The arguments of the attorneys are not evidence of damages. Your award must be based on your reasoned judgment to the testimony of the witnesses and the other evidence that has been admitted during the trial. You must not consider or include as part of any award attorney fees or expenses that the parties incurred in bringing or defending this lawsuit. When you go to the jury room, the first thing you should do is choose the presiding juror. The presiding juror should see to it that your discussions are orderly and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is your duty to talk with one another in the jury room and to consider the views of all the jurors. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you have considered the evidence with the other members of the jury. Feel free to change your mind if you're convinced that your position should be different. You should all try to agree, but do not give up your honest beliefs just because others think differently. Please do not state your opinions too strongly at the beginning of your deliberations or immediately announce how you plan to vote, as it may interfere with an open discussion. Keep an open mind so that you and your fellow jurors can easily share ideas about the case. You should use your common sense and experience in deciding whether testimony is true and accurate. However, during your deliberations, do not make any statement or provide any information to other jurors based on any special training or unique personal experiences that you may have had related to matters involved in this case. What you may know or have learned through your training or experience is not a part of the evidence received in this case. Sometimes jurors disagree or have questions about the evidence or about what the witnesses said in their testimony. If that happens, you may ask to have testimony read back to you or ask to see any exhibits admitted into evidence that have not already been provided to you. Also, jurors may need further explanation about the laws that apply to the case. If this happens during your deliberations, write down your questions and give them to the bailiff or the courtroom attendant. I will talk to the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will do my best to answer them. When you write me a note, do not tell me how you voted on an issue until I ask for this information in open court. Your decision must be based on your personal evaluation of the evidence presented in the case. Each of you may be asked in open court how you voted on each question. While I know you would not do this, I'm required to advise you that you must not base your decision on chance, such as flip of a coin. If you decide to award damages, you may not agree in advance. Just simply add up the amounts each juror thinks is right, and then without further deliberations, make the average your verdict. You may take breaks, but do not discuss the case with anyone, including each other, until all of you are back in the jury room. If you have taken notes during the trial, you may take notebooks with you into the jury room. You may use your notes only to help you remember what happened during the trial. Your independent recollection of the evidence should govern your verdict. You should not allow yourself to be influenced by the notes of other jurors if those notes differ from what you remember. At the end of the trial, your notes will be collected and destroyed. You may request in writing the trial testimony be read to you. I will have the court reporter read the testimony to you. You may request that all or a part of the witness's testimony be read. Your request should be as specific as possible. It will be helpful if you can state the name of the witness, the subject of the testimony you would like to have read, and the name of the attorney or attorneys asking the questions when the testimony was given. The court reporter is not permitted to talk with you when she is reading the testimony you have requested. While the court reporter is reading the testimony, you may not deliberate or discuss the case. You may not ask the court reporter to read testimony that was not specifically mentioned in the written request. If your notes differ from the testimony, you must accept the court reporter's record as accurate. And one footnote there, just as it takes us some time to respond to your questions, it also takes us time to isolate the testimony that you're requesting, so please continue deliberating while you're waiting for a readback. I will give you a special verdict form with questions you must answer. I have already instructed you on the law that you are to use in answering these questions. You must follow my instructions and the form carefully. You must consider each question separately, although you may discuss the evidence and the issues to be decided in any order. You must answer the questions on the verdict form in the order they appear. After you answer a question, the form tells you what to do next.
Right now.
At least 9 of you must agree on an answer before you can move on to the next question. However, the same 9 or more people do not have to agree on each answer. All 12 of you must deliberate on and answer each question, regardless of how you voted on any earlier question. Unless the verdict form tells all 12 jurors to stop and answer no further questions, each juror must deliberate and vote on all the remaining questions. When you have finished filling out the form, your presiding juror must write the date and sign it at the bottom of the last page, and then notify the bailiff that you are ready to present your verdict in the courtroom. To the alternate juror, the jury will begin deliberating after closing arguments, but you are still an alternate juror and are still bound by my earlier instructions about your conduct. Until the jury is discharged, do not talk about the case or about any of the people or any of the subject involved in it with anyone, and not even your family or friends, and not even with the other jurors.
Man,
do not have any contact with the deliberating jurors. Do not decide how you would vote if you were deliberating. Do not form and express an opinion about the issues in the case unless you are substituted for one of the deliberating jurors. In this case, I've exercised my right to comment on the evidence. However, you, the jury, are the exclusive judges of all questions of fact and the credibility of the witnesses. You are free to completely ignore my comments on the evidence and to reach whatever verdict you believe to be correct, even if it's contrary to any or all of the comments. After your verdict is read in open court, you may just individually indicate whether the verdict expresses your personal vote. This is referred to as polling the jury and is done to ensure that at least 9 jurors have agreed to each decision. The verdict form that you will receive the verdict form that you will receive asks you to answer several questions. You must vote separately on each question. Although 9 or more jurors must agree on each answer, it does not have to be the same 9 for each answer. Therefore, it is important for each of you to remember how you have voted on each question, so that if the jury is polled, each of you will be able to answer accurately about how you have voted. And we're actually going to give you your own copy of the verdict form, so please keep track of your own votes on the verdict form. The verdict form, the final verdict form that the jury foreman will have will be the only one that's turned in, but please keep track of your votes on the verdict form that you're given for your own copy. If during the trial any of you had a question that you believe should be asked of a witness, you are instructed to write out the question and provide it to me through my courtroom staff. If a question was asked, or I decided whether the question should be asked. If a question was asked and answered, you are to consider the answer as you would any other evidence received in the trial. Do not give the answer any greater or lesser weight because it was initiated by a jury question. If a question was not asked, do not speculate as to what the answer might have been or why it was not asked. There are many legal reasons why I suggest a question cannot be asked of a witness. Give the question no further consideration. During the trial, materials may have been shown to you to help explain testimony or other evidence in the case. Some of these materials may have been admitted into evidence, and you'll be able to review them during your deliberations. Other materials may have also been shown to you during the trial, but they have not been admitted into evidence. You will not be able to review them during your deliberations because they are not themselves evidence of any proof. Evidence or proof of any facts. You may, however, consider the testimony given in connection with those materials.
Are you done?
All right. As I indicated, there's going to be some additional jury instructions that are going to be read on Tuesday.
More?
Why don't we plan on starting closing arguments at 9:45 on Tuesday? I need to meet with the attorneys at 9 o'clock. And while I think we'll be done by 9:30 to finalize everything, I don't want you to be waiting in the hallway. So let's plan on 9:45 on Tuesday. My expectation is we will be done with closing arguments before lunch, and that you will have the case to deliberate on after lunch on Tuesday. There are several causes of action, and so I do anticipate that it's going to take a bit of time to deliberate on each cause of action. And so I would have a pretty strong feeling that it's likely that you will also be here on Wednesday to finish deliberating. So at present, we're definitely going to be here Tuesday at 9:45. You can anticipate that you're not going to finish deliberating by the end of the day on Tuesday, and that you'll be here at least Wednesday morning to finish deliberations and to render your verdicts. And then you guys will know how things are going as to how much longer into Wednesday or potentially Thursday things will take. Okay, any questions about that?
No.
Please do your absolute very best to avoid any media. I know that there has been some coverage of it. If you happen to see something, just go ahead and turn it off, turn it away, whatever it may be. We don't want you to be influenced by any of the media coverage, okay? All right, we'll see you on Tuesday, 9:45. Have a good Labor Day weekend.
We made it! Oh my God! A 3-day trial in one day. We made it through. We got all 3 days of testimony in. I can't believe we did that. That is a record on this channel. I've never gone live for.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here.
I've never gone live for 9 hours. I think the record is when Lead and I were working with each other. The record on his channel between the two of us was 14 hours. On my own, this is it. Y'all were here with me. I've never taken 3 days of a trial and put it in one stream. I didn't think it was going to go that long. I was like, oh yeah, it's going to be a 3-hour stream. I started at noon. I was like, I'll be done by 4. I'm going to go get a manicure. Like, you know, I ordered some Southern food. I got some brisket, some cornbread. Like, I need to eat. You know, like I'm going to eat after this stream. Wow. But it was so much fun. Like all my favorite people came out. Like, man, so many stream sponsors. Look at Zoe. Zoe came out with a 200. The Golden Lounge, my like birthday twin came out. Kelly Kell has been cutting up since 12. She's been here with me. D was in here, and Kelly Kell, I think I gave it to you. I gave you some recommendations. D has been cutting up. He comes to every stream. This is a nice break from Donna Adelson. I will tell you guys, a Queen Pen grandma, nice break from it. D came back with another 2, came back with another 2. Dear Woke Christian, Jason Whitaker was in here today. He popped in. This was like a long time ago. Was this around 1 o'clock? Loves curly hair. She's flying around the country doing her thing. Been with me for 10 months, popped in. Jay Witt has been with me for 15 months. So many people have been with me from the YSL trial. Y'all have been here. Loves Hollywood. I actually saw, I think Tara got it. If so, my memory might be serving me well. He gifted a membership earlier. Pam, my Pammy, has been with us for a few hours as well, hanging out. The Golden Lounge gifted 20 memberships. Miss Ashley went to a winery tour, came to chill out with us. Ashley, girl. Oh my God. What did we just watch, Ashley? Left Coast Mana, also one of your stream sponsors, popped in with 180 total. So many memberships. We watched the debauchery together, Left Coast. Like, wow. You know, Pam gifted the 50 memberships. 2 minutes approved, popped in. Practitioner Her, I think, is going to a wedding. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. She's probably dancing at this point. It's 10 p.m. Like, this was long. Y'all know I love me some Roy. He popped in with the 300. Said, keep grinding, Miss AV. He wanted to give out some merch. We didn't even have time to make merch. Like, I was like, guys, what are our merch ideas? Certified cat checker. Check my cat. Like, we were just, you know, putting together merch ideas. We didn't even have time. We're about to deliberate on Tuesday. But thank you so much to Roy. It was nice for him to pop. And he left this at 5:35. It is 10 o'clock. He ain't here anymore, but it was great to see that he popped in. Belfast BMAC across the pond in Ireland. Like he has children that are Cape Verdean and Irish. I'm Cape Verdean, man. Like we're blending. Island nations with the 10 says AV. Damn, I miss you. We all miss each other. This community is so amazing. Like I'm doing the Donna Adelson stuff, and like I think that the algorithm is not putting this in front of y'all. People are like, wow, I haven't seen you stream in like a month. I said, Ninja, I've been streaming all week. What are you talking about? I've been here every day. It's so crazy. Like Lead and I talk about that sometimes. Like we'll be texting. He's like, I'm doing body cam stuff now. I'm like, you ain't live streaming? He's like, nope. Body cam stuff. So we go back and forth on that all the time. But I do think the algorithm, for some reason, hasn't been putting the other things in front of y'all. But as soon as Cardi B came out, they were like, AV's back. And I was like, I've been back. What do you mean? Red Room Entertainment with the 2 says, shout out to the Southpaws out here. We the ones. Karma popped in with the 5, says the security heavy. Oh, girl. Yes. No, we need that shirt's going. I hope she don't sue me. Security heavy. I'm gonna have to make it an AV type of thing and maybe quote her on it. Donate to something that Cardi B is doing. But security heavy was hilarious. My aim with the 5s is says your commentary is always refreshing, always worth my intentions. Trying to be here. Yeah, of course. I mean, you've had a moment to pop in. 9.5 on this. Call me Ace. Popped in, been with me for 2 months. As I think he's saying that her lies aren't matching. I forgot. There's so many witness testimony. Nick Starro popped in. He's in Sweden. He is in Sweden. Had some time to pop in live from NYC. Another one of my faves down in NYC says they should find Cardi guilty for a judgment of 12 cents to be paid for the plaintiff just for laughs. Look. I would hate to be a celebrity and somebody waste my time like this. Man, listen, we'll talk about it on Tuesday. Love curly hair back with another 5 says, AV, I cleaned the house, did 2 loads of laundry, baked bread, and ironed my uniforms for the week. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I will, guys. I'm going to definitely get some rest after this. Left Coast Mana popped in. Really showing out tonight. Thank you. Miss Real Talk with Retta. I think she sent me another Cash App as well. Jamie as well sent me Venmo and Retta. Jamie, thank you. Y'all got my dinner. Like the barbecue is out there because y'all held a sister down today. So I appreciate you guys. Left Coast came back, says the 7-year question doesn't hit like Steele asking about the McDonald's camera. If you know, you know. Brian still asked about that McDonald's footage every single time. I'm still trying to lock him down, y'all. He said yes. I have a firm confirmation that he's gonna come on the channel for an interview. But the issue is that he did tell me, or at least through the people we're working with, that he wants to finalize everything with the Diddy case before I can bring him on. The good news is that I can ask him questions about Young Thug's case and Diddy's case. So that's going to be a pretty big interview. I'm not going to lie, that might be the biggest interview of my channel. Last year was Ashley Merchant. This year it's likely going to be Brian Steele. And I'm just happy that they're coming on and, trusting me with my platform and to give them a voice. Brian hasn't gone on any YouTube channel to talk about Thug's case. So for him to come here is a big deal. So thank you all so much. Security heavy. Yeah, YSL. So many of you guys found me through YSL. And some of y'all have found me through Emani. And my team, they're going to be cutting up this whole thing tomorrow. So you might see more of the small snippets, the fun parts of the day today. We will try to, since we got through it, I mean, why not do a 30-minute video of here's all the witnesses back to back to back, the important things you need to know for the people that didn't have time today. But I appreciate all of you that stuck it out with me and hung out. Your girl don't do this often, but we did, and I'm happy that we did. It was so worth it. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Slime life, right? Oh, Angel says, found you on Lead Stream when you were a rising 3L. I know. I was just chatting with him last night. And that's when he was telling me about his new fascination with body cam. He loves it. I think for his health and for, my growth, we made a decision. Like, he's just like, I want you to grow. I want you to do your thing. I want you to be amazing. And, like with our situation, we worked so hard together for 2.5 years. Everybody will always ask. And like, that's like one of my best friends. I love that man. He loves me too, so everybody's like, are y'all good? Like, yeah, we good. We good. That's my dude. I would not be on this platform without him. And I do have a big announcement coming very soon. I'm just waiting for probably one more email, and then I could tell y'all. But the big milestone to celebrate in my YouTube career, and a big part of it is because of him. So that's why we were chatting yesterday. Shout out to YT Johnson, I believe, who I can't stand y'all. Y'all don't want me to dox you because you know that I do it all the time. Like, I forget that your real names show up with Venmos and Cash Apps and whatever. Y'all train me to say, don't say my real name. It's me, YT Johnson. Congrats on this epic live stream. Incredible, no cap. Thank you so much. You know who I used to do that to all the time? Roy. All the time. He used to send me Cash Apps and be like, don't say it's me, because he's a humble guy. He doesn't want you guys to, like, he doesn't want the recognition for it. But that's just the culture that we've built. Like, you guys support us, and we want to make sure that you're recognized for that. So at first he's like, I understand y'all's culture, but you have to say my name. So he would start the first line of the Cash App saying, don't say my name. And I'd just be like, oh, lead would be like, hey, who sent you Cash Apps? His would be first. I'd be like, shout out to Roy. Shout out to Roy Williams. Like, I would do it all the time. And then y'all figured it out. And I was like, oh, a person who doesn't want to be named sent me a Cash App. Y'all saw through it. Y'all were like Daryl Brooks. You're like, we see through it. It's Roy. I'm done. Some of you guys have found me through the Karen Reed trial. Yes. That was another big one that I did recently. I grew up in Boston. It was very important for me to cover the Karen Reed case, especially because it was almost an innocent woman going to jail for something she didn't do. To keep it 100 with you guys, it got a little crazy this summer with an interview. But again, I am a YouTube professional. I don't get in the mud with people. And, I got a little bit of heat this summer. It was a little tough. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, people were coming over here trying to tell me what to do. Not my subscribers, though. Not mine. They weren't y'all. So that was the important distinction. I saw some things happening. I was like, you know what? We're gonna stay professional. We're gonna ignore it, and we're gonna pull a Cardi. Like, we're just like, oh, okay. We're just gonna watch. We don't believe me, just watch. We're just gonna watch it. Okay. Shout out to Freddie, who says, I'm happy for you. Don't say my real name. I said it, Freddie. But yeah, no, we have a good time here. And I'm happy that I found all of you guys and have built this community. I mean, lots of people that work with me on YouTube are always very surprised about this community. Speaking of Karen, there's so many people cover the Karen Reed case. YouTube, and I was like a median person in that space. Like with YSL, like me and Lead were top tier, always covering it. But with Karen, it became really saturated because a lot of people had covered the case way before I did. But as a legal professional, I was kind of in the middle of that pack. But YouTube would always be really interested in how this community functioned, meaning, wow, like your people really gift to each other. They really care about each other. They're very active in the chat. And I'm like, listen, that's my chatterhood. That's amazing. I think the only other comparables would be like a Melanie Little, which I love her. And then of course, you have, oh my God, why can I not remember her name right now? It's so disrespectful. I can't believe that I'm forgetting Emily Baker. Emily is amazing at community building. So there are creators that like get this stuff and like understand that YouTube is a business at the end of the day, but also that each of us are unique in our own way and we connect with our audiences in our own way as well. So love Emily. I can't believe I just like, I'm tired. I've been going for 9.5 hours. These are Emily hours. All right. Emily hours. My aim says I've been following your butt during the Karen stuff. Just had to chime back in. Yes, Karen was fun, guys. Oh, Ashley said I found you through I Am Not a Lawyer, but and reviewing your KR #1 trial. I'm so happy. Yeah, like I love Mel. She is so sweet. And, you know, there's so many personalities. You guys know Legal Poor. She popped in earlier today too. Seti Nash popped in earlier today. There's just amazing people. Amazing people. All right. It's 10:10. Let me go to bed, chat. Love you guys. Stay safe out there. See you on Tuesday. And also see you in the next one. Bye. Thank you to all the stream sponsors, all the people down here. Roy Williams, Zoe, Left Coast Mana, Pam Salters, Michael Love. Y'all are amazing. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Bye, y'all.